Shin Junseo felt like a useless D-rank blacksmith, the kind of person who was mocked whenever he introduced himself as a hunter. Deep down, he knew he would likely die as a worthless failure. Yet he couldn't help but dream of becoming stronger than anyone. Even as a support class, he believed his life could change, if he just had the power to prove himself. Finally, after much struggle, he was ready to step into the world as a player. On the day of his first dungeon raid, Shin rushed through the forest, anxious about being late. He met up with two other hunters, Kim Jimin, a C-rank hunter, and Lim Duan, who joked about Shin's tardiness. Before Lim could elaborate on his own experiences, Jimin interrupted, reminding him that he was often late himself. Shin apologized for his delay, and the three set off together. Lim lightened the mood by teasing that Shin wasn't too late after all. And Jimin added that they could simply walk the rest of the way since Hyunwoo and Do-yoon were already inside the dungeon. Shin couldn't shake his guilt. It had been 3 months since he joined the guild, and this was his first dungeon raid. To make matters worse, he was there as a support, which meant he had to prove his usefulness. When they finally met up with Hyunwoo and Do-yoon asked if this was Shin's first raid. Shin confirmed, explaining that he was there to provide support. Do-yoon advised him to be cautious, as supports lack the combat abilities of hunters. He emphasized the importance of maintaining the right distance, close enough to be protected, but far enough to avoid getting caught in the fight. Since Shin was a maker, his role was to stay back and create daggers when signaled. Do-yoon assured him that the dungeon was easy, and that Shin didn't need to overexert himself. Just then, Lee Hyunwoo detected mana, signaling the presence of monsters nearby. Lim instructed everyone to prepare for battle, and they moved into formation. Do-yoon asked Hyunwoo for details, and Hyunwoo reported 3 small mana signatures and 1 large one, a boss monster. Do-yoon found it unusual for a boss to stray from its designated area, but decided to take it on himself, assigning the others to handle the smaller monsters. He asked Shin how long it would take to create a dagger. Shin estimated around 20 seconds, though the weapon would last less than a minute. Do-yoon nodded, satisfied, and instructed Shin to start crafting immediately. As 3 blue monsters and 1 purple boss charged toward them, Lim raised his shield and slammed it into the ground with immense force. Kim swiftly took out one of the monsters with a punch, but she soon noticed that the creatures were healing faster than expected. She warned the group to be cautious. Meanwhile, Lee launched a fireball, eliminating several monsters in 1 strike. Lim suggested that Shin join the fight, and Shin marveled at the guild's seamless teamwork. Do-yoon called out to Shin, asking about the dagger. Shin confirmed it was ready, and threw it to Do-yoon, who infused it with dark aura, and used it to decapitate the boss in a single decisive strike. After the battle, Lim checked if anyone was injured, and Kim assured him she was fine. Shin, however, felt inadequate compared to the others. He couldn't help but think he was merely a maker of temporary daggers, contributing little to the team. Do-yoon approached him, asking if he was okay. Shin admitted he didn't feel like much help, but Do-yoon reassured him, explaining that his skill required consuming weapons, which were expensive. Shin's ability to create daggers on demand was invaluable. Do-yoon praised Shin for his work and expressed excitement about future collaborations. Shin felt a surge of motivation, thanking Do-yoon and vowing to improve. As Lim suggested they collect the loot, the ground began to shake. Kim wondered if it was an earthquake, but Shin noticed a wall crumbling, revealing a hidden pathway. Lee confirmed the discovery, and Kim grew excited at the possibility of hidden treasure. Despite Lee's caution, Do-yoon and Lim agreed to investigate, urging Shin to join them. The scene shifted abruptly. Shin found himself running for his life, pursued by a monstrous creature. He couldn't comprehend how things had gone so wrong. Everyone else was dead, and this monster, something that shouldn't exist in a D-rank dungeon, was closing in. It struck him, sending him crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Desperate, Shin created a dagger and threw it, but it had no effect. The monster attacked again, slamming him into the icy ground, which cracked and revealed water beneath. As he fell, Shin's thoughts spiraled. He wondered if this was how it would end, a D-rank support, unable to even use basic buffs like healing. He had finally found a guild that needed him, yet here he was, running like a coward. He questioned whether he should have ever become awakened, believing it was a dream beyond his reach. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him, announcing that he had discovered the spring and fulfilled all the conditions to become a player. As the message displayed, a bright light enveloped him, signaling the beginning of a new chapter. A screen appeared in front of Shin, displaying a notification that he had received a new reward and needed to decide whether to check it. He found himself pondering over this player concept and the nature of the reward. For a moment his mouth hung open as he considered drinking some water, but he quickly snapped himself out of his daze. He thought to himself that he didn't fully understand what was happening, and honestly, he didn't care. Deciding to act, he selected yes. Suddenly, a massive dagger materialized, forming a set of stairs that allowed him to climb out of the ice and stand up to face the monster. The system's voice echoed in his mind, informing him that he would inherit the experience of his previous life, and that the reward distribution had been completed. Utilizing his newfound power, Shin summoned several swords and launched them at the monster. The swords struck their target, and the creature was swiftly defeated. Shin was left bewildered, wondering what had just transpired. He felt unfamiliar memories beginning to take root in his mind. But before he could fully process them, the monster lunged at him again. Reacting quickly, Shin conjured a giant shield just in time to block the attack. When the monster's punch slammed into the shield, Shin was shocked to find that he had taken no damage. Despite being a golem-type monster with incredible durability, the shield held at least temporarily. However, the monster's next strike shattered the shield, forcing Shin to step back. Drawing on the information from the emerging memories, he recalled that even though it was a golem-type monster, its weaknesses and the tactics to defeat it should still apply. The problem was that the monster didn't seem to have any obvious weak points, and it possessed a regeneration ability that made it even more formidable. Determined to gain the upper hand, Shin decided to use his skill, Grid World. The skill allowed him to materialize a grid within an equal distance radius, enabling anything created within it to move freely according to his will. It was recommended that he attack from multiple angles simultaneously. Shin unleashed the attack, sending the grid to strike the monster from all sides, breaking it into pieces, and finally killing it. Initially, Shin had thought of Grid World as merely an auxiliary skill, something to help him use his creations more efficiently. However, as the skill's proficiency grew, it became clear that it could also function as a powerful offensive ability on its own. A system window popped up, indicating that the monster had been defeated. Shin felt a mix of curiosity and confusion. Why couldn't he see the information about the dungeon monster? Suddenly, a purple aura gathered around him, and a magic ball appeared in his hand. The system notified him that he had activated the passive skill Magic Absorption, but Shin still had no idea what that meant. His thoughts wandered as he tried to make sense of the memories from his previous life. He could clearly recall a future where the world had fallen, filled with horrors too terrible to describe. Somehow, he had absorbed the experiences and knowledge from that future, but he realized it might not be the same future as the world he was currently in. Many things didn't add up, and the status screen in front of him was something he had never encountered in his previous life. It finally dawned on him that he had truly become a player. According to his memories, the term player referred to those few individuals who were chosen and had undergone an awakening. In his previous life, players didn't exist. In fact, 2 years from now, only a small number of awakeners would be selected to become players. A blue screen, visible only to those chosen, would appear, and a mysterious force called the System would shock all awakeners worldwide. It sounded almost like a joke, but it was enough to leave everyone in disbelief. The System wasn't the only thing granted to players. They also received unique rewards, strength, and skills that far surpassed what they had as awakeners. These rewards seemed to come out of nowhere, and once players began using them, their growth exploded compared to other awakeners. Thanks to the efforts of the guild leader, who was one of the first to become a player, the Dome Guild, the guild Shin was part of, had grown into a top-tier organization. While Shin hadn't played a direct role in that growth, it had been the catalyst for his development in his previous life. Standing confidently in a developing guild, he had once thought it was convenient when he first heard about it. But now he truly understood the advantage it had provided. He thought he could check the skills he would learn, and their proficiency in the system window, which was incredibly convenient. If his skill proficiency had carried over from his previous life, the skill he had used on the golem's corpse was something he hadn't possessed back then. He hadn't heard of any other players with a skill like that, so he wondered if it was unique to him. The skill gathered energy from contaminated mana, and he had a vague idea of how to use it, but he decided to think about it later. For now, he turned his attention to the other dead bodies, deciding that taking care of them was the priority. The scene shifted to the Hunter Association headquarters, where a woman asked a man if they had simply sent Shin home. The man was confused and asked what she meant. She explained that it was strange. A small guild had attacked an unconfirmed dungeon, resulting in an accident where 4 out of 5 members had died. The only survivor was a D-rank supporter. She said she would have understood if he had run away while the other hunters were fighting, but that wasn't the case. Shin had even taken care of the bodies and reported everything to the association. Since the gate had already disappeared, they couldn't confirm anything further. She then asked the man what he thought, mentioning that something felt off. The man questioned whether she really believed a D-rank supporter could kill a hunter. He patted her head with a file and told her to wake up, reminding her that this wasn't a civilian case. Even if something strange had happened, they couldn't figure out what had transpired in the dungeon. The woman mentioned that it was troubling, and the man agreed, noting that such incidents seemed to be happening more frequently these days. He explained that hunters who found a great dungeon and didn't report it were a problem. If they reported it to the association and it went to auction, all they would receive was some prize money. Instead, many chose to risk their lives by entering secretly, as it was almost impossible for a small guild to win a bid on a gate. He told her to call him if they needed additional investigation, and she agreed. As the man left, he glanced at the file, noting that the boy's name was highlighted. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was different about this case. The boy's behavior during the investigation hadn't been calm, which was understandable given his lack of dungeon experience and the fact that he had just witnessed a tragic accident. However, despite some missing details, Shin had explained everything clearly. Perhaps it was just his personality, but something still felt wrong, though the man couldn't pinpoint what it was. It was frustrating, but he decided it wasn't something to worry about for now. He would have to investigate further himself. Meanwhile, Shin was walking while using his phone, unable to shake the feeling that something was off about the unconfirmed gate. The dungeon didn't exist in the memories of his previous life, and when a guild member had checked the gate bid form, it had the association's stamp on it. Yet, it was still listed as an unconfirmed gate by the association. Someone must have impersonated the association and tricked the Doan Guild, or perhaps the association itself was involved. What bothered him even more was that this wasn't an isolated incident. As the investigator had mentioned, there were already multiple cases involving unconfirmed gates and missing people. Shin noticed a common theme among the guilds mentioned in the news. They all had players in them, like guild leader Doyun, and even prodigies who would be called heroes in the future. It seemed as though someone wanted to erase the existence of those heroes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shin decided he needed to hide his abilities for now. He would remain the only survivor of a missing person case that would likely remain unsolved. If he acted suspiciously, he would be caught immediately. He had about 2 years until the first player selection to prepare. During that time, he needed to use every skill at his disposal and develop even more. He had to find a way to grow without drawing too much attention. As he checked his usable skills, he found something interesting and clicked on it. A year had passed, and a group of individuals found themselves deep in a forest, battling ferocious monsters. As one of the boys struck a monster, his sword shattered, and the creature retaliated, sending him sprawling backward. He barely managed to land safely, but the monster lunged at him again. He attempted to dodge, while those around him watched in terror. It was then that they realized the monster they were facing was a Null Lord. The boy spoke up, recalling that such creatures only appeared in E-rank dungeons, and should, in theory, freeze to death. He also remembered hearing that even among D-ranked monsters, a Null Lord was notoriously difficult to defeat. The monster charged past him, targeting another member of the group. The second boy raised his shield to block the attack, but it was clear he was struggling. He warned the others that if they continued to rely solely on defense, they wouldn't survive much longer. The first boy paused to think. He remembered the grim reputation of Null Lords among low-level hunters. These creatures were not only physically strong, but also resistant to magic, which was unusual for monsters of their rank. Typically, low-level adventuring parties relied heavily on magic to defeat monsters, but the Null Lord defied this logic. Hunters who were usually confident in their magical abilities now found themselves terrified, and the price for their overconfidence was often the complete annihilation of the party. The boy realized they only had one member who specialized in pure physical damage, but he was terrible at hand-to-hand combat. His weapon had been destroyed, and he had no spare weapons left. He couldn't understand why the second boy was urging him to attack the monster when he was clearly unarmed. The boy, whose name was Yan, regretted his earlier decision to minimize the number of people in the party and include a magician. He realized now that this choice had led to their current predicament. As he scanned the area, he noticed another boy mining in the distance. This boy was also a helper, but he seemed completely unfazed by the chaos around him. Yan wondered why this helper was acting so carelessly when the rest of the group was on the brink of death. He watched as the helper's weapon disappeared and began to suspect that the boy might have some aptitude as a maker. Though he didn't expect much in terms of quality, he decided it was worth asking for help. Yan called out to the helper, whose name was Shin, and asked if he was a maker capable of crafting a sword. Shin agreed, and Yan requested a sturdy, strong sword. Shin apologized, explaining that he had joined the group as a helper, not a support member. Yan snapped back, saying it wasn't the time for excuses. Didn't Shin realize they were all about to die? Even Shin would perish if they didn't manage to defeat the boss. Shin began crafting the sword, but mentioned one condition. Once they cleared the dungeon, Yan had to forget everything about Shin's abilities. Additionally, when Yan received his share of the rewards, he would have to pay Shin the equivalent of an average support member's fee. Yan scoffed, doubting the quality of Shin's work. After all, if Shin couldn't even secure a job as a maker and was stuck working as a helper, how could they expect to clear the dungeon with his weapon? Shin laughed in response, saying it was ironic because good weapons were essential for clearing dungeons. He assured Yan that as long as they had the necessary tools, they would succeed. With that, Shin began crafting the sword. The scene then shifted to the Overkill Guild, one of the 3 major guilds in Korea. A girl knocked on the door of the president's office, and he called for her to enter. She informed him that the Awakeners Association had requested their cooperation, particularly regarding a dungeon with a rank error. She agreed with the president's assumption that, while the request appeared to be for cooperation, the association was likely willing to pay whatever Overkill demanded. The president noted that the other guilds didn't have much of a choice. The girl added that there were very few Awakeners capable of entering a gate that had been forcibly closed. The president was watching the news when he saw a report about a group of hunters who had entered a dungeon with a rank error. As he looked at the group's photo, he spotted Shin and realized he had seen him before. A few weeks earlier, a dungeon with a rank error had appeared in Sukadam, and the president had been dispatched to the area. He had dropped by the scene and remembered seeing Shin there. According to the report, Shin was listed as a helper. Rank error dungeons were still rare, and survivors of such dungeons could be counted on one hand. Shin had participated in 2 parties where everyone had survived not once but twice. The president couldn't dismiss this as a mere coincidence. The girl mentioned that rank error dungeons seemed to be appearing more frequently. Just a few days earlier, an E-rank dungeon had transformed into a B-rank one, resulting in the instant annihilation of the entire party. The president remarked that the Awakeners Association must be under immense pressure. The girl added that many people were criticizing the association, as it was their responsibility to estimate, analyze, and announce the rank of a dungeon. The president thought to himself that the association must be struggling. He suggested that those in their guild with the trespass skills should take on more commissions and monitor the situation closely. He then asked the girl about the task he had assigned her, finding a weapon maker of A rank or higher. She replied that she hadn't found one but had obtained a B rank weapon from a Japanese blacksmith. She asked if he wanted to test it. The president declined, explaining that any weapon below A rank would be destroyed as soon as he used his skills. He stood up and instructed her to continue searching, as he was reaching his limit of wasting weapons. Just then, someone entered the room and informed the president, Tahin, that something had happened. Tahin asked for details, and the man explained that he had checked the location of the dispatch request sent by the association. It turned out to be a D-ranked dungeon where some of their new recruits had entered as part of a free attack team. Tahin asked about the measured ranks after the entries, and the man revealed that the dungeon had been reanalyzed as a C rank or upper C rank. Tahin, looking serious, stated that he couldn't afford to lose his new recruits. It was an urgent situation, so he decided to go there himself. The scene shifted to the dungeon gate, where the media was reporting on the situation. The crowd saw President Tahin, accompanied by the girl and the man who had informed him of the crisis. Reporters began asking Tahin to comment on the ongoing issue of rank error dungeons. One reporter mentioned that the association had sent a cooperation request to Overkill for the dungeon entry, and asked if that was the reason Tahin had come in person, because his guild members were part of the attack team. A woman thanked Tahin for coming and revealed that the attack team consisted of 6 hunters, 2 supporters, and 1 helper. All of them had higher than required qualifications. But those numbers didn't matter now, as the dungeon had been reanalyzed as a C rank. Tahin asked how long it had been since the attack team entered, and the woman replied that it had been almost 2 hours. Tahin stated that he didn't know how many were still alive but would do what he could. Tahin, along with Min Husu, the girl who had accompanied him, stood in front of the dungeon gate. She handed him a sword, and he used his skill, Trespass, to slash through the air, creating a flare of energy that caused a strange black area to appear ahead. The skill allowed him to forcefully push through barriers, including dungeon gates, but it only affected the user, not the surrounding area. The sword broke as a result. After handing it back to Min, Tahin told her to be careful, and she wished him the same. He then entered the dungeon. Inside, Tahin noted the humidity, temperature, and foul smell, deducing that the dungeon was inhabited by some kind of reptile. The absence of pollutants on the floor suggested that the monster had a level of intelligence. Based on the dungeon's rank, he concluded that the monster was a lizard man. As he moved forward, he crossed numerous dead bodies of monsters, using the lizard man corpses to estimate the size of the group and their fighting capabilities. He also noted the level of distress the party had been in, as identified in the preliminary report. He feared the worst-case scenario that they were all dead by now. Suddenly, he heard a rumbling sound. Moving closer, he arrived at the location of the party and saw something he hadn't expected. A monster was attacking a hunter with a sword, while the other hunters continued to battle. Tahin observed from the side, noting that the lizard men were clearly overwhelming the group. Their speed and movement indicated that they were far stronger than the hunters. He saw one of the lizard men strike a hunter's sword, sending it flying. The monster was about to attack the unarmed man when Shin appeared, using his magic to create a sword out of thin air and block the blow. Tahin, still some distance away, wondered if it was magic. How else could a weapon materialize so suddenly? He watched as Shin used his abilities to craft the sword, and their eyes met in a brief but intense moment of recognition. Shin quickly counted the people around him. When he reached Tahin, the 10th person, he remarked that he was certain only 9 had arrived. Tahin, confused, wondered what Shin was talking about. Just then, another lizard man knocked a hunter back and prepared to attack. Tahin rushed in with his sword to intervene. Shin was astonished that Tahin had come to rescue them personally, especially since he was carrying a weapon he didn't even use. Shin speculated whether it might be a sphere weapon. Tahin blocked the lizardman's attack with his sword and ordered the others to fall back. With a swift motion, he unleashed a series of slashes, creating flares with his sword that cut down the lizardmen instantly. Tahin thought to himself that he hadn't even used his full strength yet. The weapon was clearly B rank, but it felt surprisingly weak to him. As Tahin defeated the lizardman, another one appeared and lunged at him. Tahin dodged the attack, causing the lizardman to crash to the ground. Shin approached Tahin and asked if this kind of wear and tear always happened when he used his skills, commenting that it seemed like the weapon suffered serious damage. Tahin wondered if Shin was trying to pick a fight with him. Shin then called out, urging Tahin to use his weapon properly and avoid destroying any more of the fragile weapons. Tahin was taken aback when Shin materialized a weapon with a single gesture. Not only was Shin a weapon maker, but he was also exceptionally skilled and competent far beyond the average. Tahin couldn't comprehend why someone so talented was acting as a mere helper. He had heard that low-grade supporters often took on helper roles due to financial constraints. Shin took Tahin's weapon and mentioned that there would be a condition. Once Tahin cleared and left the dungeon, he had to forget everything about Shin's skills and Shin himself. Tahin raised an eyebrow, asking if Shin thought he could simply forget because Shin wanted him to. Shin replied that if Tahin didn't agree, he could go ahead and smash all his high-class weapons. Tahin considered the offer. He knew the weapon might break the moment Shin used a skill on it, but having more weapons couldn't hurt. Reluctantly, Tahin agreed, promising to forget about it. Shin smiled, saying that was great, and told Tahin to go wild. Tahin rushed to attack the lizardman, flaring his sword and breaking the monster's weapon. Shin watched in surprise, having expected Tahin to merely deflect the attack. Instead, the opponent's weapon was destroyed first. Tahin's control over his weapon was far beyond what Shin had anticipated. Shin wondered if Tahin's weapon was just that much stronger. Intrigued, Shin thought to himself that the weapon maker must be capable of manifesting at least a B-rank weapon on the spot. This was getting interesting. Shin decided to test the weapon's capabilities further. He cranked up the power, stabbing the lizardman and using a fire blast. After that, he jumped behind the lizardman, stabbed the weapon into its head, and released another blast of fire. The lizardman spat out green blood as it collapsed. Tahin stood there staring at the weapon Shin had made, now covered in blood. To his surprise, there wasn't a single scratch on it. Before he could ponder further, the newbies from his guild appeared, calling out to him. They thanked Tahin, saying it was because of him that they were alive and safe. Tahin replied with relief, noting that none of them seemed badly hurt. They explained that they hadn't been able to fight with their own weapons, but had managed to hold out thanks to Shin. Tahin turned to Shin and asked for his name. Shin wondered why Tahin would want to know the name of a mere helper. Tahin replied that they should at least know each other's names and introduced himself. Finally, Shin approached and introduced himself as well. He mentioned that he would leave the magic stones at the dungeon's entrance. The others agreed, but Tahin asked Shin to accompany him to the boss room. Shin hesitated, stating that he was just a helper. Tahin insisted, explaining that the dungeon had turned into an error dungeon, meaning no one could leave unless the boss was defeated, whether they were a helper or a supporter. Shin responded by saying that Tahin was more than capable of taking down the boss himself. Tahin countered, pointing out that, as Shin had seen earlier, no other weapon could handle his skills. No matter how skilled Shin was, it would be pointless if he just ended up smashing the weapon Shin had made for him. Shin assured him that the weapons he made wouldn't break. Tahin argued that while Shin might believe that, this was an error-class dungeon. The creatures here were far beyond the average lizardman, and if the boss was as strong as he feared, no amount of caution would be excessive. Shin eventually agreed and began moving, his steps echoing as he followed Tahin. When they reached the boss room, they encountered the Lizard King and another lizardman. Tahin suggested that Shin should disregard any previous danger levels or information he had, and focus on ending the fight as quickly as possible. He warned that if they took too long, his weapon might snap in two. Shin once again assured him that the weapon wouldn't break, and added that if Tahin didn't believe him, he could test it out himself. The Lizard King commanded his minion to attack, and the lizard lunged forward with its paw. However, Shin and Tahin skillfully dodged the strike. Tahin then charged with his sword, but the lizard used its power to overwhelm him with intense pressure. Disoriented and unable to comprehend what was happening, Tahin leapt into the air. The lizard followed, attempting to strike Tahin's weapon. After the clash, Tahin was sent flying into the sky. The Lizard King swiftly climbed onto the lizard's head, and the creature unleashed a powerful flame attack toward Tahin. Just in time, Shin created a protective shield barrier around Tahin. The lizard retaliated, knocking Shin back. Still in the air, Tahin turned to Shin and asked, "Wasn't that the one who makes weapons?" Shin replied, "A shield can be a weapon too. Haven't you been hit by one before?" Tahin flared his sword, promising that once they got out of there, he would have plenty of questions for Shin. The Lizard King then conjured a long chain to strike Tahin. However, Tahin effortlessly stopped the chain with his fist, causing it to wrap around his sword. As the lizard tugged on the chain, Tahin was pulled closer. Shin, urging Tahin to focus, told him to stop playing around and fight properly. In response, a second sword materialized in Tahin's other hand. Tahin, noticing the new weapon, questioned, "Didn't you tell me to test him? Shouldn't it be something for a pet?" The weapon captured by the chain vanished, and Tahin used his second sword to strike the lizard with several swift slashes as he closed in. The Lizard King watched intently, but Tahin threw his sword at him, followed by a powerful kick that sent the Lizard King reeling backward. Furious, Tahin leaped into the air, his sword flaring with energy as he prepared to attack again. The Lizard King, now focused on Shin, attempted to strike him, but a transparent barrier appeared, protecting Shin. Growing angrier, Shin wondered aloud if the Lizard King really thought he could threaten him with webs. Tahin, equally enraged, stood ready for the next move. After a while, the entrance to the dungeon, which had been glowing red, shifted to a calm blue. Outside, people began to wonder if the dungeon had been cleared. As the group emerged, reporters rushed over to Tahin, bombarding him with questions about the dungeon's interior, the boss monster, and whether everyone had been saved. Min approached Tahin, asking if he was injured. Tahin reassured him, saying that he was completely fine. The hunters surrounding him praised his efforts, with one girl mentioning that if it weren't for him, they would all have perished. Meanwhile, Shin handed the team leader a bag of magic stones, explaining that he had already received his payment in advance, and was leaving. The team leader expressed his gratitude for Shin's hard work, without acknowledging Tahin. Shin silently left the area. The reporters then turned to Tahin, eager to know how he had managed to clear the dungeon so quickly. They suggested that the dungeon must have been easy for him. Tahin shook his head in disagreement, and just as he was about to mention Shin's role, he realized that Shin had already gone. A girl spoke up, commenting that while everyone else had been blocking and working together, Tahin had handled the majority of the threats on his own. She asked Tahin how everything had gone. A boy chimed in, expressing that all of their weapons had been destroyed, and that he had no idea how dangerous the situation had been. He added that if it weren't for Tahin, they would have all been wiped out long ago. Tahin, slightly confused, asked the boy what he was talking about. The boy explained that when it came to the weapons, it was thanks to the person who had been crafting them for the group, which allowed them to last as long as they did. He apologized to Tahin and inquired about the support who had come as a helper and weapon maker. The boy seemed unsure about the weapon maker, acknowledging that the helper was indeed a support role, but wondering if that person had any special abilities. The girl replied that she wasn't sure about that. Tahin, still puzzled, asked the others if they hadn't all seen how the helper made the weapons. The others were confused, wondering if he was referring to the pickaxe. Tahin didn't believe that person even carried a pickaxe, but he had brought it and used it, though they must have lost it along the way. Tahin then realized that the person had mined all the mana stones. As Tahin wondered what was happening, he remembered that they had all received weapons from the same person, yet it felt as if they had forgotten that fact. He recalled Shin giving him a sword and telling him to forget everything related to his abilities. Tahin then thought about the rental pay, and how the person had used a skill exclusive to an A rank or higher maker. Just then, a man called out to him, and Min noticed something was off. Tahin handed a container to the man, then turned and left to search for Shin, wondering where he had gone and if he had already left. Meanwhile, Shin had been hiding while Tahin searched for him. Min and the man approached, asking Tahin what was wrong. Tahin called out to Min, telling her that he needed her to find someone for him. As Tahin sat in his guild office, several men arrived with information about Shin's location. They reported that around 10 warriors that same day, Shin, accompanied by a 5-member team, had entered a D-rank dungeon near Sampo. Tahin nodded in agreement, mentioning that Sampo wasn't too far away. The men hesitated before asking him a question. One of them inquired why Tahin was so interested in a D-rank maker like Shin. Tahin pondered for a moment, wondering if that was how it appeared to her. He reflected on how, on the surface, It was easy to dismiss Shin based on his status and background, which clearly indicated he was a D rank. However, Tahin knew better. The rental pay skill alone disproved everything. The level of skill in that ability was beyond anything Tahin had ever seen before. It wasn't just an ordinary skill. It was something with the potential to bring about great fortune. Yet it seemed that Shin was using it only to conceal his true identity. A weapon maker with such talents could easily reach a level far higher than D rank. And Tahin was certain he would understand more when he finally met Shin again. At that moment, he would no longer feel the same doubt. Tahin would be able to use his full power without worrying about the weapon breaking. Over the years, Tahin had encountered countless blacksmiths who were considered great artisans. But none of their creations had ever met his expectations. He had tested the weapons of renowned blacksmiths, but every single one had eventually broken, unable to withstand his power. To make matters worse, the weapon-making abilities of most creators were limited to traditional forms of weapons. However, Shin's abilities were clearly something different. The weapons created by Shin far exceeded the limitations of ordinary abilities and weapon forms. It was as if those limitations simply didn't exist with Shin's abilities. Even the most difficult feats were possible things that Tahin hadn't been able to accomplish before, simply because he lacked the right weapon. Tahin considered the usual clearing time for a D-rank dungeon by a 5-member party. It typically took around 4 hours, and they had only 1 hour left. He then turned to Min and asked about his schedule for the day. She informed him that at 7 p.m., he had a meeting with the guildmaster, Kimu. Tahin decided to leave, instructing Min to cancel the meeting, as he needed to leave ahead of time. He wanted to avoid any chance of missing Shin. The scene shifted to the dungeon, where a boy in armor had just defeated a boss. He was in shock, realizing that the ribbon used by the helper was indeed made by Shin. If such mana could destroy a boss weapon, Shin must surely be at least B rank. When the man's weapon shattered into 2 pieces, the boy thought they were done for. However, to his surprise, he hadn't anticipated that the person who had entered as a mere helper would possess such an incredible ability. He marveled at the quality of Shin's work, admitting he had never seen anything like it before. Grateful, he thanked Shin, acknowledging that if it weren't for his help, they would have failed. He suggested that they should recruit him. A girl nearby agreed, commenting that it was a shame Shin was still going around as just a helper. The boy agreed, noting that Shin certainly had a good eye for this kind of thing. Shin, however, was deep in thought. He realized he had used more mana than he had anticipated. He hadn't expected to encounter a party struggling so much, especially since it wasn't an error dungeon. As he began collecting the magic stones, he thought that if only he had just a little more mana left back then, things wouldn't have gone so poorly. He recalled the intense heat that had filled the dungeon earlier, especially after defeating the golem. Once he had used up all his mana, the heat dissipated and never returned. The mana he felt now was no more powerful than that of a typical D-rank awakener. Still, there was relief that he hadn't encountered any major problems while crafting the weapons. Shin also reflected on how his past life memories had helped him in ways he hadn't expected. The maker's basic skill, creating, was designed to aid in the creation of specific objects. It was a highly intuitive skill, where the quality of the item created was directly proportional to the mana used. However, there was still one unknown aspect. Another method that could enhance the performance of the skill, which Shin had yet to uncover. What he did know was that the deeper his understanding of the object he was crafting, the higher the quality of the creation. The most remarkable aspect of the ability was that as the quality of the item increased, the efficiency of the mana also improved. This meant that even when using the same amount of mana to create identical objects, the quality would vary meaningfully based on the creator's level of understanding. After his hidden ability was revealed, Shin found himself reflecting on the various training he had undergone. He remembered his horse training, the material research, the lessons he received from a hunter as a support, and his time spent in the workshop learning the intricacies of crafting. Despite all this, the excitement he felt was more intense than he had expected. He continued mining, thinking that while he didn't know exactly how much better his abilities would become, he knew that in comparison to the mana he was using, the quality was improving. However, it was clear that there were still limitations, both in crafting and in using the rental pay skill. The process was still clunky, and he struggled to use both abilities effectively at the same time. As he gathered the magic stones, he thought about how expensive mana-related equipment was. That was why, for the time being, he couldn't afford to purchase any of it. Just a few more mana points, he thought, knowing that mana-related items were among the few things that could be mass-produced. He made a mental note to order more potions. Although his earnings as a helper were modest, he was still struggling to get by. No one would accept a D-rank maker as a full-time support, so he didn't have many options. But at least the results of his efforts were promising, and for that, he was relieved. He opened his status window and saw that there was only a small amount left until he reached his mana absorption goal. About 20% remained. He realized that a few dungeon clears wouldn't be enough. A single mana clear only contributed just over 1% of the total mana, and the efficiency was far too low. The only remaining option, it seemed, was to enter an A-rank error dungeon to absorb a large amount of mana at once. Entering the ranker dungeon was the only method. Unlike other dungeons, it allowed for significantly more mana absorption, which was exactly what he had been seeking. The problem was that he couldn't predict the difficulty of the ranker dungeon before entering. It would have been tough without Tahin's presence, as the previous experience had proven. He concluded that there would likely be at least a C-rank boss, and so he needed to prepare accordingly. The only way to grow as a D-ranked awakener, for now, was to focus on the rewards gained from mana absorption. The team leader acknowledged their efforts and appreciated their work. As they were leaving, he mentioned they would meet again in the future. Shin felt satisfied that he had created lasting memories with them. Just then, Tahin caught up to him and asked if Shin remembered him. Shin realized his efforts hadn't had much impact, and, in response, asked Tahin if he would believe him if he said he didn't. Tahin responded by handing him a card. Shin inquired what kind of work Tahin wanted from him. Tahin explained that he had something important to discuss, which was why he was asking for a little of Shin's time. When Shin saw the Overkill Guild name on the card, he recognized it as one of the top 3 guilds in Korea. He knew he wasn't in a position to get involved with such a prestigious guild yet, so he needed to find a way to politely decline. Shin claimed he didn't have any time, mentioning a prior dinner appointment. However, as he tried to leave, Tahin placed a hand on his shoulder and insisted that Shin wouldn't regret the conversation. Tahin assured him it would be quick, and even offered to treat him to dinner. Shin retorted, noting that as the guildmaster, Tahin must have plenty of time. Unlike a low-ranked supporter like him, Tahin admitted this was true. Shin wasn't thrilled about it, but he realized he needed to gauge how much the rental fee had affected Tahin. Reluctantly, he agreed to talk for a while. The 3 of them went to a traditional house for dinner, and Shin asked what business the guildmaster of the Overkill Guild could possibly have with a D-ranked supporter like him. He suspected it was simply because Tahin had too much free time and wanted to make small talk. However, Tahin explained that, as Shin had noticed, his class was Berserker. While this granted him overwhelming attack power, it also came with a limitation. Few weapons were capable of withstanding the immense force of an Emperor Berserker. Finding a weapon supplier that could match his needs was crucial, and Tahin had been searching tirelessly. He had visited countless places, both within and outside the country. From the best blacksmiths to the most renowned weapon makers in the field, he had left no stone unturned. If there was even the slightest chance a weapon could meet his requirements, he would commission it without hesitation, regardless of time or cost. Yet, every weapon he had used until then had been unable to withstand his full power, except for one, a sword created by Shin. Shin realized then that the rental payment hadn't affected Tahin at all, and he didn't believe there was a nullification skill in the Berserker class. Tahin's careless confidence made Shin wary. He knew he would need to be cautious when using such a strategy with a higher-level hunter. Sensing the change in Shin's demeanor, Tahin decided to be more direct. He asked if Shin would be interested in joining his guild, knowing that Shin wasn't currently affiliated with any. Tahin promised that if he joined, Shin would receive the best possible treatment. He offered Shin a contract fee of 10 billion, along with separate payments for operational expenses and dividends. The contract would be for 1 year, and each time it was extended, the fees would increase by 10. Just as Tahin was about to explain that the exact details would be in the contract, Shin quickly apologized, stating that he had no intention of joining a guild, and would have to decline the offer. With that, Tahin had nothing further to discuss. Shin stood up to leave and thanked him for the meal. Tahin called out to him once more, but Shin didn't stop. Min, who had been quietly observing, asked Tahin why he had made such an offer to Shin. There seemed to be no clear reason for it, yet the conditions were trivial. Tahin responded by saying that if Min were in his situation like Shin, she wouldn't question the offer. He continued, mentioning that while the weapon Shin had created hadn't fully reached his potential, it was the first one that felt like it could withstand everything he had to give. Min hesitated, still unsure, but Tahin pressed on. It wasn't just about the sensation of the weapon itself. He asked her to consider the total sum of all the high-level weapons he had destroyed over the past year. Min realized then that the guildmaster's expenses on weapons were astronomical, especially when factoring in the cost of those weapons being destroyed because they couldn't handle the pressure. If a weapon wasn't above a certain rank, his abilities wouldn't even be fully unleashed. Min then remarked that if that were the case, the contract fee Tahin offered would mean very little. However, The issue until now had been that no one, not even those considered the best in the field, had been able to craft a weapon that could withstand such power. Taehin responded by explaining that the fact Shin had this ability was exactly why he wanted to recruit him at any cost, regardless of the offer he made. As Shin walked away, he thought to himself that there might come a day when he would have to turn down an offer from one of the top 3 guilds, the Overkill Guild, and from Taehin himself. While the offer was tempting, he knew it was still too early for him. He decided to wait patiently, certain that Taehin would come back to him again. The scene then shifted to a dungeon where several goblins were being slain. Suddenly, one boy's arm was severed by a mysterious figure. Another boy, witnessing this, asked the man who he was. The man wielded a giant sword, and his actions were so striking that they would be remembered for a long time. At a moment like this, most people would be whining or begging for their lives, losing consciousness from the pain. But this person, the one who would eventually become a hero, was different. He stabbed the first boy, killing him without hesitation. The second boy, stunned and confused, wondered what had just happened. Was the man trying to kill them all and take their trophies? The man, not concerned with such a mundane reason, responded that it wasn't his intention to explain himself. He saw it as a waste of energy to explain anything to someone who was about to die, but he would share everything if the boy managed to defeat him. So, the boy had better hurry and try. The boy realized the man was not an easy opponent. At this ambiguous distance, he would surely die. So he resolved to either lose an arm or a leg in an attempt to fight back. He charged at the man. But the man blocked the attack effortlessly with his massive sword, and swung it back with such force that the boy's sword was sent flying into the air. The boy was stunned. The man then kicked the boy with such strength that he was knocked back. Disappointing, the man muttered. Excited by the fight, he said it was his first hero-ranked subjugation in a year. However, to think that the boy was such an insignificant opponent was a letdown. Still, he commended the bravery it took for the boy to challenge him. The boy, now on the ground and realizing his fate, pleaded for his life. The man coldly replied that he would send the boy off cleanly, and with that, he slashed him dead. As the boy fell lifeless, the man moved forward, reflecting that he had hoped for a more challenging fight. It hadn't even served as a decent warm-up. The boy had worn an unfair expression in his last moments. But there was no need for concern. The report would make it clear that they had fought valiantly against the boss, and died heroically. He tossed the dead body of the boy aside, remarking that this was a common occurrence in a rank error dungeon. He checked the collection of photos of the deceased, noting that his collection was growing, and that he lived for moments like this. The only thing that felt strange to him were the heals. The energy they gave off unsettled him. He told her to hide them for now, or at least make it less obvious. When the priestess arrived, she emerged, apologizing for the delay. She explained that she had come in haste because there were precious ingredients nearby. He raised an eyebrow, wondering what could possibly be so valuable, but he dismissed it, thinking that all those people were idiots. That's why he had warned her not to listen to the priestess and to wait a little longer. She wondered aloud about his words, and asked if he was implying that he wanted to go against the wishes of the executive. He scoffed and referred to the executive as a sensitive bastard, explaining that he was simply suggesting they clean up the situation first. She offered to handle it, assuring him it was her specialty. He reminded her not to forget their promise, that she would let him face an S-rank hunter, and that was the only reason he had been associating with her. He also added that he hadn't been able to fully unleash his power yet, and wanted the opportunity to do so without any hesitation. She agreed, reassuring him not to worry, as she would contact him soon. She tore open the belly of the dead body, wondering what would emerge next. Suddenly, a monster appeared from within the corpse. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she called it the child, confirming that the Excelsior had been right after all. The scene shifted to a portal where a group of hunters was gathered. Shin approached a man who was concealing his face with a mask and carrying a weapon case. He was visibly surprised when he saw the man, and it was none other than Taehin. Taehin seemed just as surprised to see Shin, and wondered aloud why he was there. Shin asked him why he had come, and Taehin replied with a grin, noting that Shin had a good eye for recognizing him. Shin explained that he only knew one person who carried a weapon case like that, and then asked Taehin again why he was there. Taehin responded that he was there to attack the gate. Shin raised an eyebrow and asked why a D-rank gate, of all things. Taehin explained that the guild member who was supposed to enter had suddenly fallen ill, so he was filling in as their substitute. Before Shin could say anything more, a man called out to them, urging everyone to head inside. Taehin turned to Shin and said, "Let's get going." As they began to move, Shin couldn't help but think to himself that he knew Taehin would show up eventually, but he hadn't expected him to be so quick. Now, he would have to adjust his plans accordingly. They all finally entered, and Tahin turned to Shin, asking why he had refused to join the guild. Shin replied that he had already rejected the offer and didn't want to discuss it any further. A boy asked a girl if she had heard about the auction for the C-rank gate that had taken place that morning in Chunshin. The girl confirmed, and the boy told her he had heard that the Hewn Moon Guild had acquired it in one go. She agreed, mentioning that her friend was there, and had heard the bidding had reached such a high price that no one else dared to compete. Shin, overhearing this, thought to himself that the Hewn Moon Guild had purchased a C-rank gate, and he wondered if they had found something special inside. Tahin then asked Shin if he was interested in buying gates himself. He explained that if Shin joined their guild, he would easily be able to acquire special gates above B rank, as there were certain privileges that came with the guild's name. Shin reflected on Tahin's words. To most awakeners, the name of their guild was of utmost importance. It not only brought them the envy and admiration of the public, but also granted them opportunities for other lucrative jobs, along with incomparable revenue and rewards. Furthermore, their vested rights within the guild allowed them access to countless privileges for high-level special gates. The guild members could secure entrance tickets, and their influence wasn't determined solely by talent. Political connections played a major role in gaining access to these opportunities. This structure meant that rare treasures, those that could be earned through such gates, would naturally fall into the hands of the larger guilds. Tahin told Shin that, as an awakened, he must have a goal he was working toward. Whatever that goal was, with the backing of Overkill, it would be easier for Shin to achieve. He couldn't understand why Shin would reject such an offer. Shin coldly responded that it was none of Tahin's business. He vaguely knew what he was doing, and since there had probably never been anyone who had rejected an offer from the Overkill Guild, he wanted to make it clear, no matter what, he was not going to join any guild. Tahin wondered aloud if Shin's rejection was due to some trauma from the annihilation of the Doan Guild, which he had read about in the report, or if there was another reason. Whatever it was, Tahin wasn't going to give up so easily. As they continued ahead, a boy was visibly frightened by the sight of spiderwebs covering the ceiling. They pressed on, and soon, the man spoke up, telling them that they were about to enter the monster's territory. Noticing the group's inexperience, he quickly began to explain the situation. He started by confirming that they had all received the reconnaissance report. The monsters they would face were legion spiders. The level of difficulty for each individual spider was low, but their special traits made them a threat. These spiders lived in groups, and the reconnaissance report indicated that there were approximately 50 of them, which wasn't an overwhelming number. However, they possessed paralysis poison in their fangs, so the man warned them to be careful not to get bitten. Tahin made a sound and quickly told everyone that the monsters were coming soon, urging them to stick close to him. Shin, unfazed, replied that they didn't need to worry about the support and helpers. They should just prepare for the fight. Tahin, however, addressed the team's competency, reminding them that it was essential to protect the support and helpers. It was a rule hunters had to follow, no matter their abilities, the situation, or whether they agreed with it. Shin scoffed, telling him that no hunter would be foolish enough to follow such a rule. Just then, someone mentioned that the spiders were approaching. A boy holding a sword was visibly trembling, but he tried to calm himself. He reminded the others that they could defeat the spiders if they stuck to what they had learned. As one spider jumped toward them, the boy swung his sword effortlessly, slicing it down in a single slash. Another boy used his shield to protect himself, while a girl with a magic staff cast spells, attacking the spiders with bursts of energy. Tahin thought to himself that, for a D-ranked team, their performance wasn't bad, and he didn't have to worry about them too much. However, Tahin was taken aback when he saw the large group of spiders. He hadn't expected there to be more than a few dozen. As the spiders rushed to attack, Tahin drew a fire-based weapon and began fighting back. He noted that the durability of each legion spider was fairly low, even among ranked monsters. He realized that even without using the blade itself, all they needed to do was release a bit of sword ki to defeat them. At this rate, he would be able to finish the raid without even losing a weapon. Suddenly, Shin heard a few hunters calling for help. The river was surrounded by a large number of spiders. The boy with the shield warned that the spiders wouldn't stop coming, and that only a few hunters had done the reconnaissance. The second boy mentioned that things were going to get rough, and the girl with the magic staff was also reaching her limit with her mana. Tahin glanced at Shin and suggested they move toward the trouble, then told Shin to follow him. Shin, however, responded that Tahin should go ahead and help while he finished handling things on his side. Tahin was surprised by Shin's reaction, but before he could respond, A spider jumped at Shin. Tahin shouted for him to get down, realizing that Shin could easily get caught up in the attack if Tahin used his sword recklessly. But Shin reacted quickly, opening his eyes and shaping his power into a square form above the spider. With a swift movement, he launched his attack, killing the spider instantly. The creature collapsed at his feet. Shin thought to himself that, of all the weapons he could currently make, the sword was the one with the greatest craftsmanship. It would be the most effective for dealing multiple hits and pouring power into them all at once, something impossible with his current mana reserves. But if he could harness his power this way, there was nothing better. Shin focused his energy, directing it like a sword, and with a swift motion, launched it at all the spiders in his vicinity, cutting them down in a single strike. Tahin watched, surprised, as Shin stood atop the head of one of the fallen spiders, his movements calm and precise. The sword had been stabbed into the spider's body, and Tahin was surprised by the wide area attack. He thought the battle must have lasted at least 10 seconds, yet Shin had managed to deal with all the dozens of Legion spiders in that short time. Tahin wondered if Shin had used materialization in the fight, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Shin was a talented support who would hold his own. On the other hand, Shin was wondering what Tahin was doing, and decided to go help the others. He saw that the three of them were surrounded by spiders, and the creatures were getting closer. Tahin realized the situation wasn't looking great, and they would talk properly once everything was resolved. Shin pointed to his bag, signaling Tahin to take care of the situation, as people might not believe that a helper could do such things. Tahin quickly rushed in with his sword, and started attacking the spiders. After he defeated them, a man thanked Tahin for his help, saying they wouldn't have made it without him. The man was a little surprised though, as he hadn't expected Tahin to be the guild master of the Overkill Guild. Tahin apologized for not revealing his identity earlier, but mentioned he had just been quietly investigating the dungeon. The girl was shocked by his apology. She couldn't believe they had survived because of him. Watching him take down the spiders with such skill was so cool, and she even asked if she could take a picture with him once he was free. Someone came by and interrupted, and the girl quickly saw this as her chance to approach the boy holding a lantern. Then, Shin showed up, apologizing for being late. They started collecting the byproducts as they went. After exploring the area, they found that there were no other masters around, and they figured out how to go even deeper. The boy in armor suggested that they shouldn't continue the raid any longer. It was unfortunate, but he thought they should call it off. The first boy, not understanding, asked why they had to stop when there wasn't much left. The boy in armor explained that the number of Legion spiders and the geography of the dungeon were completely different from what the reconnaissance report had shown. He went on to say that the dungeon existed past gates that separated it from their world. These dungeons were home to bizarre creatures and landscapes that could be found on Earth. The whole concept of dungeons and the awakened wasn't fully understood yet. For the newly awakened, the most important thing was information about the dungeon. Unfortunately, not many awakened individuals could adjust to environments they would never encounter before. This meant that failing the raid, especially in a worst-case scenario, could lead to death. That's why the role of scouts had become so vital. They awakened with the ability to detect or hide their traces, started gathering, and took on dungeon reconnaissance commissions. As a result, the dungeon clear rate began to rise significantly, and these individuals came to be known as scouts. The boy in armor explained that the accuracy of these recon reports was usually above 98%, so it was unlikely that this situation was just a mistake. However, they couldn't rule out the possibility that it was a rank error in the dungeon. The second boy hesitated for a moment, suggesting that since they had Tahin, wouldn't it be okay to continue the raid? The armored boy responded that he understood the boy's desire to press on, but they had already received Tahin's help once, and if they weren't careful, they could all end up in danger. The boy, determined to clear the dungeon and with his own reasons for wanting to continue, asked if there was any other way. The girl seemed to feel the same way. The armored boy questioned if their reason was really more important than their lives. Once they entered the boss room, there would be no turning back, and he didn't want that to be the case for any of them. He suggested they exit first and report to the association. Tahin, however, said he was fine to continue. Even though he was there to investigate, he was still part of the team. If the raid's progress could help him come to a conclusion, then there was no reason not to keep going. And if he wanted to investigate further, the boss room was the place to be. The armored boy bowed toward Tahin shamelessly, thanking him for agreeing to continue. Then, he started to talk about being the leader, but Tahin just told him not to worry about him, and to continue leading as they had from the start. The boy agreed, saying, "Let's get going," and asked everyone to follow him. The 5 of them moved forward and soon found themselves in front of a gate. The leader, sensing they were at the boss room, said he would do a final briefing. He explained that the dungeon's boss was the Legion Queen leader with a danger level of D+. Her overall battle ability was low, so she was considered an easy boss, mainly focused on breeding Legion spiders. However, that was just the original intel, and they had no idea what lay behind the door. He gave a final command. "Let's head inside." The girl created some light to help them see, but Tahin couldn't sense anything unusual. The leader warned them to be cautious since it was the boss room. Soon, they spotted the queen spider and a few others nearby, as well as a boy dressed like a spider, the one mentioned in the briefing. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the boss looked exactly as expected. She planned to attack first with lightning magic, and her strike caused the queen spider to fall to the ground. The leader wondered if the boss was already dead, but he had never heard of such a thing before. Something had changed, so he quickly ordered everyone to retreat. Suddenly, they heard a disturbing sound, and a very deadly spider with a human-like upper body appeared. It was Awakens. Tahin immediately prepared to strike, realizing that a B-rank monster had appeared. He knew that his sloppy swordsmanship wouldn't leave a scratch on it, so he had to make sure his first blow did the most damage possible. He was about to deliver a fatal strike when, to his surprise, his weapon broke into pieces mid-swing. As he was flying through the air, Tahin realized his sword was destroyed, and he couldn't deliver the finishing blow. Just as the Awakens was about to attack, Shin quickly created a temporary weapon for Tahin, telling him to buy some time until he could forge a proper weapon. Shin was using up his mana, but it wasn't working at all. He started to wonder if he had drained it completely. It was amazing that he had lasted this long with his current mana levels. Thanks to the potions, he was able to keep going, but he could only drink 1 bottle a day, anymore, and they could become addictive. After drinking the potion, he noticed the effects were still good, but it was too late for him to make a proper weapon. He began crafting it, thinking about how the Awakens was a high-level B-ranked monster, while the error boss that should have appeared was the C-rank monarch spider. They were incredibly lucky that Tahin had joined them. Without him, it would have been nearly impossible to face the Awakens with their current group. When the danger level hit B, everything changed, and the fight became much harder. The Awakens was battling Tahin, who was surrounded by flares. Shin thought to himself that his fighting power was equal to 5-rank hunters. Given the Awakens' abilities, they couldn't rely on Tahin alone. He turned to the others and told them to get ready. They should be able to move now, since the Awakens' killing intent had shifted targets. The leader of the party wondered who Shin was. The second boy questioned why someone so talented was participating as a helper. The girl wondered if Shin had come along with Tahin. Shin ignored their questions and told them they had something to deal with first. He then quickly made 3 weapons based on their abilities. He told them to pick up the weapons in front of them and either raid the dungeon by defeating the spiders or run away and wait outside until the situation cleared up. Shin trusted that they would make the right decision. As more spiders rushed toward them, the boy slashed through them with the sword, amazed by how powerful it felt. He had never wielded such a weapon before. With each slash, it felt like cutting through paper. He even wondered if killing monsters was always this easy. The girl, using high-level magic, attacked all of them at once. The leader watched in surprise, realizing that the only thing that had changed was the weapon, yet the power of their skills had increased several times over. He wondered if the weapon Shin made was really that good, and who exactly Shin was. Tain's sword was now covered in green blood from the high-level monsters, and he found it a bit tough to buy time as the Awakens came charging to attack. Tahin thought to himself that he needed to finish this as quickly as possible. He rushed in with his sword, slashing down the Awakens, and to his surprise, the sword held up fine. He realized it was much stronger than before, just like Shin had explained. Suddenly, a wave of spider heads appeared. The girl wondered where they had come from and where they were going. The leader quickly figured out the spiders were heading straight for Tahin. Tahin told everyone to back up. He suspected that the Awakens had hidden these spiders, and things were getting more complicated. He also realized that the Awakens' abilities were activating. As the spiders reached the Awakens, Tahin understood what was happening. The Awakens was sacrificing the spiders to transfer their life energy to herself, effectively reviving her. He realized that the Awakens would keep coming back unless they killed all of the spiders. Tahin rushed in to attack again, thinking that he needed to increase his firepower and finish the battle in one blow. As the flares burned on his sword, it started to break apart, which made Tahin worry. Shin, watching, commented that Tahin was more amazing than he had thought. Even though Shin had made the sword with his barely remaining mana, he never expected Tahin to actually destroy it. Shin quickly made another sword, telling Tahin to use it. This one wasn't the single-edged sword Tahin was used to. It was the most durable weapon Shin could create. As soon as Tahin grasped it, he could feel its strength. With this new weapon, he was confident he could defeat them all in one strike. He coated the sword with his flares and prepared to strike. He mentioned that he would be a bit unfamiliar with two-handed sword combat, but it seemed like the right choice for the situation. He lifted the sword and delivered an explosive slash at the Arakan, landing a devastating blow. Shin realized that the explosion was likely an innate skill of a berserker. It was probably the first time Tahin had used the skill properly. Normally, the skill caused the user to lose their rationality in exchange for overwhelming power. Tahin cleaved the Arakan clean in two, and thought to himself that it would have been difficult to handle the aftermath if the weapon had shattered. Tahin felt the danger in the situation. If he hadn't released all of his power, his rationality might have been consumed. That was the second time since his awakening that it had nearly happened. He realized he had used his skill properly this time, but it was still unsettling. As he looked at Shin, he understood that Shin was no ordinary awakened. The moment his abilities were discovered, the whole world would focus on him. They stood there, looking at the dead body of the Arakan, which radiated an overwhelming amount of mana. It was nothing like any other dungeonaire boss they had encountered. Shin called out to Tahin, asking if he felt anything from the corpse. Tahin shook his head, replying that the boss wasn't dead yet, but since they had gotten rid of all the remnants, it wouldn't be able to come back to life. Shin agreed, thinking that even high-grade hunters couldn't sense the mana the way they had. Suddenly, Tahin's passive skill, mana absorption, activated. As he read the description on his screen, he discovered that he had also obtained a new skill, demonic weapon production. Tahin was curious about this new skill. He read more about it, but he couldn't even imagine what kind of demonic weapons it might produce. He didn't remember anything specific about the demonic realm, though it was something they all knew of in some way. It was a bit disappointing that there were no mana-related rewards, but he shrugged it off. It was fine. Tahin realized that, thanks to the Arakan, he had already reached half of the mana he needed, and it didn't seem like the rewards would stop there. He called Shin over, waving his hand, and told him he had something to say. Shin, curious, asked what it was. Tahin bowed deeply, and began by apologizing. Regardless of his refusal, Tahin admitted that it had been impolite of him to ask Shin to join their guild, both as a person and as a guild master. He offered his sincere apologies. Shin was taken aback by this sudden change. The leader of the party was equally shocked to see Tahin bowing to Shin, a D-ranked helper. But then again, considering Shin's earlier abilities, it was clear he wasn't just any normal person. The leader thought that Shin might actually be a hidden talent of the Overkill Guild. The boy and girl arrived, with the boy mentioning that they had searched everywhere and there were no remnants left. The girl added that she thought the Arakan must have taken all the monsters in the dungeon earlier. The boy looked impressed and remarked that the weapon was amazing. It sliced through monsters without the need for any energy. The girl agreed, saying she had never heard of a weapon maker like that before, and wondered if Shin was somehow related to the Overkill Guild. The leader motioned for them to leave and contact the association. The boy, still curious, asked if there was any particular reason they should leave so soon. The girl agreed, saying she wanted to thank Tayin and the helper first. The leader turned to them and quickly urged them to leave the area, calling it a disgusting place. The boy agreed and asked him to stop rushing them as they were leaving. The leader glanced back, thinking it was clear that the helper must be connected to the guild. It was good to leave now without attracting any unwanted attention or getting involved with the affairs of a big guild. Things would only get tiring for them. However, he couldn't help but think that, no matter the emergency situation, revealing that kind of power so easily was different from what a big guild would usually do. Such guilds tended to emphasize security and caution. Shin agreed with the leader, mentioning that even though Tahin had used the rental pay, it was strange to see him bowing his head to just anyone. Tahin then spoke up, telling them that the guild wouldn't bother Shin anymore. He wouldn't follow him around, but that didn't mean they were giving up. It was his first real opportunity, and he wanted to make a contract. He promised that Shin would like the terms. The next morning, Shin arrived at the Overkill Guild and met Min. She greeted him warmly, saying it was nice to see him again. She introduced herself as the attending secretary of the guild, and said she was in charge of the contract proceedings for the day. She handed him a document to sign. Shin thanked her, mentioning that Tahin had said he would contact him right away, but he hadn't expected it to be the next morning. Min explained that Tahin had told her to proceed with everything as quickly as possible. She had wondered what this was all about, and felt like things were getting more serious than he had anticipated. Min mentioned that the room they were in was a special reception area inside the guild, one with particularly strict security. She reassured him that if he was worried about any leaks, there was no need to be concerned. She handed him a paper, explaining that it was the contract with the conditions Tahan had discussed with him inside the dungeon. She added that while it would take some time, the contents of the contract could be changed if necessary, so he should feel comfortable sharing his thoughts. As Shin looked at the document, he realized it was exactly as Tahan had described in the dungeon, and it felt much more real seeing it organized like this. He set the paper down and told Min that there was no issue, so they could proceed. He reflected on his conversation with Tahan in the dungeon, where Tahan mentioned that he would be an unofficial supporter. Although it was just a guess, Shin now vaguely understood why Tahan had been so reluctant to join a guild. For a number of reasons, he needed to hide his true identity. If that assumption was correct, this offer could be of help. They could secretly supply him with materials he needed, top-tier ingredients, and access to the gates without the usual attention. While the contract would need to be formalized, everything would be handled discreetly. Shin couldn't help but wonder why Tahan was being so generous. Tahan responded, saying it wasn't for free. He laid out his condition. Shin would need to help him with the commissions he personally assigned. However, Tahan clarified that he wouldn't force him. If Shin didn't like the commission, he could refuse. Shin then asked, "What if I only take the support and don't help with anything?" Tahan smiled and told Shin that it was fine. The purpose of the contract, after all, is to establish a connection between you and the guild, while preventing you from joining any other guilds. Accepting the commission would simply be a token of your sincerity. As they spoke, they heard footsteps approaching, and Tahan remarked that it was just the right time. Two men entered the room. One of them introduced himself as part of the investigation team from the Hunter Association. The second man asked Tahan if he was okay. The first man stated that they needed to get going, and that he would hear Tahan's response outside before they left. Tahan turned to Shin and said that he hoped for a positive response. "If you feel burdened by any of this, you don't have to accept." Tahan added that Shin's abilities were far more valuable than anything in the contract. Shin paused for a moment, reflecting on his original plan. His goal had been to leave a strong impression on Tahan and maintain a relationship with the guild without formally joining it. In the end, though, he decided to sign the contract, asking when he would receive the support. Min smiled and pulled out a small box, explaining that Shin could start receiving the support right away. She also told him that if there was anything else he needed, he should just let her know. "This is a gift from Tahan to commemorate the signing of the contract." Min added that she had heard Tahan found something useful in the awakens room. Shin opened the box slightly before closing it again. He thanked her, placing it carefully in his bag. He then handed her a list of the support materials he needed and asked where he could receive them. Min mentioned that if it was that much, the materials would be available in about a week. However, she added, "I might be crossing a line, but I don't think those materials will be of much help to you." Shin agreed, mentioning that he wasn't planning to use them anyway. He stood up, saying he had someone else to meet and needed to leave. He made his way to another building and waited there. As he checked his phone, he noticed it was around the time she was supposed to arrive. Finally, he saw her walking toward him, Hamjia, an A-rank hunter. The scene reminded Shin of the past, back in the forest, where Jia had attacked and killed a monster with ease. It was a time after the player selection, when she was hailed as the hunter prodigy, the god archer. She approached the reception desk, excusing herself, and asked for the entrance to the training gate. She showed her card, and the lady behind the desk immediately recognized her as an A-rank hunter. The lady then asked if the C-rank training gate would be acceptable. Jia politely declined and requested the D-rank gate instead. Both the lady and a man at the desk were confused by this. The lady thought to herself that it hadn't been long since Jia was officially recognized as an A-rank awakened. Even so, Jia had very little experience, and had only entered a few gates up until that point. The man too had seen lower-ranked awakened give up on the hunter life altogether, but he had never seen an A-rank ask for such a request. For some reason, Jia seemed like she might be demoted. An awakened's rank was initially determined by the amount of mana they could absorb. When the blue energy poured out of the cracks, mana flowed into everyone's bodies, but the amount each person could absorb varied. The more mana a body could hold, the stronger the abilities they could manifest. The association began analyzing the mana levels of each individual, and those who absorbed more than a fixed amount were officially recognized as awakened. From there, they divided people into ranks based on how much mana they could hold. Once assigned, a rank was generally fixed. Even if someone was of a lower rank, they could improve their performance through dungeon raids. If recognized by the association, they could be promoted. And the opposite could happen as well. Gia finished filling out the form and handed it to the lady. The lady told her she would help with the association process and asked if Gia had a partner she was planning to enter with. Gia declined. The lady then said she would add Gia to the partner recruitment list, as the rules required at least 2 people to enter together. Since there hadn't been any requests for the D-rank training gate so far, Gia might have to wait a bit. Gia wondered if she could go in alone. The lady replied it was possible, if Gia had a license permit for soloing gates, but it didn't seem like she had registered for that. Gia would need to take a test for it, and the lady asked if she wanted to sign up. Gia declined, saying she would wait instead. The lady then mentioned that Gia's first hunter qualification renewal was coming up in a month. She had probably received the message. But to renew her qualification as an A-rank hunter, she needed either several experiences with C-rank or higher gates, or to pass the A-rank practical test. It seemed Gia would need to take the test, and she would likely get a message about it soon. The lady wished her the best of luck in passing. Gia thanked her. Gia thought to herself that even requesting a training gate was complicated. She should have just made the request online. I must have been crazy to come in person and deal with so many people. She had come with the mindset that she couldn't get demoted, but now she told herself to get a grip. It's just a D-rank gate. What happened last time wouldn't happen again. If she took her time and started over, she would be fine. The receptionist asked Gia to wait, but a request had already come through. The rank was D as expected, and since Gia was going in alone, it didn't matter. She quickly clicked agree. The scene shifted to a dungeon gate where Gia arrived, thinking, it's been a while since I wore this. It feels so awkward. As she was about to enter, a man named Shin approached her, introduced himself as the supporter, and said he hoped they would get along. Gia bowed to greet him. He apologized for being late and suggested they head inside. Gia agreed, mentioning that she would make the request. Shin thought to himself that Gia was an A-rank hunter who had first been estimated as A-rank. However, after a series of failed tests, she was one of the few awakened who had been demoted to C-rank. What intrigued him was that Gia, despite everything, had earned the title of God Archer. The reason she had received such a title was that after being chosen as a player, she had discovered her hidden talent, and Shin knew exactly what that talent was. It was a talent that could have been discovered even if Gia hadn't become a player, and Shin was determined to help her awaken it. That same day, they entered the dungeon world, where goblins were roaming through the forest. Gia hid and watched them, wondering if they had left. It was a relief to see real monsters, which made her glad she had brought equipment that could sense their mana. She then excused herself to Shin, apologizing for going alone and asking if it was okay for her to take on the monsters by herself. She promised to share all the loot and compensate him as well. Shin reassured her, saying, "Don't worry about me. If you need help, I can at least provide arrows." Gia thanked him and got into position to attack. Using her archer skill, she told herself not to be nervous, then took aim at the goblins. As one fell, the others began to charge her. Gia didn't hesitate and fired another arrow, taking down more goblins. Shin, watching, thought to himself that he hadn't seen her fight like this before. Not since she became a player. Her raw destructive power far exceeded that of an A-rank hunter, but it would be meaningless if she couldn't aim. Gia focused, thinking, one of my 3 arrows should hit its mark. With this kind of speed, I'll be able to shoot at least 4 more, so I'll end it with just 2 shots. Then, Gia noticed a goblin playing a bugle, and soon a swarm of goblins surrounded her. She froze, wondering where she should shoot and what she should do next. As the goblins behind her prepared to attack, Shin summoned giant swords to form a protective barrier around her. He approached her, saying, "I need your help." Gia was shocked and asked, "Wasn't he D-rank?" He nodded and explained that he couldn't last long on his own, which was why he needed her assistance. Gia was unsure what to do, but Shin moved toward the monsters, hiding behind the bushes, and told her, "Use all your remaining power to shoot an arrow." Even though she had no idea what he was planning, Gia agreed with determination. She aimed and fired a deadly shot in the direction Shin had indicated. "Did I shoot it?" she wondered. "What should I do now?" Shin smiled and told her, "You've opened the path. Now, it's time to run." Gia was taken aback, but without hesitation, they both started running. They both reached a cave near the mountain. Then, Gia wondered if they were really safe. Looking around, she questioned whether they had truly escaped, or if they were just hiding from the goblins. She realized that the goblins seemed to have stopped following them, but so much had happened that she couldn't trust her instincts. Still, she couldn't understand why Shin was so calm, but it didn't matter. They needed to get out of there quickly. Jia mentioned that she would end things for the day and was going to give Shin all the compensation. However, Shin told her they couldn't leave yet. Since the goblins were on high alert, they would remain in the area for a while, making it too dangerous for them to leave just yet. He also thought they might have dropped the rescue player they were provided with while running, so they had no choice but to wait until the goblins left. Jia was shocked and asked, "When will we be able to leave?" Shin replied that it could take half a day, but depending on the situation, it might take longer. Jia was already stunned by the thought of waiting half a day. Shin considered it a lie. He thought the goblins would leave in about 30 minutes. They weren't monsters with that much coordination after all. The real issue was something else. The king of the stretch. Jia, in her current state, seemed like she would believe anything he said. But the problem now was getting her to go into the cave with him. He wasn't sure if she would agree to it and wondered if there was any other option. Jia apologized, saying it was all her fault. She regretted not fighting the goblins properly, and for insisting on going out alone in the first place. She apologized again, feeling like she would cause trouble once more. She couldn't believe she had ended up in such a situation in a D-ranked dungeon, thinking someone like her shouldn't have even entered one. Seeing her worried, Shin snapped in front of her, telling her that if she was so sorry, she should just fulfill one of his requests. Jia wondered what he meant. He suggested they talk inside since they had plenty of time. Once inside the cave, Jia wondered if Shin really needed her help. While she had been an A-rank hunter, she didn't have much experience in dungeons and couldn't even fully understand what he was trying to say. She realized it was about an elite monster. Shin replied, reminding her that she had mentioned earlier it was her first time in a training gate, so it made sense she wouldn't know. The formation wasn't widely known. There wasn't just a boss monster in the dungeon. There was also a monster ranked below the boss, known as an elite. The cave was the habitat of this elite monster. Up until then, Shin had been refused by others, and couldn't even fight it. Jia was the first person to accept him as a supporter into her party. Seeing her reaction, Shin wondered if his request had been too awkward. Jia agreed to help if he was fine with it. She thought it was the right thing to do, especially since he had helped her escape from a dangerous situation. She understood how painful it was to be unable to join a party, and wanted to repay him for that. As Jia was thinking about helping Shin, the mana detection machine suddenly beeped. The elite monster had arrived. Jia quickly told Shin to get back. She reasoned that even though it was an elite monster, it was still from a D-ranked dungeon, so if she could just land one hit, they would be able to take it down. Jia fired an arrow at the elite, but the monster blocked it with its weapon. She was shocked. How had it blocked her shot? She had mistaken the situation and realized she needed to attack with all her power. The monster rushed toward her, but Jia froze in that moment. Shin pulled her back, causing them both to fall, and the monster's attack missed. Jia was worried about Shin's safety. Her mind flashed to the past where others had once criticized her. A girl had rudely confronted Jia, saying she couldn't even shoot arrows properly. She blamed Jia for nearly causing her death and demanded compensation. Jia tried to apologize, but the girl didn't want to hear it. The girl interrupted, saying Jia's apologies were pointless and just excuses. She claimed that just because Jia had been appraised as an A rank didn't mean the world owed her anything. Then, she told Jia to wait and promised to show her who she was really talking to. Now Jia, searching for another party after being expelled, had been rejected by multiple groups, even though she was an A-rank hunter. They were gossiping about Jia, calling her a failed A-rank hunter. One person mentioned that she had almost killed her party members in a dungeon. Another said they heard that Jia couldn't even kill a weak monster, which was why she was being rejected from even D-ranked parties. They wondered what had happened to her talent, questioning if she was going to be like this forever. Jia stopped listening, feeling the weight of their words. Birds, she thought to herself. Maybe she should just quit being a hunter after all. Because of her, even Shin was getting caught up in trouble. The elite monster wasn't attacking her directly. Instead, it sent its sword to block her attacks, telling her that fighting wasn't really its thing. Jia was surprised to see Shin stepping in. He calmly told her that he knew it wouldn't make sense, but asked her to listen carefully. If she could calm down and follow his instructions, they would win. He thought to himself that he had set the stage, and in such an urgent situation, there was no problem activating it. All he needed to do now was buy some time. He told Jia to look carefully at the monster, and if she did, she would be able to see something. Then, she needed to fire at that spot with all her power. Jia stood up, sensing something shift. It felt as though every fiber of her being was bristling. It was uncomfortable, but she pushed through, getting into position to attack. She could now clearly see where to strike. She knew this was her one chance and decided to put everything into a single arrow. With determination, she fired at the elite monster. Shin watched as the arrow hit, and the monster was blasted away. He realized it had worked. The conditions had been met. It seemed like it activated for no reason, but he knew it was all worth it. There was a huge hole in the monster's chest, and it finally collapsed. Shin mentioned that it would feel unfamiliar, and the sensation she was experiencing seemed to intensify throughout her body. The method he used was a bit extreme, but to awaken her, he had to trigger that feeling. Gia couldn't help but wonder who he really was, and why it felt like he had predicted everything that happened. She started questioning what awakening truly meant. He told her not to rush, assuring her they had plenty of time, but she insisted, demanding he stop changing the subject and just give her a straight answer. Just as she was about to say more, she fainted. Shin carried her on his back, commenting that making allies was tough, but at least he had managed to sort out that one thing. They made their way out of the cave, and when she came to, she told him she didn't understand why she had acted that way. It felt like she hadn't even been herself, and she couldn't believe she'd been so rude to someone who had saved her twice. She apologized for doubting him and for fainting. He reassured her that it was fine. No one was hurt. All the monsters were defeated, and she just needed to pull herself together. But tears welled in her eyes as she agreed. He then asked if she could hand him the necklace he had given her earlier, before they entered the cave. She stood up to give it to him, and when he saw its color had changed, he realized she had used it. He reminded her that it was the mycuic sensation, something they could only obtain in an A-ranked dungeon like Harpy's Refuge. The ability of that item was to enhance the senses when specific conditions were met. The ability would activate automatically, rapidly heightening the user's senses beyond normal human limits, allowing them to tap into transcendental perception. The tricky part, however, was meeting those conditions. The user's emotions had to be pushed to the extreme, and for someone with Gia's personality, the most effective trigger was extreme fear. He explained that he had deliberately created a situation where she would feel terrified. It was going to be tough, but as long as he succeeded, he would be able to awaken her, even at a cost. There were very few items like that on the market, and he had given up on using them. But to think that Tahin could acquire one in less than 2 days, that was only possible because Shin had made everything fall into place so easily. However, he knew this was just the beginning. Gia had only experienced the awakening through the item. She needed more practice to reach the level she would have been at in her prime. He told her that her first task was to create a situation where she could focus solely on the monsters. To do that, she needed to change her arrow first. Since she was already strong, it should be fine for her to switch from a short bow to a long bow, allowing her to shoot from farther away. That way, she would naturally interact less with the monsters, and situations where she'd get scared, like that day, would happen less often. There were a few other things she needed to work on as well. She thanked him for all the advice, leaving him slightly confused by her words. She explained that she was grateful for everything, even the pendant. She had thought she was going to die without being able to do anything, but when she held that pendant, she felt something shift. It was like everything around her stopped, and she sensed a strange connection. She could see clearly where to aim, as if a target had been engraved onto the monster. To be honest, even though she was an A rank in name, she didn't feel any better than a D rank in terms of personality and skills. No matter how hard she tried to change, she only grew more disappointed in herself. But lately, it felt like she had grown so much in such a short time, just by knowing him. She began to realize she was more capable than she thought. For the first time, she felt excited about herself, and in a rare moment, she talked at length. Just as she was about to say more, he told her that it would be tough to do it alone. He gave her his number so she could reach out if she ever needed him. She smiled, happily accepting, and promised to share her number too. But just as she was about to, he received an urgent message from Tan and decided to contact him once they were out. The scene shifted to the Hunter Association headquarters, where Tahin was on the phone with Shin. After thanking him, Tahin said he'd contact Shin again after the briefing. He agreed to help Shin if he could, then mentioned that the item Shin had given him last time had been incredibly useful. Shin, now already out of the training area and parting ways with Gia, expressed relief that the item had helped and thanked Tahin for agreeing to assist him before ending the call. While Tahin waited, Min entered the room, informing him that the association president had sent word. They could move out now. As they left, Min wondered about the unusual situation. Normally, the president would send an official document, but today, he was summoning Tahin personally. Commissions sent through official channels were always tough, so if the president was calling him in directly, It might mean an S-rank gate had appeared again. Tahin reassured her that it was fine, especially since Shin had agreed to help as well. He said if he fought like he had before, there wouldn't be any danger. He felt it had been the right decision to build a connection with Shin. Min noted that Tahin seemed in a much better mood after the Arakan dungeon raid. She guessed it had something to do with that mysterious maker. He had been acting differently ever since, and she couldn't help but wonder about the unlimited support he'd mentioned. She also found it shocking that the guildmaster would offer such generous conditions, even though Tahin was no longer in the berserker class, which usually made it hard to control emotions. Yet, he was more calculated and cool-headed than anyone. Min couldn't help but wonder if Shin was more capable than she initially thought. But then again, there was no way a D rank could create a weapon that would satisfy someone like Tahin. Since Tahin didn't bring up Shin often, Min decided she would need to look into it herself. They arrived in front of a meeting room, where a man greeted Tahin, asking if he had come alone. Tahin wondered if someone else was supposed to be with him. The man replied that, from what he'd heard, 2 guildmasters were supposed to attend. But since Tahin had come alone, he could head inside first. Tahin then asked if the man knew who the other guildmaster was. The man said the other guildmaster had just arrived. A voice called out to Tahin, asking if it was really him, and mentioning how active Tahin had been lately. Tahin and Min turned around, immediately recognizing the person, who clearly pissed him off. The man smirked. I hadn't thought it would be enough just to see you here. The other guildmaster was Kim Mihyuk, and he had come to take a jab at Tahin, wondering who he was and whether he was the guildmaster. Tahin thought to himself that Kim was incredibly annoying. Kim stepped closer, saying that Tahin's guild was capable, but he needed to correct himself. It wasn't the Overkill guild that was the problem, but rather the guild master himself. Tahin told Kim he wasn't free enough to entertain his ridiculous provocations. Kim shrugged, saying that Tahin must be busy purposely choosing and touring low-ranked dungeons, probably wanting some sort of fame from rookies in low-ranked gates. Min was seething with anger at Kim's words about Tahin. Kim continued, explaining that while there had been some coincidental cases where they entered rank-error dungeons, their goal had always been to raid, not rescue. They had gone in on their own terms. Just as Min was about to argue back, Tu stopped her and told the man at the door to open it. He explained that they were there to meet the president. The man agreed, opening the door and mentioning to the president that the 2 guildmasters had arrived. The president responded that he could hear them coming and that those 2 were as troublesome as ever. They entered to speak with the president, while Min, who wasn't part of the conversation, stayed outside. She sat down on the floor, and a man handed her a cup of tea. She thanked him for it. Inside, President Han Cheolman told Tahin and Kim that Heaven had urgently requested both of them 3 days ago, after a strange head appeared and disappeared in the suburbs. Tahin wondered if it was a rank error dungeon. Cheolman only shook his head, denying it. There hadn't been enough confirmation, and it wasn't even possible to measure the mana of the gate. Kim was shocked to hear that. Tahin thought it was strange that a gate had appeared that couldn't even be measured normally. The rank of a gate was determined in 2 ways. First, a special measuring instrument was used to assess the mana of the gate itself, since, generally, the final calculated rank would match the rank of the monsters inside. The second method was by combining reports from the scouts sent by the association. Cheolman continued, explaining that rank-error dungeons happened when a gate's mana increased rapidly. But this situation was different since no measurements had even been made yet. Tahin then asked if Cheolman had sent scouts to investigate. Cheolman mentioned that they had sent scouts 5 times, but none had returned. Kim pointed out that Cheolman didn't know the rank of the gate and had no information to share. He hadn't even informed Kim about it right away. It seemed like Cheolman wasn't just trying to shift the blame. They couldn't know how long the gate, with its unknown rank, would stay open. And in that situation, if left unchecked, it wouldn't be surprising if monsters eventually broke through. There had been cases like that before, and every time it had been hell to deal with. Just as Cheolman was about to continue, he was interrupted by Tahin, who pointed out that it was shameless. But as they said, this was an emergency. Cheolman insisted that he wouldn't take no for an answer, and needed both guilds to work together to raid the unconfirmed gate. He had originally planned to send the Hunu guild as well, but due to their sudden foreign dispatch, they couldn't join. This was serious enough to involve all 3 of the big guilds, and the deadline was in 2 days. He promised to prepare support funds and reward money to the best of his ability. If they needed anything else, the association would do its best to provide. Tahin thought for a moment, and then asked if they had to create a team based only on guild members. Cheolman replied that it didn't matter, but since the gate's existence could cause chaos and panic among the public, They would only allow a small number of verified individuals. Tahin agreed with that. The scene shifted to the Shunua Guild, where Kim rushed in and threw his coat aside. The others welcomed him, and he ordered them to create a team using only guild members with ranks A or higher. He wanted them to choose who could depart in 2 days. Kim couldn't help but think that Tahin must have a trick up his sleeve. He didn't like the smile Tahin had been wearing. Kim saw Tahin as an annoying person and was determined to use this opportunity to put him in his place. He then demanded they bring Kang Yurin onto the team. One of the women pointed out that Kang wasn't affiliated with their guild, and with her personality, she'd probably reject the offer. Kim snapped, asking who didn't already know that, and insisted they bring her by any means necessary. He wanted to see her in front of him, and if they failed, he warned them to be prepared to never work in that field again. The two were shocked, but agreed to his orders. Kim thought it was actually better that Kang wasn't affiliated with any guild right now. He planned to scout her properly, and use the opportunity to show Tahin that even among the big guilds, there were different levels of strength. The scene shifted again. 2 days later, in front of the mysterious gate, Tahin was there with Shin, a man and a girl. The girl asked what time it was, noticing the others still weren't there. The man replied that there were 5 minutes left, and the Shinwa Guild was always punctual, arriving right on time. The girl muttered that that was why she didn't like them. No manners. She joked that if they ever did learn some, she might shoot a hole in their heads. Just then, the man, who was the vice guild master, called her by name, Sun Jae, and gave her a light smack on the head, warning her to watch her words. She remarked that he was really brutishly strong, to which he glared at her. Without warning, he started chasing her, and she quickly ran off. Shin told Tahin that his guild members really had a great relationship. Tahin replied that even though they might look like that, they were incredibly reliable during battle. He then thanked Shin again for coming, admitting he'd thought Shin would turn him down. Shin explained that he'd already mentioned using the item Tahin gave him, so he felt honored to help. He also pointed out another reason. 5 days ago, a system window had appeared with a hidden quest that only a small number of players received. The selection for the quest hadn't even started yet, but he was already chosen. There was no reason for him to decline. He went on, saying that although the quest had extreme difficulty, clearing it would reward players with incredible rewards, and some people even awakened new abilities. Tahin thought it would be tied to that dungeon. Tahin apologized on behalf of Kim, knowing the man's rudeness was inevitable. Kim and his team arrived, surprised that they were so early. He apologized, saying he had a lot of work, but it seemed like the Overkill Guild had plenty of time. He teased that they must be spending all their time on low-ranking gates. No wonder they had so much free time. The Vice Guild Master of Overkill told Shin to ignore Kim and not give him any ammo. As she was about to respond, he shut her down, repeating, "Just ignore him." He reminded everyone that the rivalry between the guilds was still as bad as ever. It wasn't just an emotional battle anymore. It was all over the mass media, the constant debates about which guild was stronger. Kim looked at Shin and laughed, wondering if Shin was Tahin's hidden card. He acted like he had something up his sleeve, but it seemed like it was just him. Kim then mocked Shin's clothes, asking if he was on a trip. He was going too far. Raiding a dungeon was no joke, and it seemed like Shin just wanted to get carried. A girl stepped in and told Kim to stop getting mad. They had a new member, Kang, who had overheard and asked if they hadn't said they had no time to waste. She didn't think they had time to argue, so they should hurry up and go. Sun was shocked to see Kang and wondered about the lineup of their party. She recognized Kang as the strongest element master in Korea, someone who could use all 6 elements and an S-rank sorcerer. Then, of course, there were Kim and Taehin, an all-star lineup. She thought the raid would be a piece of cake, and that she'd gladly let them carry her. Shin, however, felt it wasn't going to be so easy. The dungeon they were about to raid was the same one from his last life. Of the 8 party members who had gone in that time, only Tahin had survived. And barely, using his trump skill afterward. The gate had suddenly disappeared, becoming an unprecedented case where 7 high-rank awakened were declared missing. The association had worked hard to censor all the information, so there was almost nothing left about the dungeon. Shin couldn't guarantee they'd defeat it this time. They entered, and Kim attacked a doll, killing it easily. He chuckled, calling it so easy. Shin was left wondering why it seemed so simple. As they were heading back to the gate, Shin mentioned how cool the place was. The Vice Guild leader told him to lower his voice. Suddenly they noticed the gate was closed. The Vice Guild leader of the Overkill Guild tried to open it but failed. He suggested they break it open with force. Shin said, "You want me to break it too?" A few of them attacked the door, but it didn't even budge. Kim told everyone to step aside as he would handle it. Just then, two of the Torah maids came in to attack, but Kim struck them back. Wondering what those things were and how they managed to get in his way, one of the girls commented on Kim's skill. Kim replied that it was no big deal and asked why he would waste his skill on something so trivial. She then noticed that the monsters were resurrecting. Kim explained that they had a resurrection ability, and that they would need to be at a certain level to even stand a chance against him. He created two giant hands to strike them all at once. The others were fighting the monsters too. Shin and Kang were standing quietly, and Shin asked why she wasn't fighting. She asked the same of him. He explained that he was a support-based production class. She said there wasn't really a reason, she just didn't feel like putting in effort for a party like this. She had been a little excited at first, thinking she would be working with the strongest person in Korea, but now it seemed like all show with no substance. They couldn't even kill one monster. Had she known it would be like this, she would have declined the invitation. Shin felt something strange about the polluted mana from the monsters. It didn't seem normal. He wondered if it was like they were tied together by threads. All of the mana seemed connected to an object, and he thought maybe they just needed to break it. He also wondered if he had any reason to show off his skills to them, but it should be fine if he could just use his rental powers. Kang used her ability to make something small appear from the ground. Shin asked if she had enough mana to deal with the bugs and why she didn't send it over there. She replied that she had mentioned it earlier and that she only kills what she wants to. As she destroyed a bug, Shin thought it might be worth checking and then teased her, saying she must be afraid of bugs. She snapped at him, telling him to stop talking to her because it was annoying. He apologized, saying he wasn't meddling, but pointed out that there might be a bug monster nearby. Kim was attacking the monsters as well, but they kept getting back up. He wondered why his attacks weren't working. Tahin was also fighting them, and then suddenly, everything stopped. Kim wondered what had happened and realized he was finally warmed up, though it felt like small fires were starting to burn out. In the end, the object controlling the monsters was destroyed, and Shin, absorbing its mana, realized it was the source of the resurrection ability. If he hadn't been able to see the polluted mana, he wouldn't have been able to figure it out. Shin wondered if this was the reason they had failed to raid it in his last life. Tahin told the Vice Guild Master that the lobby was basically empty, and they didn't know for sure what was going on, so they should research the entire first floor. The Vice Guild Master agreed, saying he would take the lead and everyone should follow him. They rushed ahead and ran into a group of the same monsters. Kim shoved the Vice Guild Master aside, saying he would go first. He attacked the monsters, and Sung wondered if the mana they were gathering was coming from the object inside itself. Shin pointed to his spot and told her to shoot there. She got confused, asking if that would break the controller. Shin told the others what was happening, and in a second the situation was cleared. There wasn't much to it. Shin thought to himself how quickly they had cleared the first floor, moving through the rooms so fast. Then they reached the stairs, and Taehin said that since they had finished the first floor, it was time to head to the second one. Kim called him a bastard, and told him not to act like a leader since he already knew what was going on. Taehin told his people to follow him, but as they walked, Kim thought Taehin was ignoring them. He was determined to crush Taehin's pride too. Suddenly, Kim felt pain and realized he had pushed himself too hard just fighting. He then said they should go, and the girls suggested they go together. Shin felt something was bothering him from Taehin's words. Nothing seemed wrong, but he needed to check the room himself. So he entered alone and saw some man ahead of him on the second floor. They were attacked with strong power, and Kim said he didn't have time to use his skills. The others were surrounded, and were doing their best to protect themselves. Taehin asked if everyone was fine, and thought of the invisible monster, sensing it was of a high rank. The Vice Guild Master said he was fine, and Sung added that she was okay too, but she couldn't see Shin. Taehin was shocked to hear this. As he looked around, he realized he hadn't noticed Shin and wondered what had happened to him. He called out Shin's name loudly. Meanwhile, Shin, still in that strange room alone, thought the battle outside was going badly. He had finished absorbing the mana and knew he needed to rejoin the group quickly. But as he turned, the door was already closed, and he wondered if there were any enemies inside. Then he saw a girl appear from behind the door, holding a small doll in her hand. Shin had wondered what a young girl was doing in the dungeon. She called out to him, asking if he was the hunter, and then told him to just follow her as she turned to leave. He called out, asking her to wait, and how she knew he was a hunter. She replied that the lady downstairs had told her a hunter would come to save her later, and that they should leave together when that happened. Since Shin had made it all the way here, she figured he must be the hunter the lady had talked about. Shin wondered about that lady. They both headed downstairs, and the girl asked him if he didn't know her. She thought it was strange but was sure he was the hunter the lady had mentioned. Then the girl called out to the lady, saying it was time to get it together because the person she talked about had arrived. As Shin looked at her, he thought it seemed like she had suffered some mental damage from something. He excused her, saying he had been sent by the Hunter Association. When she heard that, she immediately got up, asking if he was really sent by them. He confirmed and mentioned that it must be a tough situation for her, but he wanted to understand what happened. She got on her knees, visibly relieved, and thanked him. She then explained that she was the 4th scout sent into the dungeon. Since the first 3 scouts didn't return, she was ordered to investigate and search for them. However, as soon as she entered the dungeon, dolls from all directions started charging at her. She was taken aback and tried to leave through the gate, but for some reason, the door was closed, and the wooden top was blocked, trapping her inside. Shin thought they were in the same situation, and asked if she knew what had happened to the other scouts. She nodded and explained that she had called out their names to check from the entrance, but something felt off. They seemed unconscious. Suddenly, the others tried to attack her, so she ran and ended up meeting the girl who had helped her a lot. She said the lady had played with her too much. Shin asked for the girl's name, and she replied that she was Elizabeth, but preferred to be called Beth. He suggested they leave together for now since staying there alone would be dangerous. She replied that the outside was even more dangerous on the 2nd floor. They kept battling the invisible monsters. Shin felt the enemy's stealth was slowly wearing off, and wondered if they were human-type monsters. Just then, a card fell, and Shin noticed the face on it. It was similar to the one on the missing scout poster he had received from the association president. Sung also mentioned that the enemy's faces seemed familiar. When Shin saw the card, he told everyone not to attack. Those were the missing scouts. He thought that stealth was a skill that couldn't be used again for a few minutes after its duration ended, and it carried the risk of greatly reducing movement speed. Right now, it would be difficult to knock them out easily. Suddenly, he heard Kim shouting excitedly, thinking the monsters were finally learning how to use stealth. But then he realized they were just the scouts, as their speed slowed down. Kim said he would kill them with one punch. He attacked, and Sung even shot at him, aiming for his nose. This only made Kim angrier. Kim had gone insane, pointing out that those weren't monsters but people they needed to save. There might be a way to bring them back to normal. Kim wondered what that way was, but as he felt the killing intent from the others, he realized there were only 2 choices: kill or be killed. No matter who it was, anyone showing hostility toward him would die, and these scouts were no exception. The unconscious scouts got up to attack Kim, and he warned Sung that if she tried to block him again, she would be the first to die. Sung, furious at his words, was about to act when Shin stepped in between them, telling Kim to stop and hoping he would listen. Kim told him that everyone was blind to their own causes, and he would show Shin how blind he truly was. At that moment, a girl stepped forward to protect Shin. Kim coldly said it wasn't a request, but a deal. He would pass over the raid's rewards and funding to the Shinhwa Guild. With those conditions, he thought it was enough to consider it. An attack came at Kim, but he blocked it with his hand armor, saying it was just a warning. He added that if Shin pissed him off even slightly, he would kill him immediately. Shin thanked him for the warning and thought he had gained a bit of time. Sung apologized to Shin for what she had done, and he told her to take responsibility later. For now, they needed to focus on the current situation and figure out how to save the others. Meanwhile, Beth asked Shin if he had seen the dolls outside as well. Some of them were extremely scary, and she didn't know exactly how, but they were all wrapped up in purple threads. The dolls wouldn't die unless those threads were removed. They would just keep attacking endlessly. The threads were so sturdy that it was hard to break them. She asked if he also thought it was scary. Shin then asked if the dolls would return to their normal form once the threads were removed, and if it was possible to turn his colleagues back to normal. Beth replied that she had heard they needed to stop the device attached to the dolls' bodies once the threads were gone, but if they tried to forcefully remove the threads, the body would collapse. She wasn't sure if that would help though. Shin thought it was a tough question, but she had answered it so friendly and clearly that he was reminded of another question. On the 2nd floor, they realized that 30 seconds after stealth was released, they would all be dead. Sunan worried and asked Kang if she could help by blocking their movements with ice or something. Kang warned her not to cross the line, as the situation was already frustrating her. The countdown continued, and then Kim used his power, getting riled up. He jumped to strike, but was stopped, and realized his skill had been nullified. The pain from earlier was starting to return. Someone told Shin that he had stopped his abilities at the perfect time. Shin, with Beth, said they were almost unable to save them, so it was time to leave it to him from now on. Tahin asked where Shin had gone so suddenly. Shin replied that he needed to check something, but it wasn't a big deal, so there was no need to worry. Tahin said it was a relief that nothing had happened, but since they were in a dungeon, he asked Shin not to do anything unexpected. They looked back, and Shin told Tahin that the scouts were starting to use stealth again. Tahin moved ahead, telling Shin to stay back. The enemies passed by them, and Tahin realized they were targeting Shin, so he warned him to be careful. Shin thought that it was thanks to the polluted mana threads that he could see their shapes. Tahin blocked an attack to protect Shin. Shin said he could see the weak points on the dolls and would mark them, targeting precisely to avoid damaging the main body. Tahin agreed, wondering if Shin was talking about those blue shards. As Shin pointed out the targets, Tahin attacked and successfully took one down. He fought at work and realized they could really target them like that. Shin mentioned that the circular device in the center was the weak point and told Tahin to aim there. As they attacked, the dolls began to break down. Tahin wondered why they were suddenly breaking now when they hadn't earlier. After defeating them, Tahin asked Shin if he had found anything on the first floor when he checked earlier. Shin explained that there wasn't anything special, but he had been investigating the dungeon on his own when he happened to meet a surviving scout. The scout's condition wasn't great, so she hadn't come up with them, but Shin was able to hear about the situation from her, and also discovered the scout's weak point. Tahin then asked about the child. Shin mentioned that Beth had helped him find the scout, and it seemed her parents were trapped in the dungeon. When Kim looked at Beth, he said something seemed suspicious. Shin asked him what exactly seemed suspicious. Kim wondered if he had said something wrong and logically questioned how there could be a normal girl involved. The gate was a closely guarded secret, and although it might seem like it had been neglected, the association had been monitoring it every second. There was no way anyone could have gotten in. Tahin mentioned he understood Kim's thoughts, but it wasn't wise to jump to conclusions so quickly. Kim snapped, saying they were just fixated on finding faults in what he said. He added that they would have kept wandering around because he had been taking it easy on them. Kim wondered if he should just kill all the guild members while he had the chance. Tahin told Kim he wasn't one for pointless fights, but he felt it was necessary to give Kim a lesson in maintaining harmony during raids. Their eyes all turned a violet hue, and Sung said Kim was acting like he was above them, so it was time to set things straight using this opportunity. The girl on Kim's side wondered why Sung was acting like he was above them. Instead of saying useless things, why didn't she stop Tahin? What would she do if Tahin ended up getting killed? Shin wondered who the girl thought was going to die, and if she really believed Tahin would lose. The girl agreed, saying it would be Tahin, and told Sung to hurry and stop him. Kim was getting angry, wondering if Sung could even carry her guildmaster out of there once he was unconscious. Tahin was also getting furious. Both of them were charged up with their powers, challenging each other. Shin felt something and wondered what was going on with the situation, and why their emotions were escalating. Beth had an aura around her and said all she did was push their emotions a little, but they were fighting like crazy, which was pathetic. She thanked Shin for helping her easily use the brainwashing skill on them and mentioned that she needed to get close without raising suspicion. Shin realized he had originally thought of her as a childlike monster. He wondered when he started seeing her as a normal child. Had he been brainwashed since the first time they met? He realized it was too late, and that he needed to stop it before everyone got brainwashed. As he tried to move forward, the threads held him back, and he became worried. It wasn't just him, everyone else seemed to be affected too. He wondered if this was how everyone was getting brainwashed, thinking that she would use the corrupted mana to manipulate not only the physical body but also the mind. And yet, he hadn't caught on to her lies. Suddenly, his passive skill, mana absorption, activated, and he realized she had chosen the wrong opponent as he absorbed their mana. Kim wondered what was happening. Beth realized that Shin knew how to absorb corrupted mana, and she found it amusing. Shin shouted at them, telling them that Beth was from the academy, and they needed to attack her. Beth called out to her parents and they both appeared. She told them that these people were bullying her and asked for punishment. Kim prepared to attack, saying he would kill them all in one blow. Beth told Shin it was time for him to show off. Kim launched an attack, causing damage to the area. Tahin asked him what he was doing. Kim was now under Beth's control, and the thread was working its way inside him. Beth was pleased with the results. Shin wondered if the corrupted mana he had sensed from Kim's hand earlier was because of this. Beth said that Lewis liked to hide behind those who were shy, so no one noticed. She found it fun that in this situation, they had to face their teammates as enemies. With their teammate now turned into a doll, she wondered what would happen next. Tahin got ready to attack Kim, saying he would quickly apprehend him, and asked the others to assist him. The others agreed. And just as they were about to move in, Kim created a barrier around himself. Shin wondered what it was. A girl explained that it was a skill Kim activated whenever he felt his life was in danger. The barrier was impenetrable and couldn't be interfered with for a set amount of time, and once it was active, it would stay up for several hours. Beth said that with one person already unable to fight, she only needed to deal with the three of them and end it quickly. Shin could tell just from the energy he felt from them that these dolls were different from the others he would encounter. Each one felt like a tough dungeon boss, and ignoring the two guards to pass through would be way too dangerous. It would be safer to face them head-on, even if it didn't feel great. It might just be a gut feeling, but something about them seemed off, like they weren't just typical control-type dolls. Tahan asked to take on the female doll while he would handle the male one. The plan was to focus their firepower on them and end things quickly. Sung was on board with this. As the male doll charged toward Tahan, Tahan was ready with his flare sword. Shin watched the boy working with an ice piece and some mana threads, wondering if it was a skill that could turn enemies into dolls and control them. Was there a bug in the system interfering with Kim's impenetrable shield? Shin suspected this ability had something to do with turning hunters into dolls, but no matter how much he thought about it, something didn't add up. The transformation Kim had gone through had been instant, even after he absorbed all the polluted mana from everyone. So before he used his mana absorption, when everyone, himself included, was tied up in the polluted mana threads, Beth had the chance to turn them into dolls, but she didn't do it. While the other members were fighting, Shin kept thinking, if Beth was just playing with them, why would she reveal herself? Not only did she lead him to the lost scout, but she also taught him the weak points of those who had turned into dolls. After gaining his trust, she quickly showed her true colors, making everything meaningless. No matter how much he thought about it, something felt off. These weren't the actions of someone who enjoyed internal conflict. It was almost as if she was being forced to fight. Kim managed to land a hit on Tahan, and Shin noted his incredible durability. But with the weapon Shin had made for Tahan, he could channel his power into it and maintain control, making it ready to explode. Shin kept thinking it was unfortunate, but at least they had the weapon for situations like this. Then Sung called out to the Vice Guild Master, saying it was enough and that it should be soft enough now. She fired an enhanced bullet, creating a massive hole in the chest of the doll, but it was still alive. Tahan, fighting Kim, realized things were trickier than he expected. What surprised him most was that there were no variables other than simple physical attacks. He found there was only one left to worry about. While he was concerned about mental-type attacks, he knew that as a berserker, he could resist them to some extent. He then told everyone to stay paired unless there were other orders. They needed to watch out for mental attacks and stay in their current positions. Beth called out to her parents, telling them that everyone had been destroyed. As Tahan rushed to attack her, she smirked and said it was perfect timing. Tahan landed a hit, causing her small doll to fall from her hand. Sung was pleased with Tahan's move and asked if everyone had seen it, reassuring them that their worries were for nothing. Ken commented that Beth had acted like something big was going to happen, but in the end, it was all so boring. Shin thought that it would be best if everything ended there, realizing his assumptions had been wrong. Tahan, however, looked at Beth's corpse and reflected that even if she was a monster, seeing the body of a young child wasn't a pleasant sight. Just as he was about to order a retreat, the four of them froze, not from magic or mental attacks, but because they felt something they would never experience before, an overwhelming presence. Shin immediately recognized it and muttered that, as expected, the hidden boss. The system screen displayed the main and additional goals, along with their rewards. Beth appeared in her true form as a vampire, thanking them. She explained that she had been waiting for people who could destroy her parents, and instead of that, they betrayed her. Now, they would live eternally with her power. Beth was furious. She called them ungrateful rat bastards for abandoning her in that useless body, and now she finally felt alive. How long had it been? She hated every second of it, spending all that time in such a weak form. Kang snapped at Sung and the Vice Guild Master, telling them not to just stand there like idiots and to prepare for what was coming. Kang realized that while Tahan was talented, facing a monster like Beth alone was impossible. Beth smiled and told Tahan that he was being cute, but called him a rat bastard. The three of them were confused by her words. Beth then said, "Let's see, shall we?" and added that she would enjoy a meal for the first time in a while before using essence drain. The group began coughing up blood. Kang thought to himself that high-ranked undead were skilled at absorption-type magic, but from that distance, with this many people, she could suppress them without needing to activate any conditions or prepare in advance. Just how much of a monster was Beth, really? Tahan activated his flares, and Beth commented that he was strong. Strong enough that even in their current state it could have been a problem for her. If they had been able to use all their power, the results might have been different, but that wasn't going to happen. She crushed something in her hand and attacked Tahin. Shin couldn't help but wonder, what percentage of a threat did he think they were facing? Tahin asked Shin what he meant by that. Shin explained that the Berserker's explosions had a limited output. Tahin couldn't keep using 100% of his power all the time, because his body and rationality wouldn't hold up. He had heard that Tahin adjusted the explosion's output based on the situation, but since he was still new to using the explosion skill, he wasn't completely sure how to manage it. When Tahin fought Irachan last time, Shin believed the output he used was no more than half at his maximum, and since then, Tahin had probably been using even less than that. Tahin admitted that even so, his strongest sword still broke, and in his current state, he wasn't sure if he could reach a level of output he would never attempt to before, but he would buy some time. Shin remarked that he wanted to monopolize Tahin's abilities, but he knew that was a ridiculous request. Tahin suddenly felt a strange energy and wondered if it was mana. Shin continued, saying it felt like he would be tied to Tahin from now on, so he thought it would be best if they kept pushing each other to grow and develop. Using his demonic weapon production skill, Shin had saved 100 units of polluted mana and was searching for a suitable weapon from the demonic realm. Finally, the production was complete, and the demonic Leviathan weapon appeared in front of Tahin. Shin urged him to take it and show what he was capable of. Tahin felt something was different about the sword. If it had been any other sword, he would have grabbed it easily, especially with all the special abilities it probably had. But this one felt strange, despite knowing that Shin had made it. Tahin gripped the sword tightly, feeling the power around it. You could tell it was infused with polluted mana, and based on the energy, it must have had a flame attribute ability. It seemed incredibly powerful. Beth commented on the polluted mana and the flame's energy, noting how strong it was. But unfortunately for them, she used blood magic to activate her bloodbath territory. As the blood began to seep onto Shin's shoes, he quickly realized it was a wide area skill, and wondered if the ability had an absorption and shutout effect. Beth mused that while the strength of the absorption wasn't as strong as earlier, it was still a versatile skill. She told Shin that his mana management and basic metabolism would slowly be paralyzed, and everything, down to his bones, muscles, nerves, and veins, would melt away over time. The pain wouldn't be as intense, but it would still take its toll. Tahin kept moving toward her, and Beth thought to herself that he was still moving perfectly fine even after activating his kill-off technique. But honestly, he wasn't perfectly fine. The movements of Tahin's body weren't controlled by his own will or consciousness. They were driven by the sword's power. The strength he was displaying now felt much stronger than before. Beth thought to herself that this would be more fun, especially when she destroyed the dolls on her end. Tahin rushed forward, ready to attack, while Beth used blood magic to launch a thirsty hand attack. As the attack was about to land, Tahin countered with a flare from his sword, destroying it. Beth was confused, wondering what that power was. It was at least double the strength of what she had seen earlier, maybe even more. Shin, equally astonished, watched as Tahin slashed at Beth. She spat out blood, realizing he had been holding back his output up until that point. The system screen then notified Shin that the main goal had been completed, and the raid was a success with the defeat of the hidden boss. Shin received a reward box, hoping it would contain an item to help with mana recovery or capacity. Then, the Leviathan's sword disappeared. Shin read the description and wondered about the search method. Was the weapon search totally random, or was there some standard for it? Tahin returned to normal, his body trembling as he wondered what had just happened. Shin told him not to overthink it and just stay put. Even if Tahin tried to get up, he wasn't in any condition to walk. Maybe if you were fully fine, but you've already taken a significant amount of damage. Outputting that level of power, Shin was surprised that Tahin had been so reckless with his energy and suggested they rest for a while, since it didn't seem like anyone's life was at risk. Tahin reached Beth, who was still able to speak, and she congratulated Shin. Shin thought it didn't seem fatal, so whether the raid was considered a success when she was still alive was questionable. He then asked about her connection to the dungeon and the dolls, pointing out that the polluted mana control and the dolls clearly came from her. Yet despite that, she didn't seem to have control over them. They moved to protect her as if she were their property. Beth agreed, explaining that the dolls had to protect her because she was their precious power source, the one who helped maintain them. She then shared a story from long ago, saying that on a whim, she had indulged the dolls in a way she normally wouldn't have. She had saved the life of a wraith that was about to fall into the water, which would have been an odd story if it had ended there. But the dolls, being a bit strange themselves, couldn't just let their savior go. They invited her to stay with them. It was the first time a human had done something like that, and she ended up trapped in that situation. Beth wasn't sure when the turning point had come, but when she regained her senses, she realized she wasn't a guest anymore. She was a family member. For a short time she had been so happy, but eventually, she realized the truth. They hadn't accepted her as a family member out of kindness. It was her fault for getting trapped like a doll and giving them the chance to betray and control her in the first place. That was evidence that she had become emotionally soft and weak, which was exactly how they had trapped her in that girl's body, sealing most of her ability, so she could only supply the necessary polluted mana to protect them. Shin wondered, protect them from what? Beth replied that she wasn't sure, but she asked if he had looked outside since entering the estate. The view was fascinating, an endlessly stretching, vast desert. No matter which direction he went, there wouldn't be an end. It wasn't a natural desert, but a barrier in artificial space, created to protect the estate. She believed her mother had used her power to create it, to protect them from the monsters across the fissure. Judging from Shin's reaction, she guessed that his world had a fissure as well, and that's how he ended up here. She felt like their worlds had gone through similar things. Fissures appearing in the sky, humans awakening to mana, and one by one the gates opening, and from those gates came monsters, much worse than a vampire like her. Shin approached her and asked how her world had handled the calamity caused by the gates, and how many years had passed since the first fissure. She replied that the calamity was inevitable. Unfortunately, she didn't witness it firsthand. After being trapped in that body, she spent dark years unable to move. During that time, her world fell, and the estate became isolated. She had only recently regained the ability to move, and since that moment, the system window had appeared before her eyes. Shin understood that she was referring to the system window, and realized she was a player too. Noticing the confusion on his face, Beth acknowledged that he probably had a lot of questions. She apologized, admitting that she didn't think she would be able to answer them all. Then, as her body started to break down, she mentioned that death wasn't so bad after all. Shin thought her body was collapsing, but the system window notified him that the demonic cycle of control could be used. He opened it, gave a small smile, and did something to her neck. She asked what he was doing, and he replied that it wasn't just a coincidence. I could say it wasn't necessary to use it until now, but personally, I was curious. The system then announced, upon successful equipping, the relevant monster will be held from their critical condition and become a subordinate familiar to the player who equipped the item. Shin mentioned that while he would see many players with familiars, this was a first for him, having a player as a familiar. Finally, the contract was complete, and the screen showed that she had been registered as his familiar. He mentioned that while he didn't expect her to take on a different form, it was still a surprise that she turned into a cat instead of a bat. Even her necklace had transformed to match the change. She shifted back into her human form, telling him not to make her fall in love with him, and accusing him of using her as a familiar. She said it was more than just humiliating. It was painful. He wondered if she could even maintain her human form for long, but it seemed unlikely. Still, she had no right to refuse this humiliation. The screen flashed a message explaining that if corrupted mana, or any mana, was supplied, the lock on the familiar abilities could be temporarily disabled. He found it strange that a familiar couldn't even do something as simple as transform. He wasn't sure what to make of her, or what he could use her for, but now they were stuck together. As she changed back into her cat form, he picked her up. She asked him to let her go, but he teased her, wondering if she could still communicate in this form. The conversation drifted from their earlier topic, but he was curious. Had she truly been betrayed by those people? She seemed confused, asking what he meant, but he reminded her that she had already told him everything. He told her not to repeat it again. He understood now. He got up, but continued, saying that something still wasn't adding up. She explained that they had stolen her power for their own survival, but she wondered if living like that even had any meaning. He didn't fully understand what had happened, but her family didn't seem very impressive. He wasn't even sure if they had any real rationality or just egos. Rather than being living creatures, they were more like dolls programmed to move in a set pattern. Beth told him there was nothing they could do about it. The mentality of humans was meant to evolve to fit their physical bodies. They had ended up this way because they had forcibly used corrupted mana, causing their egos and rationality to wither away. She then asked if he expected her to feel sympathy for those people. He denied that, adding that if it were him, or most humans, they wouldn't choose to continue living like that. Shin then thought about the father doll, wondering if he had moved bodies. Beth asked what he was getting at. If it weren't him, she said, he wouldn't have chosen to continue a life like that. So what was the point of saying something like that? Shin used his power to create a purple orb, calling Beth to him. She flew over, thinking how even a simple command like that had a compulsion behind it. As they got close to the orb, Shin told her that she might not be aware of it, but the orb was known as an essential crystal. It was usually used for black magic-affiliated spells, and could store a part of her own mana and soul within it. Those people must have taken her power and stuffed it into the doll, bringing their source into it. They might not have had enough power, but they were clearly quite technically skilled. Beth wondered what he meant, and he asked if there wasn't another way. They then appeared in the house where the family was talking around the dining table. The lady said she had seen thousands of different visions over the past few days, but the results were always the same. The conclusion was that something was happening between two different worlds. In the last few years, that frequency would continue to increase uncontrollably. Even if they postponed it as long as they could, it would be too late to properly prepare for what was coming. Beth thought that this wasn't the present reality, but must have been a vision based on memories. She wondered if those were the father's memories. The father then asked about the method and the different dimension hypothesis she was researching. He said if that was the case, at least their family might survive. The mother mentioned that if they received Beth's help, they could at least separate the land around their estate. But the real problems would come after that. If their world collapsed, the estate would be trapped in the space between two dimensions, floating aimlessly until someone from another world discovered them. It could take hundreds or even thousands of years, and in the meantime, it would just be waiting for a slow death. The father was clearly worried, and the boy was adamantly refusing to use Beth. The mother wondered what he was talking about. He mentioned that, as she had said, they could only survive for a few more years, but Beth was different from them. Couldn't they at least save her? The reason their family was still alive was all thanks to her actions on that day. If it was a fate they couldn't escape, he thought at least one member of their family should survive. But there was no way she would cooperate with them. They had all tied her with a thread. She was wondering why they had done that to her when she had trusted them all. They felt deeply sorry for her, and summoned crystals into their hands. The boy spoke up, wondering if, after transferring their consciousness into the doll's body, it would still retain their human minds. The father replied that yes, it would. For a while, maybe even a few decades or 100 years, but eventually, their human consciousness would slowly fade away. After about 200 years, they probably wouldn't even remember who they were. They would still be the dolls they had to be. Even though their dimension was isolated, they didn't know what kind of dangerous variables might appear. And when that time came, they would protect Beth from those dangers. The father didn't know how long it would take, but they would do everything they could until someone from another world came to take her and save her. Shin had consumed 50 corrupted mana, and then he saw that Beth was crying. He wondered why they hadn't told her about it earlier. Shin told her that if they had, they all would have met their end together. It was a ruin they couldn't avoid. She would have chosen to face it with them. He told her not to sit around and to get moving. They didn't have much time. The system window flashed, indicating that the freed abilities for Beth would last only about 2 minutes. Shin told her that this wasn't even a complete recovery. To think that 50 corrupted mana only gave her 3 minutes. He wasn't going to waste that expensive price for her to keep crying like this. He thought it was her role to conclude things. At the very least, these were the ones who had stayed as dolls all this time, protecting her. The conclusion was that she should help them find peace. Beth stood up, telling him that she couldn't do something like that. How could she? He told her not to be so pathetic. Even if their destruction and deaths were inevitable, they could have organized everything and chosen to live their final moments in happiness. But those people chose not to do that. They trapped themselves, sealing themselves into a life sentence without an end. Just for her. It wasn't for her or for him. But she should at least do something for the devotion of her family. It was the least she could do. She didn't understand the meaning behind her family's actions, but then she used her power. The system screen showed that the additional goal had been achieved. Shin had discovered the truth about himself. Finally, the dungeon raid was completed, and they were taken out by others, as they were all severely injured. Shin was walking on his own, and mentioned that he felt like he had been in there longer than expected. He couldn't say that in front of Beth, who was still in cat form. He then asked her what she thought of it compared to her world. She decided there was no comparison. Even the mana she could feel was so weak. But she knew she didn't have the right to choose. No matter what kind of place it was, she would do her best to live. That was her obligation. The scene shifts to Kang's house at night. She muttered about why she couldn't give up drinking, finding it so annoying. Then, she sent someone and asked what a rat was doing there. Was he there to ruin things? Until the end, the boy, turning on the light, replied that she had called him a rat, which was rude. He said he was just waiting for his colleague, having a glass of wine. Exhausted from longing, he figured she could understand that much. She used her power, telling him it was enough of his nonsense, and demanded to know why he was there. "Do you want to pay for the bottle?" he opened. Even his life wouldn't be enough. He slammed the table, frustrated, and said she was being so mean. He wasn't there for personal reasons. He had heard that she had gone to an unconfirmed dungeon, and as she knew, he was quite interested in those. So he had come to hear about how fun it was. After she told him everything, he understood that she hadn't seen anything at all. It surprised him that the tall and proud queen would black out so pathetically in the middle of a raid. She told him to shut up. The situation had gotten so weird. Even if she had been unconscious, she had confirmed the results with her own eyes. She saw Tahin finish the boss with just 2 swings of the sword that Shin had given him, and even considering a berserker's explosion, it was an unprecedented amount of power. The boy agreed, mentioning that the S ranks were different, and so far, it was definitely worth hunting. But Kang wasn't so sure. While all of it was memorable, she thought they should focus on the supporter. She believed the boy was just a D-ranked small fry, that he could only make weapons, but that weapon had endured the full power of Shin. And if they wielded a sword, the man interrupted her, saying that if she knew how to make a sturdy sword, it would be really useful. In fact, it might even be worth carrying around. But in the end, the tool was just a tool. If there was no one to grab the hilt and use it, it was useless on its own. He was about to leave, commenting that the ability of those at both ends of the sword and the purity of the fight were what truly mattered. Everything else, he said, was simply impure. She replied that if he hunted Tahin, that impurity might be the main reason for his failure. He agreed, saying that a D-rank supporter the queen was obsessed with was interesting. While it wasn't to the extent of Tahin, he was curious about her. He planned to meet her later, and by then he might have killed both Tahin and that impurity. The scene shifted a few days later to Shin's room. He was lying on the bed, thinking that he had slept for a few days in a row, but his condition still wasn't recovering. Rather than the demonic weapon production, he thought it was more likely because of Beth's absorption skill. He asked her if there was a way to get rid of the side effects of her skill. However, when he looked around, he realized she wasn't in the room. He wondered where she had gone. After a moment of thinking, he figured it would be fine. After all, she was his familiar, so he could force her to be summoned. She would know that, and she had to be curious about the new world. As long as she wasn't doing anything weird, he would be fine with it. Then, he noticed the mischievous treasure chest, and thought to himself that he never expected to see one in real life. He wondered if it was a random reward, something frequently mentioned by players. Everything that came out of the box was randomized, and it wasn't just handed to anyone. The objects the chest bestowed were limited to things the owner of the chest needed. The problem, though, was that the function was a bit off. Like a sword that was sharp and firm but missing a screw. It could only be used to attack, not to block. Or like a shield that could absorb any impact without recoil, but would also randomly reflect that impact onto someone else. And despite its extreme weaknesses, what made it so wicked was that it wasn't an unusual item. There were many cases where people tried to use equipment matching the conditions somehow, and still ended up seeing blood. If there was one item he needed right now, it was something with the ability to recover mana, or increase the total amount. He wondered what type of item would come out and whether it would have any weaknesses. Finally, he opened the chest, and a blue light glowed inside his room. He found a ring called Trader's Gluttony, which allowed the wearer to use the skill Mana Drain. He was confused, and in the system screen popped up, explaining that the function depended on the amount of favorability the target had toward the wearer. Frustrated, he threw the ring aside. At that moment, Beth entered the room. Shin thought that the drain ability itself wasn't bad. It was kind of overpowered. But the condition was favorability, and the name of the item was ominous. Beth mentioned she didn't know why he was angry, but it felt like he had a guest outside, referring to someone as an idiot who had come by. Shin looked out from his apartment and saw Kim getting out of a car. He wondered what was up with the state of this neighborhood. What kind of place was Tahin letting his supporter, Shin, live in? Even though Tahin acted like he was being so generous, he was really just a terrible person. Shin thought that Kim might be right. Kim looked at the apartment building, thinking that it seemed a bit too much for him to scout a supporter on his own. But Shin was valuable enough to make it worth the effort. Even without Tahin's report, Kim could feel the situation unfolding for himself. Back then, Shin had done something for Tahin, and the energy that came from him was powerful enough to break through the barrier, reaching Kim for a brief moment. Kim didn't understand why Shin was only at D rank, but he was certain Shin had the potential to be at least A rank. That meant Tahin didn't hire Shin for nothing. As Kim thought about it, he figured if Shin wasn't entirely loyal to Tahin, he would try to approach him. Shin came down to meet him and asked how Kim had found his apartment. No matter how he thought about it, there was no way Kim could have found his address legally. Kim, not bothered by the question, responded, "What really matters isn't how I found it, but how you received it." Normally, in situations like this, most people would be impressed, thinking that the best guild wanted them so badly. He waved his hand towards Shin, adding, "You must have been pretty impressed to come out and meet me in person." Shin stepped past him, saying that he didn't come to meet Kim, and apologized for it. He explained that it was just the renewal date for his helper job certificate. Kim mentioned the things Tahin was giving Shin, promising to give him triple the amount. He knew that after what happened last time, he probably looked like a fool to Shin. But to those with ability, Kim would treat them well. He would give them the best treatment, something no one else could match. Shin replied that he was surprised Kim was self-aware to that extent, but it wouldn't change his response. "I'd give the same answer I gave to Tahin. There's nothing you can offer me." Kim got pissed off, as he had received the same kind of reply from Kang. He asked if she thought he and his guild were idiots. Angered, he clenched his fists and said that he would show both Shin and Kang what he could offer. He would make it so they would both end up begging him for the job. Kim left, thinking that he would reconsider this before the Hunter Association's accessibility was kind of a mess. Most hunters drove their own cars, which made sense in a way. He bumped into a man and quickly apologized, but the man just walked off without saying anything. Shin felt like his condition still hadn't fully recovered as he was walking. A person approached him directly. He tried to recognize the face but couldn't. He wondered if Dojun Hun was still alive.
The scene shifts to a dungeon entrance where a man with a giant hammer tells his party head, "If everything's good with our preparation, it's time to head inside." He reminds them that from C-ranked dungeons and above, even high-ranked hunters can get seriously hurt, or even die from a mistake. So everyone's probably aware of the risks, but when it comes to safety, we can never be too careful. A girl nervously admits this is her first time attempting a C-rank dungeon or higher. Shin, the helper, wonders if that's true, then reassures her that their tank is a veteran. If we follow his lead, we shouldn't run into too much trouble, though he knows it's not really the helper's job to give out assurances like that. They start heading forward, and a man named Yoon Dojin, hiding his face under a hood, thinks to himself, "I'm a D-rank supporter within macro crafting. It's been 2 years since I started hunting, but I've only had about a year of practical experience." He remembers his first year with the Don Guild, led by Hong Do-yoon. Dojan recalls a conversation he had with Do-yoon during a meal, where Do-yoon mentioned a D-rank gate. Dojan had asked why Do-yoon was interested in such a simple gate when, with his experience and the guild's resources, he should be aiming for something higher, like a C-rank. Do-yoon had explained that although it was a D-rank gate, its size and the amount of resources it held made it worthwhile. In dungeons like that, the profits are huge compared to the manpower required, which is why large guilds usually take them on. Dojan comments that D-rank dungeons seem so cheap, especially when big guilds are already rolling in riches. To them, a D-rank dungeon is probably just pocket change. But he points out that things are different for newer guilds like theirs. Even if we only get half of what we expect, there's still a lot we can do with it. I could upgrade my hardworking guild members' equipment and train them in exclusive facilities instead of sharing space with other guilds. There wouldn't be much left after that, but it's enough to build up the guild. Doyan then tells Dojan, "Be patient. The whole world will know the name of Don Guild soon enough." Dojan remembers another day when he received an unbelievable call from the association. He meets a man who informs him that Doyan was actually a B-rank hunter, even recognized as a veteran, so it didn't make sense that he'd die in a dungeon like that. The man explains that the dungeon Doyun entered wasn't ordinary. "I don't know what you're aware of, but it was an unconfirmed dungeon. Post-investigation results showed it was a place with an extremely high level of danger." Dojan is stunned. At that moment, he starts to feel Doyun's death wasn't just an accident. "I'll look into the gate through an official auction," he says. He didn't know if others were aware, but he knew Doyan wasn't the type to lie to him. The man then asks if Doyan had said anything beforehand. Dojin wonders if someone manipulated the gate bidding. Something feels off. But he denies it, telling the man, that would be beyond simple common sense. The man informs Dojin that Doyun's body will be transferred in 2 days once the investigation is complete. He hesitates before adding, it's fortunate we recovered his remains, thanks to one survivor. Because of him, we collected all the bodies easily. Dojin wonders who this survivor is. The man admits he doesn't know the full story, but says the survivor was just lucky. Pushing these thoughts aside, Dojin refocuses as the team arrives at the dungeon. The leader calls out, let's get started and enter the gate. We'll finish this raid without serious injuries, if possible. As they enter, Dojin can't help but think, all the guild's veterans, including Doyun, a B-rank hunter, died. So how did Shin, a rookie D-rank supporter, survive? It doesn't make sense. No matter how you look at it, it's all tied to Doyun's death. No matter what it takes, Dojin is determined to uncover the truth. Later, a man approaches the gate, but guards stop him. Only raid participants are allowed in. The man claims he's part of a party and must have gotten the wrong time. He shows his permit and asks them to check. As the guard verifies, the man mutters, these crazy people would show up at all hours if they weren't connected to the raid. The guard confirms approval, and the man says, what a relief. What was that? The guard asks. Just that I'm relieved I can get in, the man replies. Under his breath he adds, if I couldn't, you'd all be dead. He wonders about Dojin inside the dungeon, thinking, it'll be interesting to see what kind of abilities my hero candidate has. Inside the dungeon, the party has just defeated the Hate Duke monster. The team leader says, we finally took it down ourselves. But Dojin senses something's off. There's no way this was a C-rank dungeon. In fact, I'm sure it's a high-level B rank. If they'd kept their abilities hidden until the end, it could have been deadly. The leader thanks the dealer, saying, I never thought such a talented person would be with us. Dojin denies it. Even though the dealer helped, it was only about half of what was needed. He recalls the battle. While the leader fell back, Dojin had stood his ground, facing the monster head-on. If I'd brought my usual equipment, it would have been much easier. Shin comments, looks like you need new weapons. I'll make you a pair. Then he asks, will you forget about your abilities once we leave? Dojin tries to shake off his thoughts. The strength, cutting power, and weight of the weapons were all far superior to his usual gear. Who materializes high-level weapons this easily? Is Shin really just a D-rank supporter? Dojin calls out, Shin, who are you really? Shin replies, I should be the one asking. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. But Dojin already knows his name. Removing his mask, he rephrases, do you know Doyun, my older brother, and the guild master of Don Guild, which you were part of a year ago? Shin seems confused. Dojin continues, I don't care about your identity. What I want to know is everything that happened to my brother a year ago, and your connection to it. Before he can say more, an attack is launched at him. Dojin quickly draws his twin swords, wondering if a monster remains. But instead, a man steps forward. An unexpected turn of events, the man says. Even though your best days are ahead, I didn't think anyone could deflect my attack. To think someone like you is still alive, and I've already killed the others. Dojin tenses. He hadn't even noticed the man's presence. This strength, is he a berserker? He's definitely a few steps above me. No need to be scared, Dojin says. Just relax. The man smirks. I heard there was a D-rank supporter mixed in, but it turns out to be Impurity Boy Shin. Shin frowns. What do you mean by that? A shame, the man continues. I'd hoped you'd put up more of a fight, but that doesn't mean I'll let you live. Dojin realizes he knows Shin too. The man swings his giant sword. Let's see if you have something to offer. The hunt's more fun if you do. Dojin braces. The force behind the strike is overwhelming. I can't clash head-on more than once or twice. If I'm hit, it's over. I have to dodge and find an opening. As he rushes in, the man taunts, seems like Shin the bastard is useless. Shin protests. You're wrong. The man scoffs, until Shin and Beth both shout, it's actually 3 against 1. The system window shows that since Shin didn't have the sab-polluted mana, his stamina and mana would be drastically drained instead. Beth will also be forced out in 10 seconds. Shin, injured and in critical condition, thinks about what he's gained in exchange for the damage. Just a brief summon, but even so, It's enough time to put an end to this fierce fight. The man attacks them, but Beth uses her fog skill to make it difficult for him to see clearly. The man mutters that it's unfortunate, but pure physical strength-based attacks aren't scary at all. He also notes that while Dojin seems similar to Shin, there's a noticeable difference in their levels. He's sure that Dojin's weapon plays a big part in that. Beth then says, "Looks like it's time to say goodbye." Seizing the moment, Dojin rushes into an attack. The man tries to dodge, but in the end, his arm is cut off. As Beth begins to fade away, she comments, "It's not bad at all, though the ending was a bit sloppy." Dojin thinks to himself that while killing the man might be too difficult, he could at least manage to seriously injure him. There's a huge gap in their basic skills, but in this state, Dojin is certain he has a real chance. Dojin tells the man, "If you want to live, you should just drop your weapon and surrender." He adds that, considering the sins the man has committed, the outcome will likely be the same either way. The man drops his weapon and gets up. While Dojin initially thinks it's a clear act of surrender, he instantly senses that the man has something else in mind. As the man prepares to use his power, Shin realizes it's the corrupted mana. Dojin quickly rushes to attack, but the man smirks and says, "Let's see each other later," before disappearing. Dojin sees the magic circle forming and understands it's a teleportation circle. Shin comments that it's a relief. It's just a simple escape item. If it had been an attack or debuff type spell, Dojin wouldn't have made it out in one piece. Looking at Shin, Dojin asks him what happened with Don Guild and Doyun. Shin promises to explain everything, saying Dojin has the right to know. Later that evening, Dojin and Shin watch as the association's personnel remove all the bodies of the party members. Dojin mentions that it doesn't sit right with him. Those people were murdered by that man. If they both have to lie and claim that the monsters inside the dungeon killed them, Shin replies that they didn't have any other choice. According to the security personnel, they believe the party had 7 members. A few minutes after they entered, someone with an access card showed up late and entered the gate. Dojin couldn't understand how it was possible, so Shin explains that it was, even though it seems unbelievable. He mentions that the certificate they used was good enough to fool the security personnel. It might have even been a real access pass. As Shin had said earlier, a year ago, an unconfirmed dungeon was openly bid on in an auction as a certified one. He didn't know what their goal was, but he was certain that it wasn't something a small group could pull off. If the association caught wind of it, any organization involved would be wiped out in an instant. Shin speculates that the person behind this must be a big player, someone who's important enough that even if they get caught, it won't matter. Dojin probably already understands the basics, but Shin emphasizes that they're not just dealing with ordinary bad guys. This was why they had gone so far as to manipulate the guild members' families, even including Dojin's own. Shin adds that some people might have trouble accepting the reality of it all. Dojin realizes that if they report this officially to the association, those people could end up getting hurt. Shin nods, confirming that's exactly what he meant. After processing everything, Dojin decides to ask one more thing, Shin's ability. He knows it doesn't make sense for him to be a D-rank maker, so why was Shin hiding his true power? Shin replies that if he goes into too much detail, it will take too long. But up until a year ago, his abilities were pretty much useless. He could only make a sword, and even that was so bad it was embarrassing to be called a D rank. However, during the unconfirmed dungeon incident a year ago, he awakened a new ability while on the brink of death. Thanks to that power, he was the only one to survive. He admits it sounds unrealistic, and even if he were in Dojin's position, he wouldn't believe it either. But when the main culprit and the truth behind it all come to light, Shin plans to reveal everything to the world, and their families. He acknowledges that it doesn't justify hiding the truth for so long, and for that, he apologizes to Dojin. He assures him that he will find the people responsible for the deaths as quickly as possible. Dojin, though, wonders what Shin will do when he finds them. He then turns to Shin, telling him not to act like it's only his problem. Excluding the fact that Shin wasn't the culprit, there isn't a single answer that Dojin could accept right now. Dojin was no different from Shin. Even though he saw the truth with his own eyes, he still has to keep quiet about it for those who have the right to know. But he will never stop until he makes the people who killed his brother pay. Dojan says he will catch them no matter what, and until then, he's in Shin's hands. From that moment on, they can only count on each other. Scene shift. An abandoned old factory. The man arrives after teleporting and declares, "I will surely kill them," though he's not sure who he's even saying it to. The lady standing there responds, saying that the man only realized his defeat after he ran away. She wonders if that's really how pathetic he is. "It would have been better if you had returned after being killed, or at least if you were alive in a hopeless state. Then I could have used you as a sacrifice." She walks over to him, continuing, "There's no need to act like a dog in the rain. That person was still expecting a lot from you." She then makes something appear in front of him, and the man wonders what it is. The object was small, with a mouth and eyes. The lady tells him, "Don't refuse, just eat it. It will become your new arm." The man, skeptical, asks if she's messing with him. "Do you really think I would just eat such a strange, unknown thing?" She understands his hesitation, noting that they don't exactly have a trusting relationship. But being picky about this is only possible if you have the circumstances to back it up. Even though it's not your primary weapon, I'm unsure if you could overcome this situation with effort alone. The man picks up the thing, muttering that if something happens to him, she calmly states, "Then you're free to do whatever you want." As he eats it, he screams loudly in pain. After a while, the lady watches and comments that they actually match better than she expected. She teases him, saying it might take all night to fully take shape, but this was just the first form. For now, he gains a new arm, and she tells him that if he uses it after some time, it will naturally transform into a more suitable form. "If you don't like it, you can tell me any time. The thing is like my child, so I can do whatever I want with it." Furious, he seethes about Dojan and Shin, vowing to kill them both. He also seethes with anger about the person who cut off his hand.
The scene shifts to the airport, where a bunch of cameramen and reporters were gathered. A girl sitting with Dojan comments that it looks like a celebrity was arriving, given the number of photographers and journalists. Dojan responds that it's not a celebrity but actually a hunter. He then asks if she's heard of the Kim W Guild, one of the 3 biggest guilds in South Korea. The girl replies that she's heard of it but wonders why they're coming through the airport since it's a guild from their own country. Dojan mentions that he's been reading some articles and, apparently, there was a special invitation from the United Kingdom, suggesting they must have dealt with a really tough and dangerous gate. A reporter calls out Wu Haiyan's name and asks how she felt after successfully completing the City at Dia raid. Someone else chimes in, mentioning that Haiyan received a huge success payment from the British government. Another reporter asks if she thinks the top 3 guilds in South Korea could compete internationally. Haiyan's assistant steps in and says they won't be giving any interviews at the moment, but will respond with an official press release later. As they leave, the lady first expresses her admiration for Haiyan, saying she cleared her schedule until the next day. She mentions that Haiyan has a group interview with the representatives of the Sangwa Guild at 11 a.m. The lady also mentions that 2 days ago, there was a sighting of the executor. When Hien asks where, the lady explains it happened at an A-rank error dungeon in Bayon. According to witness statements and the testimony of the barricade member in charge, someone showed up later than the others, and their appearance matched the existing reports of the executor. The association also confirmed that there were 2 survivors. One was a B-rank assassin, and the other was a D-rank supporter. Hien is surprised that a D-rank supporter had survived, and wonders if the B-rank assassin's abilities were especially extraordinary. The lady says she doesn't know, but mentions that both survivors later testified that the deaths of their party members were just accidents that happened during a hunt. Hien thinks there could be several possible explanations. They might be on the same side as the executor, or maybe they were threatened in some way to keep them alive. She knows she needs to meet with both of them because she's curious about what they might reveal. Meanwhile, Shin is in his room, thinking that he didn't expect to find anything. And as expected, there was no record of that man among the great sword users in the Hunter Association's records. First off, Shin knew the man wasn't a well-known hunter, and on top of that, he often changed his appearance. What Shin could be sure of right now was that the man was connected to the strange incidents happening at the error dungeons. Furthermore, the existence of these error dungeons might even be the work of the organization the man belonged to. Shin also considers the case of the estate where Beth had been, and wonders if they could have wiped out all the participating hunters, including Tahin. Based on the abilities and potential of the people there, they could have all risen to become heroes in the future. If they had been wiped out, it would have been a huge loss for the world. The fact that they weren't just stopping at forging dungeon ranks and were sending assassins separately suggests that the organization might be planning operations outside of dungeons as well. This means the real danger might be lurking outside the dungeons too. Just then, he gets a call. The person on the other end asks if they've contacted Shin. After the call, he goes to a restaurant that evening to meet Kang. She comments that she expected a Thai, given the place, and wonders if maybe she had expected too much. Shin replies that he's never been to a place like this before, nor had he ever thought about coming to one. The more time passes, the more distrustful he becomes of society. Shin doesn't think his address or phone number is anywhere in the publicly accessible association database. Kang wonders about his address and asks if Kim came to visit him. It's obvious what happened. Kim probably came looking for Shin wearing that greasy smile and with his usual unfounded confidence. But Kang reassures Shin, telling him not to worry. She says she isn't here to tell him anything hard to hear. She just invited him out because she had a personal interest in him. She even asks if he hadn't come because he was interested or had business with her. Then she invites him to sit, saying she'll pay for the drinks. Shin replies that it isn't the kind of conversation he can enjoy over a drink. If she doesn't have anything specific to say, then he'll just stick to his business. Kang admits she can't remember the end of the last dungeon because she fainted. That's why she asks him how he defeated the monster. Because even Tyne, given his Kandidi on at the time, had no chance. Shin replies that she should be asking Tahin, not him. After all, he's a D-ranked supporter with no combat ability. In that situation, where everyone else was unconscious, there was no way he could have understood what was happening. All he did was use his remaining energy to create a sword, and he didn't know anything else. Kang says that's fine, but Shin is left wondering what she really wants to say to him. She mentions that although it sounds absurd, it's actually quite amusing. A crazy person with a great sword is going around hunting hunters, and the likely next target would be Kang. Shin replies that if his predictions are correct, the fact that she entered an A-rank error dungeon means she's already a target. Among all of them, she's the only hunter not affiliated with any guild. Kang picks up where he left off, saying they'd probably go after her first, since she doesn't have the protection of any organization. It sounds plausible, but she wonders if he's forgetting something important. She points out that it isn't just her. There's a D-ranked supporter like him who also isn't part of any guild and is much weaker in combat ability. If what Shin said is true, then isn't he the one in a more dangerous situation? She asks what he thinks about that, and offers to protect him if he wants. Shin replies that he's already told her everything he needs to, so he's leaving. He adds that she should take what he said seriously, because her life is on the line. As he leaves, Kang calls someone, telling them that Shin has left, so she's asking them to do their best since this is an opportunity they've been given, even if it means going into debt. She ends the call and wonders what will happen next. As Shin walks alone, his power activates, and the same man he encountered in the dungeon appears, wondering if he should say they've met after such a long time. The man doesn't care about anything else, but he has to acknowledge Shin's guts. Only a few days have passed since their last encounter, yet here Shin is, walking alone at night. Was he really that thoughtless and foolish? The man sneers, thinking that whether Shin runs away or screams, it'll all be pointless. He's sure Shin hasn't noticed him, but Shin is already trapped. The one who set it up was incredibly talented. With the barrier in place, no one would know what's going on inside. And until either Shin or the man dies, not even an ant could leave. Shin shrugs, mentioning that it isn't bad. The barrier only blocks entry, but it's based on a principle that creates a virtual space mimicking reality. He briefly forgets about the corrupted mana and feels uneasy, realizing he can't sense any presence. He wonders if the man has killed everyone living there. It's a real relief, though. His organization has a level of discernment, too. The man is curious about what Shin means. Shin, however, replies that he expected something like this to happen, and that he thought they'd come after him. It might even happen tonight. The man scoffs, calling Shin the perfect target, and mocking him for being just a supporter who can't do anything on his own. Before Shin can respond, the man interrupts, attacking with his sword and telling him to keep babbling while acting so carefree. The attack lands, creating a cloud of smoke. But when the smoke clears, the man is shocked to see Shin has created a sword to block the blow. The man thinks to himself that this wasn't a half-hearted strike like last time. Any other fighter would have been dead immediately. Shin calmly responds, saying that it's the first time in a year he's been able to fight one-on-one without worrying about witnesses. As for being a supporter who can't do anything on his own, well, the man isn't entirely wrong. Shin then attacks using the grid world and challenges the man to try and keep up. Hyen was in the car when it suddenly stopped. She realized she couldn't see the sign indicating a gate, but she could feel a corrupted mana. As a saint, a class considered mid to upper tier among support classes, she typically used general mana as well as distinct divine power. Divine power was considered the opposite of corrupted mana, so while some classes might not detect corrupted mana visually, they could still sense it. Her assistant asked if they should report it to the association, since the corrupted mana had appeared right in the middle of a residential area. Hyen suggested they wait for 30 minutes. If she hadn't returned by then, they could contact the association as planned. She gathered her power, grabbed her weapon, and headed off. Her assistant felt like the area was an empty wall, but Hyen seemed to sense something. Then, to his shock, he watched as she passed through the gate. Not only had she crossed, but now he couldn't feel her presence at all. He hoped nothing bad would happen inside. Shin released his sword, preparing to attack. The man barely dodged, his anger flaring as he yelled at Shin, saying tricks like that wouldn't work on him. Then, he noticed a grenade land near him. A KM-38 mana grenade, a high-powered weapon used by the army to deal with large monsters. The blast hit the man directly. The lady watching from a distance was impressed that Shin had even made the Empress bow her head. Still, she considered him a troublesome opponent. There was nothing extraordinary about the weapons he materialized. They were just strong, sharp blades. However, since they only demonstrated special abilities when wielded by their creator, they seemed designed for physical durability. What truly amazed her was Shin's skill. He wasn't just throwing weapons. His precision in speed, angle, power, and timing was so refined that even an experienced executive like her struggled to keep up. Moreover, he materialized firearms, deploying them at the perfect moments. His application and combat skills were on another level. To use weapons this effectively, he must have real battle experience, like a seasoned veteran. She wondered if a monster like him had been hiding all this time. After firing at the man, Shin considered how mana bullets weren't very effective against monsters above C rank, but against humans. That was a different story. Human strength and toughness were on a whole other level, especially if attacked from behind in a defenseless state. He didn't want to imagine such a situation, but it wasn't like he'd experience it himself. He wondered if the man was ready to give up. Still furious, the man called Shin a bastard. Shin replied casually, saying he'd only asked out of politeness, then launched a barrage of swords. After the blast, the fog cleared, revealing the man had grown a new arm to protect himself. The lady watching sighed and activated her power, muttering that she had no choice. She hadn't wanted to get involved, but with her colleague in danger, she had to help. If she'd known it would come to this, she would have dealt with it earlier. The man admitted he might have been too greedy. She told him to do his best, and with that, his hand transformed into a weapon. Shin gripped his sword, realizing all of this happened because the man's right arm, which should have been cut off, was now fine. The corrupted mana had caused this unexpected change. Shin attacked again, but the man easily cut down his sword with his hand and struck back. Shin barely blocked with a barrier. The lady remarked that materializing strong weapons wasn't enough. Shin needed a countermeasure. Then, Shin remembered the gift Min had given him on behalf of Tahin as part of his guild contract, the Bloodstone of Irachen. It contained the final cries of the monster Irachen, allowing him to temporarily take on the class and abilities of whoever had slain it. His skill level and aptitude would match theirs for 1 minute, but once the time ended, he'd lose 99% of his stamina. Shin exhaled, never expecting to use it on himself. As the man charged, Shin activated the stone. For a brief moment, he possessed the same tier, rank, and aptitude as Tahin. He blocked the attack with a giant sword, feeling the overwhelming power of a fighter class. Then, the second round began. Shin struck with an explosive blow. The lady was shocked when she saw the item and realized it was the one secret she had been able to guess. It was the temporary class change from an item related to the Bloodstone affiliation, and the physical strength and energy he had were only temporarily granted by that item. But that weapon, how was it that she could sense corrupted mana from it? She couldn't believe he had received power from that person. And how could an ordinary hunter use corrupted mana? She thought back to the Beth Estate raid when Shin had no corrupted mana left. But somehow, even a small amount of corrupted mana in the Bloodstone wasn't missed by Shin's mana absorption. The system windows showed that the mana absorption skill had been activated, and he had obtained 100 corrupted mana. Then, the demonic weapon creation process kicked in, searching the demonic realm for a suitable weapon. Finally, a sword named Fragarak was forged. Shin quickly attacked with the sword, forcing his opponent back. As the enemy regained his balance and stood up, Shin rushed in again and unleashed a powerful blow. The lady felt something was off. Even though his class had changed, she couldn't ignore his strange skills and movement proficiency. It almost seemed as though he had been wielding a sword for years. Her question made sense. The Arakan's Bloodstone, while it allowed for a class change, didn't provide experience or proficiency. Plus, in his previous life, Shin never had a melee class, so it would make sense that he wouldn't have any fighter experience. That's why the demonic sword Fragarak was able to shine. Compared to the Leviathan that Tahin wielded before, Fragarak was a step lower in destructive power. However, unlike the Leviathan, which specialized in firepower, Fragarak had a unique ability as a demonic sword. Shin felt like he was being entranced by something. His senses and consciousness were clear, but it wasn't him controlling his body. Even the thought of wanting to cut felt like the sword was moving him. The demonic sword, which takes over its wielder with its own will. Ironically, that was exactly what made it so effective in that moment. The weapon was perfectly in sync with its wielder. As Shin attacked, his opponent was terrified and turned to flee, but Shin was already moving to strike from behind, slashing him down. As Shin stood there, he felt a sudden strain and wondered if the time limit had run out. The man, trembling, tried to get up, and Shin realized that with his current condition, one more strike would be enough to land a fatal blow. Just as the man tried to rise, divine lightning struck him. Shin, guessing what was happening, turned to see Wu Hein approaching from behind. She called out to him, saying she had a lot of questions, but it didn't seem like the right moment for small talk. Noting the severity of his injuries, she told Shin not to move and to wait right there. Hein captured the man, assuring Shin that she would make sure they wouldn't lose him. The man, confused, wondered what was going on with his body, then started bad-mouthing Hein, questioning what kind of situation this was. When Hein didn't respond, he asked if she was even listening, urging her to do something. Hein coldly pointed out that he didn't have any other choice. Then the man was placed into a machine designed to kill by decapitation. Shin and Hein stood there, shocked, as the man was killed. The One appeared, commenting that it wasn't a huge surprise. She hadn't expected it to happen like this, but she didn't think Shin would suffer so much in the end. The man had been worthless. With that, she removed the useless part. Hein shouted that it was enough, warning the woman that if she made another move she would attack. The woman wondered what Hein intended to do, and before she could think further, Hein launched an attack using divine power. The woman quickly put up a barrier to protect herself and the man's corpse, remarking that Hein had used divine power. If she had been hit, she might have died on the spot. She was lucky she hadn't been hit by it. Hein was shocked by the divine power and wondered if there was another helper besides the executive and the woman. The lady then said that they would call it a day. She would give in to Shin's demands for now, but she didn't plan on wasting any more energy fighting someone who wasn't under her command. Next time, though, she would come back and make sure to dress him up more gloriously. With that, she used teleportation to escape. Hein then turned her attention to Shin, who had fainted on the ground. Shin woke up on a couch in a strange room, confused about where he was. Had he been moved while unconscious? How long had it been? To his surprise, he felt almost at his peak. He had been exhausted. It seemed like he should have been bedridden for a week, unable to move a finger. But instead, he felt completely refreshed. Then he noticed his hands were restrained. Just then, Hein entered the room. She told him she wasn't sure how good his physical condition was, but she had done what she thought was best. She asked him to let her know if he felt any discomfort, or if something was wrong. He responded that he thought he was almost fine, all thanks to her. He wanted to thank her for helping and treating him. But then he asked why she had bound him. Hein explained that from now on, she wanted him to answer her questions as truthfully and honestly as possible. She then asked why he had been with those people. She promised to answer any questions he had afterward. She hadn't realized she already knew his name. He greeted her and then signaled for her to start, asking her to explain what had happened. Hein was an S-class saint, widely known among the public, not just among hunters. She was also the guild leader of Hainamu. Shin thought to himself that, in the memories from his past regressions, the Hainamu Guild wasn't one of the three great guilds. The concept of the three great guilds had been a bit unclear in his past lives. In reality, it had practically been a two-man show between the Overkill and Shinwa guilds. There was a guild called Soul Link, but rather than being an equal competitor, it was more of a step below Shinwa and Overkill. However, the current Hainamu Guild was different. It was now one of the three great guilds, measuring up to Overkill and Shinhwa. The difference between this world and his memories was so vast that he found himself curious about how Hinemu had managed to rise so far, and Hein was the key to that success. She explained that, to put it simply, she was just returning home after carrying out her plans. Shin thought to himself that she was the best healing type supporter, someone who had made a miraculous jump from C rank to S rank. He agreed with her explanation, clarifying that he hadn't been with those people and had actually been attacked by them on his way back. He recalled that, in his previous life, far from being the guild leader, Hein had been a mere supporter who had plateaued at B rank. He hadn't known her personally, but they had crossed paths a few times when their guilds worked together. As he remembered, she wasn't weak. She had an air of gentleness about her, but it was clear she didn't have the sharp edge she carried now. He couldn't help but wonder why her personality and abilities had changed so drastically, but there was no doubt that these changes had primarily benefited her. In that sense, Shin had every reason to suspect Hein of being in league with the hero hunters, but she had actually rescued him and stood up against those guys. She then said she had one more question. Was he acquainted with the executive? Shin replied that it wasn't a question he could answer, but he would like her to answer his question first. He noted that she seemed to know the executive very well, given that she hadn't reported him to the association and was personally interrogating him. It seemed like she intended to track him down on her own. So he asked, why was she doing that? She responded by asking if he was questioning the person who had saved his life. Shin replied that he wasn't stupid. He couldn't even use magic since he was tied up, and there was no telling when she might decide to kill him. So it made sense for him to question her. She told him she had already stated that she didn't intend to harm him. Shin responded that he couldn't just take her word for it. It was true that she had spared his life up to that point and fought the executive, but that alone wasn't enough for him to tell her everything he knew. Shin pointed out that Hein had seen it with her own eyes. Could it be that after the merciless killers of his comrades failed and things didn't go well, she fought the executive to rescue him? Or maybe it was all set up from the start, to abandon the executive so she could extract information from him? Somehow, she had managed to get through the barrier the executive had set up. A barrier that supposedly no one could pass. If she really knew about the executive, then Shin's suspicions weren't just paranoia. Basically, she didn't want superficial answers. She just wanted proof that she had no connection to those guys. She laughed when he suggested she had connections with those bad people, saying it was unpleasant. She decided she would tell him about herself first. She started by mentioning that she had a younger sibling named Jayen, who, unlike Hein, was extremely talented and capable. Jayen? The Fire Lotus's Jayen? Shin realized that unless it was someone with the same name, there was no doubt. Jayen was one of the players called a hero, and then it hit him. Hein was Jayen's sister. Hein explained that guilds had recognized her sister's talent and had offered for Jayen to join them, but she refused all of their offers. Hein suspected it was because Jayen felt like a burden to her and always wanted to be with her. 2 years ago, Jayen had come home excited and full of energy. She told Hein that if everything went well, they could start their own guild. She felt so lucky as she spoke. Then Jayen pushed a piece of paper toward Hein. It was the winning bid for the gate, the trap that had taken the lives of everyone there. Shin told Hein that the winning bid must have been a forgery, and that the gate was likely an unidentified one. Hein asked how he knew, but it was clear he was right. It had been an unidentified gate, and on top of that, it was a high-risk dungeon. Even so, if it had just been a regular dungeon, Jayen could have gotten out. Hein continued, saying that when she had been standing on top of a mountain with Jayen, that bad boy had shown up. He asked why they had to tire themselves out and said they should at least be loyal to the party members who had left them behind. He acted like they didn't even have a choice in the matter. Jayen had gotten angry, creating fireballs in her hands, and challenged him. Try it. See if you really think I'll let someone like you do whatever you want. He had remarked that she really had guts. Then he attacked Hein, knocking her down and said, let's get rid of the small fry and get started. Jayen had rushed to save her sister, but she failed. That was the last time Hein had seen her sister alive. Even after falling from that great height, Hein was still alive. She got up and left, determined to see her sister again. But when she finally reached her, she found Jayen dead, lying there. Hein kept telling Shin that ever since that day, she had done everything she could to get stronger. She desperately honed her abilities as a saint, joined the Hinemu Guild, and rose through the ranks. Back then, her abilities had been pathetic, but on the brink of death, something had awakened inside her. The only reason she had survived after being pushed off the cliff was because of the skill that had awakened within her. No matter the injury, or even the threat of death, as long as it wasn't too late, her healing skill could bring her back to life. That skill had given her status and wealth beyond her wildest dreams, but it hadn't brought her any closer to what she truly wanted to accomplish: to find the executive who had killed her sister, and uncover the identity of the organization behind him, the one pulling the strings. Shin thought to himself that she was just like him, someone who couldn't do anything, and could only watch as their comrades died. He hesitated for a moment after hearing everything she said, not feeling like it was the right time to respond. Then he mentioned that it was his turn to speak. He explained what had happened to him and how he knew what he did. Again, he thanked her for sparing his life and apologized for being somewhat ungrateful. As he extended his hand for a handshake, Hein replied that after hearing his story, if she were in his place, she would be on guard as well. It might feel a bit rushed, but she asked him to join their guild. She explained that her guild would soon be on more equal footing with the others, and she thought there could be a day when they became friendly comrades who could easily work together. Just then, Tahin rushed in, bursting through the door. He saw them shaking hands and looked confused, unsure of what was going on. Shin was surprised to see Tahin, and couldn't help but wonder why he had shown up. Hien explained that she wasn't exactly sure what was going on, but she hadn't expected Tahin to come running like this. He seemed really serious. She went on to say that she and Tahin had trained at the Alum Center together and were assigned to the same group, so she'd received a lot of help from him at the start. Everyone who awakened had to go through basic mandatory education before becoming a hunter. There was one class each quarter, and in a year, there were 4 classes where the newly awakened entered the city center. That was where they learned the basics of using their abilities, managing mana, and all the laws every awakened person needed to know. After training, she and Tahin didn't see each other much, but once she joined the Humu Guild, they started running into each other occasionally. They had a pretty good working relationship for a while, until they encountered the executive during a loose incident. Since then, the executive had been targeting Shin, the only survivor. While investigating the whereabouts of the other survivors, including Dojin, Hien discovered that the Overkilled Guild had their eyes on Shin too. That was why she texted Tahin, asking about him. But Tahin denied knowing anything. His response surprised her. It was the first time he had lied like that. Hien figured he must be really interested, which was why she had reached out to him first. She wondered if Tahin's side was spying on Shin, following his every move. It seemed like there could have been a serious misunderstanding between them. Tahin denied spying on Shin and said it was more important to explain the situation. He also questioned why Shin was there. Hien asked if Tahin remembered the conspiracy she had mentioned before, the one she'd discussed with him and Kim a while back. Back then, Tahin had given them a lot of information and asked for their cooperation. There was a certain group targeting hunters for various reasons, and they needed to investigate by involving all 3 guilds. But neither Tahin nor Kim had believed her, even though she understood why Kim acted that way. Tahin said they needed more evidence. Shin thought that Kim and Tahin must already know about it. Hien continued, saying it made sense. They needed more info, which was why she had called Tahin there. That certain group had attacked Shin that night, so she stepped in and stopped them. Shin was the proof of her words. Tahin asked Shin if that was really true. Shin confirmed it, explaining that the people who had attacked him before had come looking for him again that night, along with their colleagues. As Tahin listened, he asked why Shin hadn't told him about it earlier. Shin countered, asking if Tahin didn't know why. Hien just sat there, familiar with the situation but still reacting as if it were hard to believe. Putting aside whether Tahin believed Shin or not, it was clear that Shin could have been marked by the association and labeled a lunatic. The risk had to be incredibly high for him, and it wasn't like the two of them had a close relationship. Despite everything, Hien knew they had kept in contact frequently, but it seemed Tahin hadn't been able to get through to Shin. Still, she wanted to hear Shin's response to her offer about joining her guild. Shin thought the offer was more than just simple cooperation. Over the last 2 years, Hien had investigated countless missing persons cases, many of which she believed were linked to the executives group. She mentioned that after starting her investigation, she noticed a simple, obvious pattern in cases involving 2 other guilds, plus a few others that met certain conditions. There were no rank discrepancies, unusual accidents with the gates, or missing people in those cases. Tahin, looking at those conditions, said he didn't think it was simply about the size of the guild. He believed guilds with influence over the association system wouldn't care much about size. It had to be about the guild's destiny. Hyen explained that in guilds with many members, there were actually more cases of suspicious disappearances compared to smaller guilds. When someone went missing in these large guilds, they would often cover it up to protect their reputation, making them easy targets. Shin mentioned that aside from those situations, there weren't any obvious targets. Hyen added that guilds without missing members usually had solid organization, with an A-rank guildmaster at the core. Even if these guilds were smaller, they had a strong sense of unity, and members looked out for each other. They wouldn't ignore a disappearance. She felt that even though she was openly investigating, and perhaps because of her connection to Humu, she sensed they were trying to avoid her. Even Kim, with his usual personality, definitely took care of his people, which was why he led the Shinhwa Guild. She suspected they were avoiding unity, but she doubted they could keep it up forever. For now, though, that would be the last thing on their minds. Still, just having that sense of safety was enough to get by for the time being. Tahin agreed with her but said there was no need for it to escalate. When it came to fighting power, the Overkill Guild was a step ahead of the Humu Guild. To ensure Shin's safety, it made more sense to go with Overkill. Shin wondered what they were really fighting for. Whatever it was, Tahin seemed unlike himself, and Hyen could see a bit of pride in him. The reason Tahin was involved was that Shin hadn't told him about the executor. Tahin was shocked, but Hyen continued, assuming Shin would join the Overkill Guild. She explained their members' fighting power and support, which he couldn't compare to. Since she wanted to recruit him, Hyen suggested Deki, lawring war on the dangerous secret organization. "It's not that we lack the ability," she said, "but this isn't something we should decide impulsively." Shin interrupted, thanking her for the offer but making it clear he had no intention of joining any guild. He wondered if she thought it would limit his activities, but Shin clarified that his official affiliation would be with Humu. He saw it as a way to secure his safety. Hyen countered, saying safety wasn't the issue. Shin would only be useful as bait. She had said before that their turn hadn't been postponed. Even if Humu promoted his safety, it wouldn't stop those people. For now, they were trying to kill Shin, but someone else would take his place. Rather than focusing on that, Shin wondered what they'd think of making him the main target. At the very least, he'd become the focus, and others would be safer because of it. Tahin asked if Shin was suggesting he'd take on the risk instead of others. Shin replied that it wasn't necessarily like that. Even with Humu Guild's capabilities, they hadn't caught even a glimpse of those criminals in 2 years. They only had a few clues now. If Shin acted as bait, they could at least predict the enemy's next move. If there was another attack like last night's, they could catch them. Shin took a sip of coffee and continued, saying that at the very least, they could gather evidence, forcing the association to act and exposing the group's existence to the world. Hyen pointed out that Shin was taking this on alone. He wondered what she meant. He'd already told her everything. There was no need to cooperate unless they wanted to, and it seemed like they were just trying to use him. He didn't know when those people would come, but he believed they'd come running as soon as he contacted them. Hyen thought Shin was implying that even if they cooperated, he'd take the lead. She knew about Tahin, but she must have known there was no way she could refuse. Shin said he was in their hands now. Scene shift. A building at night. A woman with a man's body entered and reported to her boss about the executive's work. The boss asked if the man had been dealt with by the Maker. She denied it, saying that while the Maker's abilities were greater than expected, Hyen had trespassed. After the battle, the executive was no longer usable. Judging there was a risk of information leakage, she took matters into her own hands and disposed of him. However, considering how cooperative and impulsive he'd been, she thought grooming and using him might have been better. The boss replied that if that was her judgment, she should prove she was right. He granted her permission to use him and fill the executive's empty spot. She wondered if she had to do it alone. He clarified that it wasn't due to distrust, but because hunting was an important task. He wanted it done properly, without distractions. He trusted her to handle it. She assured him she'd do her best. The boss then asked, apart from Hyen's trespassing, if the Maker had any special traits. From what he knew, the executive only actively approached those he was interested in. She replied that the association's information was off. Shin wasn't an average Maker. His weapon materialization quality and proficiency were at least A rank. And using that, he'd held his ground against the executive in battle. The boss questioned if she meant Shin was 2 steps ahead of the executive in experience and read, eyeing movements despite the fundamental differences between supporters and fighters. She agreed, adding that although brief, Shin had used corrupted mana, quite differently from the methods she was familiar with. The boss grew agitated. from start to finish without leaving anything out. Tell me everything that happened, as detailed as possible." A few days later, Dojan stood near the tall buildings and said, "Yes, Shin. He is right in front of the building." He looked up and added, "He came a little early just in case. He made arrangements with Mr. Tahin. He said that he was free at this time, so they could eat and have a conversation at the same time." Shin held the phone to his ear and said, "To eat something expensive? He would not skip on food." Dojan closed his eyes and replied, "Expensive. Not that he was against it, but he did not know if he would be able to eat anything because of his nerves. He understood that he did not join them. It was just cooperation to resist these idiots. But still, one of the best guilds couldn't help but worry." Shin asked again, "Is that so? With his abilities, there is absolutely no need to worry." Dojan laughed and said he was glad that Shin said so. Shin hung up and muttered, "Okay, let him call if anything happens." He thought, Moon Dojan will be safe for now. He doesn't know what's going on in his head, but he's talented enough that joining one of the 3 greatest guilds won't raise any suspicions, and he still has room to grow. Shin imagined Dojan clutching his blades. He thought about it. Dojan was like an uncut diamond in a mass murder guild. Many people could become his mentor, including Tahin. Compared to when he worked alone, it would be more useful in terms of developing his abilities. He doesn't know what they want, but for now, he'll be the bait until they make a move. At this time, Hein was standing by the window, drinking tea, holding a small piece of paper in her hand. A few days ago, she had asked what he didn't do. Shin lowered his head and said he was going to continue acting like a normal support, as if he hadn't told them about his true strength. Tahin looked at him and spoke, but since they disappeared together, they believe that he has a connection with the guild. Hein added, "Right, they need to think of another way." Shin asked, "But what will they do if they assume that they are not related?" Hein looked at him in surprise. Is she asking for forgiveness? Shin stood in front of her and answered, "His revealed ability is the biggest variable for them. In the unlikely event that he is not related to the guild, they will do everything they can to get rid of him. If they do not hear from them for a couple of weeks, or even months, they will definitely want to confirm for themselves. They will constantly monitor him until they are sure that he is really alone, and then they will show themselves." Tahin looked at him carefully and asked, "And they will wait for this moment?" Shin closed his eyes and answered, "No, he will figure it out himself. They are used to hiding and will suspect until the last. First, they will try to force him to open up, but if that doesn't work, they will wait until everything calms down and attack with all their might, and then it will be their turn." Hein folded her arms and remained silent. Then she said, "Okay, they will do as he ordered." She took out a small chest and said, "Let him take it. They also need to prepare." In the present, Hein was standing by the window, looking at a small piece of paper. She said, "He is definitely hiding something, but it doesn't matter if she can venture Jian." On the small sheet of paper, there was a photograph of her and her sister. At that moment, Shin was sitting and looking at his laptop. He thought, he didn't tell Wu Haiyan about his past life. After all, he still hasn't managed to properly sort out the memories. He doesn't know how much she trusts him, but the current him just happened to get a unique class. At that moment, Hanjia wrote, "They are almost there. Where is he sitting?" Shin answered, "By the window." He thought about it. He had become a target when he was put on their radar for suspecting Tahin. She was a reliable ally, but that was all she needed to know for now. Hanjia walked in and waved her hand. "Shin," he responded. Hanjia. He thought about it. It seemed like she wore glasses outside the dungeons. She had changed so much since the last time they met. Hanjia, the future goddess archer, had cleared the dungeon with him last time. He helped her awaken, and they had become close enough to stay in touch. She usually took the initiative to ask how things were, but even when they weren't in contact, there was no problem asking how she was doing. After awakening her ability, Hanjia began to stand out. He imagined her drawing an arrow. As if to make up for her previous modesty, she tried so hard that it began to border on recklessness. Besides her work, she cleared countless dungeons without getting tired. In a short time, her abilities and fame soared. Newspaper headlines printed her photos. She became a rising star. Currently, Shin said, "I read an article about you. Top 10 ranged fighters. It's incredible." Hanjia asked shyly, "Did you see it?" Somehow, she was asked for an interview, so she gave it. But she never thought it would be something so big. She looked away and said, "It's all thanks to you." Shin looked at her and replied, "This would have happened anyway, even without me." But he looked away and asked, "Is he with her?" Hanjia answered, "Yes. She forgot to introduce them." This is Kwon Sion, a C-rank assassin, Shin asked. Ah, is this her partner? He gave some advice about the advantages of classes that could attack at long distances, that if possible they could act alone and did not need a team. But for this, they needed to be able to find safe places and have agility. He would not recommend this style of fighting to Han Jia, who was still learning. Therefore, she needed a partner who fought in close combat, instead of a tank. She would be better off with someone who had higher agility to attract the attention of monsters and guarantee the safety of long-range hunters. In turn, they could attack without worrying about their comrades' safety. In this regard, Dojin was frankly speaking, ideal. He was thinking about introducing them, but there was one nuance about Dojin's safety. Shin looked up and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Shin." Sayon extended his hand and excitedly said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kwon Sayon." They shook hands and Shin thought, his hands are sweaty. Is he socially awkward? After a while, Han Jia talked. She had started using the longbow like he suggested. She sat on the couch next to Kwon and explained that she had started learning all over again, from drawing the bowstring to aiming. Fortunately, she got used to it after a few tries. She was worried that no one would want to be her partner in a two-man hunt, but it turned out that Kwon was looking for a long-range fighter. The teamwork isn't perfect yet, but it's getting better every day. Don't you agree, Kwon? Kwon sat with his head down, looking at his mug. He replied, "Yes." Shin looked at him carefully and thought, he does not make eye contact at all. This is even worse than with Han Jia. He said, "Okay, what favor did they want to ask of me?" Han Jia replied, "Well, she said it was a favor. But to be honest, she wanted to officially entrust it to him. It wasn't exactly a favor. She was thinking about joining a guild." Shin's eyes widened in surprise. Han Jia said, "She hasn't decided which one she wants to join yet, but she wants to get a certificate from the Endless Sky Islands." The Endless Sky Islands, as the name suggested, were large and small islands floating in the endless sky. Hunters had successfully escaped to them, and this was a special case where the gates did not close but evolved. After defeating all the monsters in the dungeon, new gates would appear at each of the one-way gates. The Korean government and the Hunters Association, who were having a lot of trouble with this dungeon, came up with a practical use for it. Instead of trying to close the gates, they built a facility with multiple layers of security protocols. The dungeon became a testing ground for the association's hunters. Han Jia said, "To be honest, since this is a test of ability, they will get more accurate results if they go by themselves." But it turned out that there is a limit to the composition of the team. One ranged hunter, one melee hunter, and a support in a team of 3. These are the minimum requirements to enter the islands of the boundless sky. So, she thought that Shin could take that place. Shin looked at her carefully and thought, well, to be honest, it makes sense. Like Dojun, joining a guild gives more opportunities to learn. But he did not ask her to join the guild because of the memories from her past life. Han Jia in his past life was a loner. Even after awakening, she was a cool, casual, and confident hunter. He remembered her image, the bow in her hands. But her character was still not suitable for teamwork. However, this Han Jia wanted to join the guild. Had she changed after all? In some way, she was similar to the old Han Jia. But she looked at Shin's thoughtful face and asked, "Shin, if she asked for too much, he could refuse." He answered, "No." He was thinking about something else. Shin said, "Okay, this will be useful to him in many ways too." Han Jia looked at him happily. Shin suggested going to the islands of the endless sky. After a while, people were standing near the portal. Yu Jun, the guardian of the islands of the endless ski. I said before the entrance, "I'll repeat the rules once again. In their bracelets, mana is also their entrance ticket to the islands and a guarantee of safety. They will be transferred to the desired island on which they will take the exam. Only if they enter with bracelets, and with me." The guys listened carefully to her words. June said, "They shouldn't take them off so that they can get help from me in an emergency." She put her hand on her heart and said, "I was retired, but I had experience as an A-rank support. I have skills like barrier and rescue. If something happens on the islands, I'll be able to save them without any problem. However, this requires their cooperation and communication. So, if there's a problem during the test, or they feel like they can't pass the exam, please let me know immediately." Shin turned around and looked back carefully. Kwon was holding a sword in his hands, watching this with a worried expression. Shin thought that even though he had worked with Jia a few times, he could tell that Kwon was a complete newbie. Besides, he had never seen a sword like this before. Judging from its appearance, it was meant to pierce the enemy. June turned around and said, "Let's go." The guys followed her. After a while, They were transported to the islands of the Endless Sky, the 12th district. The guys came out of the portal, and June said, "The first wave will begin in 5 minutes. Each wave will have a certain number of monsters, and the difficulty will increase. To clear the dungeon, they must defeat all the monsters in each wave. The number of monsters they kill will be entered into the database in real time." Hanjia asked, "What is the maximum number of waves?" June pointed to the side and said, "As far as I know, only these 100. But that was when this place was a simple dungeon." Then the hunters simultaneously showed everything they were capable of. There were a maximum of 73 waves in the test. The leader of the Overkill Guild, Tahin, and the leader of the Haiyan Guild, Wu Haiyan. This is still a record, Shin thought. Even if we take into account that Tahin couldn't use all his strength because of the weapon. To think that they could only reach the 73rd wave. It must be harder than I thought. June waved her hand and said, "I'll be at the location where I can observe them. If I think that they can no longer continue the test, or if they themselves declare that they're giving up, I'll immediately intervene." At this moment the monsters were already quickly approaching. June evaporated, and the guys moved forward, holding their weapons. Wave 1 began. 30 gremlins came out of the bushes, drool dripping from their mouths. Shin looked at them and thought, "Gremlins?" For Quan, with her level, this isn't even a warm-up. He turned around and asked, "What kind of bloodlust?" Almost at the monstrous level, he saw Quan stretch out his sword, covering himself in bright energy. After a while, the 4th wave began. 3 orcs, the monsters, had swords stuck in their bodies, and energy was spreading. Shin thought it was an incredible thirst for blood. He had felt something like this before when the awakening of players suddenly began one day. Among those who cleared the dungeon and simply hunted monsters, there was a secret guild that hunted players. Empty fantasy. Shin remembered the terrifying energy that emanated from the fighters. It was a crazy organization of killers, about which there was no information. Some time ago, Shin stood next to a guy kneeling and asked. He had long wanted to know, "Why are they doing this?" The guy looked at him and asked a question. "Horror? Did he not receive a task?" Shin asked, puzzled. "What?" The guy answered. "A hidden quest to hunt other players." Shin grabbed him by the shirt and shouted loudly, "And what kind of rewards will they get for killing players?" The guy just laughed in response. In his eyes, an inscription appeared. "The hidden task. Failed. This is the end," he said. The system window reported it, and the guy's body exploded. Blood splashing onto Shin's body. He thought, "I should know everything." That time, at this moment, Hanjia asked, "He's a little surprised, right? He has an unconventional fighting style." Shin answered, "Yes, the 5th wave has begun," Hanjia said, folding her arms. "It was because of his class ability." She closed her eyes and added, "He doesn't like it when I interfere." Shin frowned and thought, "Isn't he an assassin?" Seon continued to kill monsters quickly. Literally in a matter of seconds, Shin looked at him and thought, his fast movements and piercing-based fighting style are all very different from most berserkers. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Seon and struck. Shin thought, he ignores attacks from blind spots and focuses on attacking. Hanjia stood there with a bow in her hands. Shin said, "He's more suited to one-on-one battles than group monster." Hunting. Hanjia laughed and asked, "Is that right?" Shin carefully observed Seon, who was splashed with the blood of monsters, and thought, for example, fighting with humans. Hanjia leaned over him and began to speak, asking for forgiveness. He's still a low rank, so he can't always control his emotions. He's very sensitive when someone interferes. She pointed at Seon and said, "From what I've seen, Seon's fighting style has shortcomings in terms of hitting blind spots." She looked closely at Shin and said, "So, I leave as long as possible, or whoever falls into his blind spot." Shin asked, "What should I do?" Hanjia answered, "His weapon creation skill." Shin replied, "Yes." Hanjia smiled and said, "It's okay. Just let him watch Seon, and use it in case of danger." Shin replied, "Okay." Hanjia jumped up happily, pointed forward and shouted, "Well, get to work!" The 6th wave began. 20 direwolves appeared in front of them. Seon leaped up and started striking them. The 7th wave began. 7 lizardmen appeared, which Hanjia started shooting at. The 8th wave. 24 skeletons. Shin took on this. The 9th wave began. 13 orcs appeared. The guys rushed together to deal with them. Seon swung his sword, striking in an instant. Shin stopped and looked at him carefully. Hanjia wiped her chin and said contentedly, "We've already reached the 10th wave." Shin looked at his hand and thought, "My stamina is running out faster than I thought, and there's not much mana left." He glanced at the others and thought, "Hanjia is fine, But Kwan Sayon is tired because he fought alone at first. They lack professionalism and experience, not the best team play. Suddenly, Hanja screamed, "They're coming!" The 10th wave began. 2 trolls appeared. Sayon asked in fear, "Trolls!" Hanjia turned around and asked, "Is something wrong? 2 trolls only on the 10th wave? It's strange somehow." Shin looked at her with her bow drawn and thought, the question is, can Kwan Sayon handle them? At the same time, a huge monster swung and slammed its fists into the ground. Sayon turned around in fear and stared at it. He pushed off the ground and rushed to run. Shin thought, as I expected, he can't withstand their blows and tries to dodge. Hanja interrupted his thoughts and shouted, "Sayon is in danger. We need to distract at least one." Hanjia shot forward, sending a large energy flow. She clenched her fist and said happily, "It hit!" But then the monster's hand began to recover. Hanjia asked fearfully, "What?" Shin's hands began to shake. He thought, "I should have considered this first." He said, "I'll buy some time. Trolls can recover limbs, so next time aim for the head." He used his creation skill and thought, "I need to save up mana to craft a better weapon." The system window reported, "Skill, the world of the network." Shin sent energy threads forward and thought, "Throw!" He tied the monster's legs with them. Sayon looked at it, puzzled. Shin turned to Hanja and shouted, "Aim for the head!" She replied, "Okay!" She fired and screamed, "A troll!" It rushed at them, and Hanja began waving her arms, screaming, "It's coming right at us!" Shin observed it carefully and thought, a troll that only has instincts is running to help its comrade. Shin activated his energy, when suddenly, Jun burst out of a portal. She slammed her hand on the ground, activating a barrier. She turned and yelled, "I'm blocking them and moving us to the lobby! Evacuate!" Jun looked at the monsters and muttered, "Guardians? These idiots shouldn't have appeared in this wave. Something happened to the portals." The orcs began breaking through the barrier. Jun screamed, "The portal outside opened, and monsters are coming out. This place is now classified as a dungeon with a rank error." The protagonist thought, "The Endless Sky Islands became a dungeon with a rank error. But I can't sense polluted mana." Hanja screamed, "Wait! There's still a member of my team." Jun turned and said, "I'll save him. Go!" She used the rescue skill, and the group was transported to the starting point on the Endless Sky Islands. Portals had appeared outside some locations. "They're dealing with it," Jun said before rushing back into the portal. She turned and shouted, "Please evacuate the building." Shin suggested leaving. Hanja replied, "Okay." At that time, the guards stood near screens splattered with blood, sorting things out. Meanwhile, the guy who had killed his partner stood behind the priest. She folded her arms and said, "God, how unexpected. A familiar face. Aren't you glad too, Executive? You have more scores to settle with him." Kurum raised a finger and said, "Quiet. Let me be silent for a bit." He pressed his finger to his lips and asked, "What if she breaks the rules like that?" The priestess clicked her tongue in displeasure and muttered, "Whatever." At that moment, Jun ran out of the portal and shouted, "Kwan Sayon, is he here?" She looked around. The trolls disappeared. What happened in such a short time? She approached him from behind and asked, "Kwan Sayon, are you okay?" Sayon answered. But in front of him, a red system window burned with the description, "Hidden Quest." At that moment, Min entered the office and said, "The guild leader. They were contacted by the association." Tahin asked, "The association? What is it at this time?" Min answered, "Apparently the commotion happened because a gate appeared outside the designated places on the islands of the Endless Sky." Tahin moved his hand to the side and asked, "The Endless Sky Islands? This kind of thing happens there sometimes. So there should be a security squad." Min replied, "Well, this time the situation is a little different. The connection with the Endless Sky Islands management office was suddenly cut off." He looked at his phone and thought, Shin said that he was going there today. The message with Shin was open on the mobile screen. Tahin asked, "Are Mongan and Jia there?" Min replied, "No. They left with the deputy." Tahin asked, "Who can go immediately?" Min answered, 1A rank hunter, 5B rank hunters, and 3C rank hunters. Tahin lowered his head and thought, it's not enough. But he can't go by himself so as not to disrupt Shin's plans. He asked again. The Shinhwa guild leader, Kim. She heard that he was contacted. They need all the help they can get ASAP. Tahin stood up and said, "Then let her gather the support squad and let Shinhwa start." Min asked in surprise, "Excuse me, but why? Wouldn't it be better to ask the Hayun?" Tahin went ahead and spoke. "That won't work either." After a while, people were driving in a car. Danya asked, "What's all the fuss about?" They'll just monitor the dungeon maintenance squad to write a report. They are awakened with him. Danja chuckled and asked, Awakened? They are ordinary people, not registered as hunters. He had never met a monster and did not know how to fight. Seol looked at him and asked, Let him wait. Seol, does she have her staff with her? Danya said, she had never fought in squads before. She would only get in their way. She took out a stun gun and asked, maybe she should get rid of the stun gun too. And Danja asked, what? Where did she get that from? He looked at it and said, let her leave it for now. After a while, they were met by the military. He is the head of the service squad, Lea Shin. Danya extended his hand and said, nice to meet you. Seol bowed and said, hello. She is the manager of the Shinhwa service squad. Lea Shin laughed loudly and said, he has a daughter the same age as her. Danya looked around and said, they contacted the 3 largest guilds, but it seems no one came. Lea Shin asked, puzzled, sorry, and asked, did they call other guilds even though it was just a simple check? Danya answered, this time they were disconnected from the Endless Sky Island office. Some inspectors reported that there was a rank error there. There were people standing to the side. Strange that the association hasn't come forward yet. Someone used the association's certification. Lea Shin grabbed his head and remained silent. He looked at Danya carefully and said, then they'll do the following. We can go on reconnaissance for now. If people are missing, we need to find them first. Danya asked, what? Lea Shin smiled and said, if anything happens, they can come out. Danya looked at him, puzzled, and said, but the leader. Lea Shin pointed his thumb at himself and said, if these 3 guilds can't work as a team, then even if they have A ranks, they'll only get in the way. He turned around and shouted at the fighters. Do they agree? The fighters replied, yes, sir. Danya grabbed his head and said, something is wrong. Seol asked, why are they doing this? Danya replied, they don't want to lose the reward. Seol asked, so these aren't regular employees? Danya looked away and said, they must be veterans. Did she see how they hold their guns? He handed her stun gun back. Danja said, usually firearms that don't require mana don't work on monsters outside the gate. However, the Skeleton Guild insists on using firearms, thanks to the exclusive enchanter. Lea stretched out his hands and activated his energy on the flying bullets. He tapped her head and said, she should remember all this too. She cried out in pain. Danya said, it is not necessary to remember all the hunters. Seol replied, yes, sir. Danya looked at her and ordered her to make sure that nothing was taken. Danya replied, the guild leader was forcibly suspended from illegal hunter activities when he served in the army, and after he became an official hunter, he was caught illegally clearing dungeons several times. Lea waved his hand, and Shin looked around. He saw the military escorting Danya and Seol. The priestess held a bloody cap and said, let them watch and just kill them quietly. Kurum cut off a piece of meat and asked, how much did he tell her? He thinks it's easy to quietly kill everyone in a public place. He is not a dog like her and does not like killing. The priestess clenched her jaws in displeasure. At that moment, the executive turned his hand into a blade, and Kurum said mockingly, yes, like him. The priestess activated her energy and said, let him keep in mind. He will end up in the same state as the executive if he continues to chatter with his stinking mouth. Kurum put his hands forward and replied with a smirk, he understands. The priestess turned away and replied, if he understands, then let him lure these idiots already. He said that he was not going to help her kill. The priestess walked up to him and grabbed his robe. If he doesn't want to die, let him do as she says now. Kurum pointed his finger and said, one condition. Suddenly the staff looked forward in fear. Lea said, this is the security department. Let them take a look. He turned around and said, they don't know what's inside, so they'll see her. Each other places for now. Danya said, that sounds good. He took out his phone. Shin turned around and asked, why did he take out his phone? Danya said, he's just recording for the record, so we need to record what's inside. Lea chuckled and said, dissatisfied, then we'll start searching. Lea asked, how many need to be saved? Danya said, 1 guard, 5 members of the security department, and 1 S-rank hunter who came for certification. Lea turned around and asked, where they last saw the garden hunter was when she entered the inner room of the gate. Lea took out his walkie-talkie and asked, have they arrived at the security department? Suddenly, a huge red stream of kill headed towards him, and the guy screamed in fear. Danya asked, guild leader, is he okay? Lea asked, what? A large demonic creature appeared in front of them. After a while, Heron got out of the car and said, finally, here. Junyan closed the door and said, puzzled, she wasn't even driving. Heron pointed her thumb at herself and said, "She doesn't have a license. She's a driver without a license, protected by the people." Junyan said discontentedly, "She found something to be proud of." Heron replied, "It's been a long time since she's seen the island of the endless sky. During her last certification, she reached the 47th wave." Junyan asked, 47? That's so little. Heron frowned discontentedly and replied, "She had only just received a rank back then. Actually, she simply didn't have time to pass the certification afterwards." He grinned and asked, "Really?" Heron shot back, "And how far did he go?" He spread his arms in different directions and answered, "More than her." Heron asked discontentedly, "Is he joking?" Shin looked at them and thought, "Who is this?" He came up and asked for forgiveness. Heron looked out and said, "Will he say it sooner?" Shin waved his hand and asked, "Didn't they meet in the dungeon?" Heron looked at him and replied, "Then, support of the Overkill Guild." Junyan looked at him and asked, "What is his matter?" Hanjia looked at Shin and said, "Shin, they—" Shin said, "So?" He adjusted his hair and thought about how to explain. The guys looked at him, puzzled. At that moment, Shantae shouted loudly, "What are they doing?" He looked at the monsters and ordered, "Shoot!" The fighters raised their weapons and started shooting. The huge creature roared loudly, trying to shield itself from the bullets. Many bright beams hit its body. The fighters shouted, "Leader, it's getting away!" They tried to hold Shantae back. The fighter frowned and shouted, "There!" They turned around and asked, "Where did he go?" The guy said, "There." The leader pointed his finger forward and shouted loudly, "Behind!" "Be careful." The fighters turned around and saw a monster approaching with an outstretched hand. A huge red flash occurred in front of them. It splashed Shantae, and he said angrily, "Idiot!" The executor jumped high and struck with his hand. He approached Shantae, who frowned with displeasure. Shantae swung his axe and struck, from which a bright light appeared. The system window reported, "Skill, Elemental Enchantment, Glacier." Shantae struck the ground and activated Ice Prison. A huge ice stream surged forward, freezing the executor. Danja said in surprise, "He has no head!" At this moment, the priest said, displeased, "So you can't entrust anything to the executive. He can't even kill these little ones." She grabbed the fighter by the neck and said, "But nevertheless she collected enough mana like that." After a while, Shantae said, "Chief, he will give him one of his men. Let them get up." "Don't you apologize?" Then Shantae turned around and said, "He doesn't know what's going on. But 2 of his men have already died. This isn't a monster attack, it's a deliberate attack. Let them go and call for help before they all die." Seol and Dongji looked at him in fear. Suddenly a voice rang out, "God, they are so brave!" "But okay." Shantae screamed in fear, "No way!" The priest disappeared in front of the fighters and said, "They closed the gate. That's why they were there a second ago." At this time, Kurum asked, "Did he go out because there was a sudden problem there? And now he's lost in thought and wants to go back?" Shin answered, "Yes." Junyan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is that all?" Shin closed his eyes and thought, "Well, it would be more surprising if he was convinced." He clenched his fist and thought, he himself isn't sure if he's thinking the same way. There are anomalies on the islands of the endless sky, but he did not receive any quest, and did not feel any contaminated mana. He opened the system window and looked at it. Shin put his hand on his chest and closed his eyes, thinking, but still, uneasy, as if something serious was happening there. Hanjia said, "Their comrade who came in with them still hasn't come out." Shin thought, "Right, of course he is." He said, "They don't need anything else. Just let them search the place where their squad was." Junhyun folded his arms and said, "But the Shinhwa Guild should have dealt with this matter." Suddenly a hand fell on his shoulder and he turned around, puzzled. Heron smiled and offered, "Let's go together." After all, they knew each other. They suffered together. Junhyun answered, displeased, "Heron, he will scold her again." She smiled, put her hands behind her head and replied, "It doesn't matter. What difference does it make to him? He won't kill her." Junhyun looked at her and said, "Although, with his character maybe." Shin wondered, what kind of person is this Kim Mihawk? Junhyun scratched his head and said, "Okay, they'll go if they insist." The guys happily thanked them. Junhyun grinned and said, "Last time, because of the guild leaders, they didn't even get to know each other properly. He is Junhyun from the Shinhwa Guild." Heron raised her hand and said, "She is Mio Heron. Nice to meet you." Shin said, "He is Shin Junseo, but he is not a member of any guild." Hanjia smiled and said, "She is Hanjia, also a free hunter." Suddenly a man ran up to them, breathing heavily, and asked, "Are they from the Shinhwa Guild? There are problems. The gates of the Islands of the Endless Sky are getting smaller." Shin looked at it in fear and asked, "What?" At this time, the priestess stood in front of the fighters and said, "Now." She waved her hand and asked, "Will they clean up their new home?" A huge energy flow was directed towards the fighters. Shantae swung his axe and said, He doesn't know what kind of idiots they are, but it wasn't worth it. They were so underestimated. He swung his axe, and an energy monster was already approaching him. Shantae created a gun and began shooting at it, making many shots. Heavy sounds were loudly heard. The monster broke away and rushed to run. Shantae turned around when suddenly it was already flying rapidly from above. He grabbed the flask and used elemental enchantment, Flame. Shantae ordered, "Everyone, close your eyes!" and used ignition. The monster was heading towards him, but at that moment, he threw a projectile, and it began to sparkle. For a moment, Danju remembered something. He turned around and saw that the system supporting the islands of the endless sky, even an unidentified monster, would not be able to completely get rid of the gate until the power supply in the system ran out. In that case, wouldn't the gate, even if it was small, be able to return, even if the sorcerer was unconscious? He was right. The portal continued to change its size. For a moment, the gate took on its original appearance, and some did not miss this moment. The guys rushed into the portal and appeared in front of the priestess. They looked at each other in confusion, and she said, "Horror." Shin struck her with his energy and she was thrown back. Shin stretched out his hand forward and thought. The body moved subconsciously. They would have been hit if he hesitated. That's better. Since it comes to that, I need to figure out my capabilities. He swung, intending to demand an explanation from the priestess. The priestess grinned and said, "Oh, how scary. And if she doesn't say what, will he kill her?" Shin covered himself in energy and answered, "If necessary." He said, "First people, then actions, and finally memories." At that moment, Kurum was standing on the balcony and saying, "The first rule, spearmen in his sight. The second rule, now they listen to him." He thought, horror. She didn't say that he would have to reveal himself. He is a citizen with an ID. If he gets caught there, he will become a criminal. This is the last time he helps her. The priestess looked down and said, "The third rule, they will forget everything that happened there. Do they understand?" The system window reported, "Hidden skill, rules of the hermit. The hermit applies an unreasonable rule to one target within sight. The hermit will announce the target's conditions and rules, that the target will be forced to follow for some time. The target will not be changed, and multiple targets will be selected." Kurum directed his energy towards Junhyun, who screamed, "Yes, he understood." Kurum looked at him with a puzzled look and thought, "Him. He's finished." All the guys froze in confusion. 2 hours ago, Saiyan stood behind the monster and thought, were they all gone? He had heard them talking about the gate, but they were so far away that he could barely make out their words. He glanced to the side and wondered, maybe I should hide for now. But soon it would remember him and give chase. Saiyan's eyes widened. What about him? A portal opened in front of him and monsters emerged. What the? He had thought there were only one way. Gates on the islands of the endless sky. Was this the gate the Guardian was talking about? At that moment, a system window appeared beside him. Saiyan frowned. What kind of trolls were these? They disappeared like someone had summoned them. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of energy and spun around. What is this? The system window flashed a notification. Hidden task activated. Will be accepted automatically in 5 seconds. Saiyan stared at it carefully. The task. They're not in the game. And what's this accept button? Am I hallucinating? Just then, Jun ran up to him. Kwon-Saiyan, are you okay? He answered. The Guardian? Does she see it too? Jun gave him a puzzled look. Excuse me, but what are you talking about? Before Saiyan could respond, he froze in confusion. What the? The system window updated. Hidden task. Empty fantasy. Main goal, kill Yu-Jun. Reward, unknown. Penalty for failure, multiplied by 1. Saiyan's mind raced. Kill the Guardian? Penalty for failure? What is this? Jun watched him, bewildered. Kwon-Saiyan, what's going on? Where did the trolls go? Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. What the? Is there anyone else left? They turned and saw the priestess. She smiled coldly. They warned you so many times. Why haven't you left yet? Jun stepped forward. Let them wait. Who? Before she could finish, a bright explosion erupted in front of her. Jun barely raised a barrier in time, deflecting the blast. The priestess tilted her head. Wow, impressive to put up a protective barrier so quickly. She can't see the infected mana yet, but she's capable enough. Jun dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. If I hadn't reacted, I'd be dead. Who is she? The priestess sighed and turned to Saiyan. And he must have already seen the contaminated mana. So early? He hasn't even woken up yet. Must be an empty fantasy. Saiyan blinked. What? Jun shouted. Kwon-Saiyan, get it together! We need to get out of here! She activated a rescue skill. The priestess smirked. Oh my. Her grin widened. Useful skill. Saiyan stared ahead in fear. This? Jun grabbed his hand. Kwon-Saiyan, listen carefully. I don't know what she used, but it's at least rank A. I know almost all certified hunters, but a blade pierced her body. Jun gasped. What the? The executive had struck. Saiyan screamed, "Guardian!" He swung wildly, horror fueling his movements as he fought the attacker. Suddenly, energy enveloped him. Jun pressed a hand to the ground, mana spreading beneath her. Saiyan's voice trembled. What the? The system window flashed again. Skill, Atonement. Activates when the user's life is in danger. The designated target will be surrounded by a barrier and transported to the safest location, determined by the user's emotions. Jun locked eyes with him. Saiyan listened carefully. What? She grimaced. When you get out, report to the Hunter Association immediately. There's an unregistered awakened killing people. Saiyan's voice shook. What about you? Jun clutched her stomach. I'm fine. I'll last. For now. Saiyan noticed her pressing the wound with a barrier. He nodded. Okay, I'll come back. Jun stood, waving as the portal closed behind her. The priestess folded her arms. Oh my, that must be her anchor skill, an unstable ability. Jun scowled. She looks like an awakened, but I've never met one like her. What is she trying to achieve? The priestess stepped forward. I need a base, and the islands of the endless sky would be ideal. She was just unlucky. Jun smirked. Does she think? At that moment, Donju was helped by Hanjia. Jun muttered. I've been lucky so far. The priestess sighed. Yes, enough talking. It's a pity about her skills, but my child is hungry. Jun's body glowed with energy. She paled. What is this? The priestess raised a hand. Die. Present time. 2 hours later. Junian charged forward, spear in hand. Hanjia leaped back, shouting, Dodge! Heron barked orders. Gather! Shin watched from the side, frowning. He's not using skills? It's like he's just swinging his spear wildly. While they were distracted, the priestess vanished. As they entered the gate, it shrank again. Shin's eyes darted to the portal. This is bad. First, we need to detain Junhyun. A scream echoed from the road. Shin turned. Shantae lunged forward, activating elemental enchantment Glacier. Junhyun staggered, confused, as Shantae struck. His spear trembled under the force of her axe. The system window announced, Ice Prison. Shantae glanced at the girls. So, you're from the best guilds? Heron nodded. Yes, and more, Hanjia added. She's not in a guild, but she needs to find someone. Shantae looked down, then toward a boulder. Let's help him deal with these idiots first. They control the monster suppressing the gate. Heron blinked. The monster? Meanwhile, Kurum approached the priestess. What now? The executive and her idiot are useless. Even the spearman was caught. He's going to jail. The priestess glared. If you keep talking, I'll drain your mana. Shut up. She clenched her fists. Terrible support. Why did he come back? I need to get rid of him. Even if it means using all the gates. I collected for the tests. Shin's head snapped up. These are gates? What's going on? Above them, countless portals materialized. Shantae said in fear. Where did they come from? Donju asked. So many gates? Shin thought about it. It's not that there are many gates. He looked at it and realized, contaminated mana is flowing out of these. Until now, this was just a theory, but all the dungeons with a rank error were the work of these idiots. Kurum grabbed his head and said with a grin, he doesn't know. Wouldn't it be worse if he knew about everything? The priestess held her stomach and replied, she would be able to gather as many ingredients for the test as needed. If they managed to get the islands of the endless sky, it would just take a little more time. Kurum looked at her and asked, he understands that they don't have much of it, right? The priestess answered with displeasure. Without the islands of the endless sky, they wouldn't have a chance. There was no need to tell her what she already knew. Let her not irritate her. She closed her eyes and said, there was a year left until awakening. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and said, it can't be so soon. Kurum put his hands in his pockets and asked, what's going on? The priestess demanded, why now? The system window reported. Multidimensional error detected. System urgently activating. Welcome, player. The priestess wasn't the only one surprised by the sudden awakening. Shin's eyes widened and he asked, what? The awakening of the players? As Shin remembered, it was supposed to happen in 10 months, and only a select few would be able to do it. Sayal looked at the system window and said a strange window had suddenly popped up in front of her. But it happened differently. Heron asked, welcome, player Mio Heron? She screamed in fear. What the? The system window displayed. Main task, protect the islands of the endless sky. Main goal, defeat the waves of monsters, 10 of them. Reward, unlocking new skills, salvation from the islands of the endless sky. Shin wondered, have the players already awakened? How? Suddenly Donju pointed forward and ordered, look there! Huge monsters began jumping out of the gate, and he screamed, the monsters are coming! They rushed down and grabbed their weapons. First wave, 100 gremlins, 80 kobolds, and 60 goblins. Donja asked, puzzled. Where do these come from? Sayal asked, scared. Danju, what now? Shin rushed to the side and shouted, "Everyone, over there!" He waved his hand and yelled, "Hurry!" The group sprinted away as Shantae pointed to the side and warned, "Be careful!" Danju charged forward and shouted, "Seol, faster!" She pleaded, "Pick me up!" Huge monsters chased after them. At that moment, Heron jumped in front of the monsters and raised a shield. She glanced at the system window and muttered, "She doesn't know what this is, but it'll let them go if they can handle the waves, right?" She shouted, "Enlargement!" The system window reported, "Giant's shield. A shield truly made by a giant. Depending on the user's build and needs, it can change its size and shape." At that moment, the ice began to crack. Shantae pointed to the side and shouted, "Hey them! Let them go the opposite way and block the path. We need to pin these down." Shin walked up to him and said, "Wait." He used the creation skill. Shin stretched out his hand, spreading his energy everywhere. Multiple shields materialized. Heron gasped. She didn't expect this. Shantae asked, "Did he just create something incredible? How did he make so many shields?" Shin wiped sweat from his forehead and said, "Now they'll only have a narrow passage left. We need to surround them." Heron ran forward and answered, "She's got it." Shantae silently turned around and saw a fighter lying on the floor. At that moment, Heron called out to him, "They have enough people. If he's a close combat fighter, he can try reviving him." She ran ahead and added, "He's the best at large battles, does he understand?" Shantae approached the ice block with Junian and muttered, "A spearman, but specializes in large-scale battles?" The monsters laughed loudly, pointing forward. Hanjia narrowed her eyes and thought, "This is the perfect time to use a skill." She activated Golden Meteor skill. A massive energy flow surged toward the monsters, who continued laughing evilly. Seol watched in awe and said, "Wow, professional hunters, this is a whole other level in terms of teamwork, though it seems like they're meeting for the first time." Donju replied, "It's difficult for ordinary people like them to help." Shantae looked at Seol and said, "No need to do anything. It's their turn now." She looked at him and asked, "Yes?" Shantae nodded, then turned to Dongju. "Hey." Dongju responded, "Yes." Shantae handed him a machine gun and asked, "Was he in the service?" Meanwhile, Karum sat on the balcony observing. "What is this? The shield on the left is a high-level item, but a single person can't create a wall of shields on the right." The priestess replied, "It's probably the ability of the support, that idiot who wanted to deal with the executive." Karum turned sharply. "That idiot is a support?" The priestess lowered her head. "Yes, with the ability to create weapons," Karum added, "and the ability to control contaminated mana." He stared at her. "What will she do?" The priestess stepped closer. "With what?" Second wave. 300 zombies, 200 skeletons, and 100 ghouls. The monsters burst from the gate, advancing. Karum muttered, "With the gate. Didn't she plan to release all the monsters at once and kill them?" The priestess answered, "When the system activated, it was too late. Her child opened the gate, but she can no longer control it." Karum narrowed his eyes. "Maybe they'll let them go. After all, their goal is the islands, not them." The priestess replied bitterly, "She doesn't like this option, but it may work." Donju handed his phone to Seol and took the machine gun. "If they don't do anything useless, of course." The monsters charged. Hanjia pulled back her arrow, thinking, "Things are bad." Her mana is running low. She wasn't sure if she'd controlled her mana properly when fighting the trolls. Heron rushed to her side. "Let her hold on. She'll help," Hanjia admitted. "It's difficult, but she's the only ranged hunter." Heron frowned. "Who said that?" Hanjia blinked, confused. "Sorry?" Heron crossed her arms, activating a barrier. Hanjia gasped. "Heron, what is she?" Her eyes widened as a loud sound grew. She stopped clapping, but the noise persisted. Heron halted. "She's collecting the sound." She clenched her fist and swung. "Wave strike." The system window reported. Skill wave strike. After imposing the vibrations of the desired environment, an explosive mana attack occurs at a distance. The stronger the vibrations and mana, the more powerful the strike, can be executed with any body part. The monsters were flung back by the energy surge. Hanjia froze. "This is incredible. Much stronger than her attacks." "So this is an A-rank hunter?" Donju yelled. "He'll help too." Hanjia turned. "Excuse me?" Shin called out. "Take a break if you're tired. They can handle it." Hanjia snapped. "She didn't mean that?" "Seiyan, maybe he's still there, and they're just defending themselves." Shin countered. "There's also a chance he's already left. The guard went to save him, so the probability is higher." Donju's eyes widened. "The guard was there?" Hanjia paled. "What?" Shin turned. "Was she?" Donju pointed aside. "They found her body at the gate." Hanjia whispered in horror. "No way!" Shin pressed. "Were there no other bodies?" Donju answered. 3 security department members. He doesn't think the person they're looking for is dead." Hanjia cried in relief. "Thank God. We need to find him quickly." She suddenly froze. then pointed at the floor. Wait, wasn't there another person there? At this time, Elizabeth was walking along the railing. She looked down and heard, "Does he even understand what he is doing?" The guy held his hand out in front of him and asked why he was doing this. The man demanded, "Did he seriously not understand?" He angrily asked where his money was. The money he had lent him. He did not remember how many times he had already said that this money was to pay his mother's medical bills. The guy pursed his lips and said fearfully, "It just happened." So what? Let him threaten as much as he wants. He still has no money. Does he want to kill him and go to jail? And how will he pay for his mother's treatment? The man was squeezing the hilt of a bloody sword and asked, "Wow, is he going to behave like this until the end?" Let him not worry. His mother died yesterday, and he was going to kill him anyway. He just wanted to see if he could hide. The guy was clutching his stomach fearfully and asked, "What?" He begged him to wait. Elizabeth stretched and thought. She thought this world was quieter, but apparently there were more events happening here. All of a sudden, she turned around and looked at a boy walking down the street. Elizabeth quickly glanced around and said, "Okay." She jumped down and added, "It's good to exercise from time to time." Currently, Donju was looking around in fear and shouting, "Seol!" It looks like they took her. Shantae hit himself in the face with his hand and screamed in horror. "He was distracted and forgot." Shin asked what happened. Shantae looked at him and said, "It's all that monster. It uses gates and portals." Shin asked, "Gates and portals?" He looked at the small portal and thought, so that's how the priestess disappeared. Hanjia stretched out her hand and suggested that they split up and find her, as did Kwan Sayan. The protagonist remained silent in response. He asked, "Do they really have to look for Kwan Sayan?" Hanjia widened her eyes and asked, "What?" Shin looked at her and said, "There's a high probability that Kwan Sayan has already gotten out. In that case, they will only waste their time looking for him." Hanjia asked, "What if he hasn't gotten out?" "No one has gotten out since then. How can they be sure?" Shin remembered Jun's image and spoke. "The guard said that they have skills designed for rescue. The islands of the endless sky are an isolated space that depends on one gate, and there have been cases of their instability. It's reasonable to assume that she has a skill that allows her to move people from the islands of the endless sky in an emergency." Hanjia cried out in confusion, "But this is just an assumption. There's no evidence." Shin thought about it. To tell the truth, he says this because he himself saw it in his past life. But if he said that, she wouldn't believe him. Hanjia said, "She thought he was there to find Sayan, or was he there for that?" Shin replied, "Originally, yes. But plans changed. Now they were stuck in the islands of the endless sky. If they couldn't open the gate, their situation would only get worse with each passing minute." Shin opened the system window and spoke. He didn't know, even if this quest really existed, they still had no choice but to kill all the waves. The third wave, 100 orcs, 100 gnolls, 100 goblins. Huge monsters jumped out of different gates and rushed forward. Shin continued, "Based on the quest window, there were 10 waves in total, and the monsters were coming out whether they wanted to or not. This was a battle with time. There was no time to waste when they didn't know what would happen on the last wave." Hanjia said, "He's thinking very efficiently." Shin looked at her questioningly. She asked, "Does he value human life, without even checking anything first? Is it because they don't know each other well? Because he himself might die?" Shin understood. Hanjia imagined the image of Shin and spoke, "But honestly, it's upsetting." Shin froze and remembered how Hanjia told him. She didn't know he would do this. What a pity. At present, Shin clutched his head and thought, were these his memories? This is the first time he's seen this. Shantae ordered them to stop. They're just wasting time arguing. Now they need to save Seol. He's not going to leave until he pays back the debt. At this moment, a gate appeared. Donju asked, "A portal." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey, support!" Shin turned around and saw a guy shouting, "If he wants to save her, let him go there." The priestess asked, "Is there anything?" Karum looked at the screen of his phone and answered, "No." He stopped the recording and erased everything. "Besides, what difference does it make?" The priestess said, "Okay, otherwise," she thought about what would happen if they filmed it. Seol sat on a chair in front of the huge monster and begged for mercy. "Please don't kill her." The priestess frowned and opened the system window. She said, if the video remained and they decided to analyze it, they'd be in trouble. They were already in trouble because the system was activated. She looked at the guy and asked, "Did he ask what the task was?" Kurum answered, "Yes, the reward would be the exit, as they expected. Then they don't need her." Seol's eyes widened in fear. The monster put his hand on her head and she fearfully asked, "Wait." She couldn't see their faces. "Please don't let them kill her." The priestess leaned her elbows on the table and said, "How much noise she makes." Kurum suggested, "Let's use her somehow." The priestess looked at him questioningly. Kurum took off her mask and said, "She thought she wanted to kill that support. The priestess looked at her and asked, "She just didn't want to kill her?" "Okay, let her do as she wants," Kurum replied. "Thank you for understanding." He thought about it. To be honest, he also wanted to settle something with him. In the present, a portal appeared near Shin. Donju said, "It looks like a trap." "Is it okay?" Shantae clenched his jaw and said, "But there are no other ways to save Sail." Donju looked at him and said, "Yes." Shantae turned around and declared, "They can't waste any more time. She and Donju have nothing to worry about. There's a man fighting hundreds of monsters alone. We need to help her quickly." Heron was fighting the monsters at that moment. The system window reported, the fourth wave, 80 orc warriors, 100 goblin archers, 20 skeleton knights, 150 skeleton warriors, and 100 skeleton archers. Heron put her hands forward and said, "Just not the archers." Shin walked towards the portal. Hanjia said, "Shin, no need. It's because of her." He turned around and said, "It's okay. It's not her fault." He raised his head and thought, he didn't expect this, but he had to show them his abilities someday. They would act according to plan. Shin turned around and asked, "A warrior?" Shantae answered, "Is he?" "His name is Li Shantae." Shin created an energy weapon and told him to take it. Shantae replied, "But he already had a weapon." Shin ordered, "Throw it into the portal in a minute." Shantae asked, "What?" Shin turned around and asked, "Can he promise him one last thing?" He used the plat skill. He stepped through the portal. The priestess said, "He really came." Shin answered, "Yeah, what does she want?" The priestess smiled and said, "Stop acting arrogant. One awkward move and they'll smash her head." She put her hand to her lips and added, "He understands. She's not going to just kill him, so let him stand still." Kurum was sitting on a chair in the corner, holding up one finger. He said, "The first rule." Junhan screamed. He started punching the ice and shouted, "What is this? Let him out!" Shantae looked at the portal and remembered Shin's words. "Let him throw it into the portal." He swung and thought, "I guess it's time." Shantae threw the swords into the portal. Shin thought, he had a strange feeling ever since he left the islands of the endless sky. Kurum said, "The third rule. He will tell them everything he remembers." Did he understand? Shin thought, as if he can't just go back like that, as if he missed something. He used the skill of the world of the net. Shin imagined the image of Hanjia and thought, thanks to Hanjia, he understood what this is. And it's him. Kurum's eyes widened and he asked fearfully, how did he know his name? The swords flew out of the portal and shot forward, outlining a triangle on the floor. Shin said, he doesn't know how it's connected to the priestess. The priestess jumped back and screamed loudly. Shin smiled and said, but it's not enough if she wants to catch him. The priestess smirked. She had planned something. The priestess stretched her hand forward, activating a barrier. She smiled coldly and said she had forgotten she could just chop his head off. Behind him, a monster had already swung its clawed paw. Shin reacted fast, using his barrier. The monster's strike clashed against it, but then, suddenly, an energy thread from the priestess flew at him. He dodged, but another monster was already behind him, its claws reaching for him. He was being pulled into a portal. Then, a sword shot out of the portal, slicing the monster apart. Shin collapsed to the ground inside the portal, catching his breath. Before he could react, an axe came flying out. Shantae had thrown it 2 minutes earlier. Back at the battlefield, Shantae turned and said, that support did that? Junxia asked in disbelief. Is a support even capable of something like that? Heron crossed her arms and scolded them. Instead of standing there with their jaws on the floor, they should help. The fifth wave had begun. Heron asked if she was familiar. Hanjia hesitated. No way! She knocked an arrow and pulled it back. She knew how to deal with them now, as she had already killed one. The ogre dodged her attack, and she gasped in shock. Heron warned her. The ogre picked up bones from the ground and threw them with force. A warrior rushed forward, raising his shield to cover her. Hanjia cursed, asking herself how the trolls had gained intelligence. Then, a deep, guttural roar. The system window flashed, ogre magic's overwhelming roar. The monster opened its mouth, releasing a deafening shockwave. Hanjia braced herself. Heron screamed at her to get down. The ogre's body was suddenly sliced apart. The other monsters flinched in shock. Shantae turned his head. We need to help him. Heron held Hanjia steady, asking if she was okay. Inside the portal, Shin held a massive hammer encased in a protective barrier. This was nonsense, he thought. He had drained a second bottle of mana. The priestess watched him, impressed. She said she had put almost all her strength into that attack. The priestess tilted her head. They were both hiding things, but why was he revealing his strength without attacking back? Shin narrowed his eyes, thinking, was it that obvious? Earlier, he had opened a box. Inside were twin rings. Hain had told him they were part of the plan. They allowed teleportation between wearers, but only once. He had hesitated. Hain had assured him she knew he had changed his plan, but the Arbiter had an ally. If he was caught off guard, it would be difficult. She insisted the ring could be a lifesaver. Now, Shin moved his fingers, feeling the ring. If he called Tahin now, maybe he could detain the priestess, but it wouldn't be enough. She was still relaxed, even smirking, as if she had all the time in the world. She admitted it might be difficult to detain him alone with just her and her child. Kurum was hiding behind a wall, covering his mouth, afraid. But she wasn't letting him go just yet. Shin's expression darkened. She was misunderstanding something. She asked what he meant. He frowned. She only needed to worry about herself. He wanted to confirm her abilities. Something about her felt familiar. Shin smirked. Of course not. But if she wanted to live, she would have to use everything she had. The priestess scoffed. Why would he force her to use all her abilities? She wasn't above using dirty tricks. She gestured to the monster squeezing a seal in its hand. Shin stared at her. Then he asked, "Is that all?" The priestess blinked, puzzled. Is this the best she could do? Suddenly, numerous small arrows materialized in the air, all aimed at her. She lifted her head, her eyes flickered. A while ago, the priestess had a task. She knelt before Les, listening. He told her to find out how much the creator could use contaminated mana. She asked again about the level of power. Lester waved his hand, dismissed her concern, and said the priority was finding shelter. The priestess hesitated and asked, "What about the support?" Lester looked out the window and said they would learn about his abilities once the system activated. Until then, she should focus on securing an isolated gate date. He reminded her time was running out. The priestess bowed and said she understood. Now, the priestess frowned, deep in thought. She had expected this to be an opportunity to learn more about him. But above her, arrows rained down. Shin focused his mind. Memories of Hanjia and Sion flickered in the fog of his past life. They were different from how he remembered, yet their abilities were the same. And this priestess's techniques, the divine-powered hammer, the barrier, he had seen these before. But where? He needed to press her. She might change tactics. The priestess asked him seriously, "Spears?" The priestess waved her staff and agreed. Suddenly, her vision blurred. She felt something was wrong. Her weapons weren't responding. Shin had already sent a strong flow of energy at her. He had used a communication skill. He could connect to a target's weapon and control it. The priestess turned and shouted at the monster to kill the girl. The monster roared and swung its fist at Seal, but before it could land, a powerful force severed its arm. A spear struck the creature, followed by another attack. The priestess looked down and realized too late he had used a skill. Shin kept attacking. She lost focus. He closed in, his spear pointed at her face. She screamed. Suddenly, massive white wings burst from her back. The divine energy lit up the battlefield, blinding everyone. Monsters shielded their eyes. Warriors ducked behind their shields. Hanjia and Heron looked at the enormous body of the fallen executive. The priestess was spreading her emotions uncontrollably. She looked at her hands, confused. She hadn't meant to activate the skill. Shin narrowed his eyes. So it was the priestess's anchor skill, a perfect chance to kill her. Then, behind him, something shifted. An explosion burst forward. Shin barely covered himself. A massive stream of energy came from the portal, piercing the executive's body. Lester stepped through. He said she was in a hurry, priestess, using something unprepared. The priestess looked down nervously. Lester turned his gaze to Shin. So this was the creator she had been talking about. Shin stared at him. The mana coming from him was overwhelming. Contaminated mana flooded the air. Lester smirked and said he told her to focus on securing a shelter, yet she had used the hermit and the test sample. Energy swirled in front of his face. He muttered, "Still lost." The executive's body twisted into black threads, drawn back into the portal. Lester sighed and asked the priestess, "So she released a dog that didn't even recognize its owner?" The priestess lowered her head. The executive disappeared, completely. Lester turned his eyes back to Shin, smirked and said, "It looks like he hadn't even used contaminated mana yet." He tilted his head. What does he know about contaminated mana? Elsewhere, Donju aimed his machine gun and asked, "Why were the monsters acting so strangely?" Hanjia replied she didn't know. Monsters suddenly rushed at them. Donju screamed, "These ones are moving differently!" He fired at their heads. Heron asked if it was his ability. Donju shook his head. It was the squad leader's weapon. The system window displayed elemental enchantment, explosive bullets. They detonated on impact. Hanjia said, "I'm sorry I got injured." Heron nodded. She looked toward Junyong and said, "It would be really helpful if he woke up." Donju sighed. He would hold off the enemies as long as possible until the squad leader returned with Seal. Heron scanned the battlefield and asked, "Where did he go?" Meanwhile, Shin stood across from Les in the ruined space. Shantae arrived. Shantae's expression darkened. "Where is she? Tell me now." Shin stretched his hand forward. Seal was surrounded by spears. Lester glanced at her. Lester smirked and said, "His comrade used her as bait." Shantae turned to Shin and demanded, "Is that true?" Lester explained, "Because of the priestess's orders, he had to restrain her. It made her the perfect target." The priestess had been waiting for Shin to slip, waiting for his attention to lapse so she could strike. Shantae screamed angrily, "You used a civilian!" Lester chuckled and said, "I like this guy. I would offer him a chance. Would he help me with a plan?" Suddenly, a gun barrel was pressed against his face. Shantae growled and called them sick idiots. "I don't know what you're planning, but—" Junyo stepped in before he could finish. Shantae's body glowed with energy. He started dissolving into the air, disappearing before their eyes. His axe fell to the floor, and Shin asked why he had done that. Lester smiled and answered that it was a strange question, pointing out that the man's head had almost been blown off. Shin frowned and asked how Lester had done it, to which Lester answered unexpectedly that the man's comrade had died, and he, instead of taking revenge, had asked questions. Shin said he had wanted to see how far his powers could go, clarifying that the fallen man was not his comrade. He thought to himself that the man was probably a good person, but had acted too recklessly. He was talented but not strong enough to be called a hero, which was too bad but couldn't be helped, as it was his own choice, and he had just suffered the consequences. Lester chuckled and said that he liked him. Shin then asked how he had managed to use that technique, but Lester said that was enough, and that Shin should understand he was not in a position to ask questions now. It was his turn to ask what Shin knew about the infected. Lester fell silent, looked away, chuckled, and clenched his palm before stating that apparently he had been wrong. Shin looked at him, puzzled, and Lester swung his hand, declaring that first they needed to deal with the annoying kids. Shin thought, "No," and turned around in fear to see Lester swing his sword and order, "Down!" A large energy flow rushed through the room and cut the monsters' bodies. Dongju asked in surprise what he had said, and Hanjia grabbed him, pulling them both to the floor as the monsters continued to die. A warrior put a shield in front of himself and screamed loudly before an explosion sounded. After a while, Hanjia asked what had just happened, and Haran answered that it had flown out from Shin's side, then turned to see the warrior's body cut in half. Dongju looked around, asking just what was going on, and Lester stretched out his hand, saying he had assembled this gate because he needed it but could no longer control it, so there was no point. Shin thought that you couldn't even think about fighting, wondering if Lester could do this even with contaminated mana, and concluded there was nothing he could do at all. He squeezed a flask, thinking he first needed to replenish his mana deficiency. After emptying it, he noted this was the third bottle, and that the potions would become less effective with addiction symptoms starting to appear. Judging by the situation, he thought Lester was definitely in charge of the priestess, but he couldn't be defeated by just calling for Tahan. He needed to outlive him first. Shin turned around, thinking he needed to protect not just himself, but also Hanjia and the others, who were worthy of being called heroes. He clenched his jaw, wondering how, and reflected that Lester was interested in him now. but would let him die immediately like Shantae once he grew tired of him. A system window reported he could not use contaminated mana due to someone's interference. His nose started bleeding, and he thought that if he could use it, it would help. Just then, Lester turned around, and Hanjia asked in confusion if they were seeing this, to which Harun answered yes, that many large energy flows were quickly heading towards the portals. Harun asked if this had ever happened before, and Hanjia said no. They would have noticed something like that. And though she asked for forgiveness, she said she thought she needed to go to Shin. Harun objected that she was wounded and couldn't shoot. So Hanjia called for Dongju. When he turned and answered, she extended her hand and told him to give her a weapon. He handed her a machine gun, and she rushed forward while Harun thoughtfully turned to look at the system window, asking what was going on before jerking in fear as bloody cracks appeared in front of her, and asking if the gates were being destroyed. Lester exhaled and said now they could talk calmly, but Shin remained silent, so Lester told him to answer his question. Shin asked what Lester knew about the contaminated mana, saying to forgive him, but he didn't know anything about it either since he had only recently received it. Lester remained silent, then asked if Shin also had memories, causing Shin's eyes to widen in fear as he wondered how Lester knew. Lester replied that contaminated mana could not be obtained just like that, and he had begun to suspect this when he heard from the priestess. But now he clearly saw that Shin had it. Shin thought he was being probed, but Lester told him not to worry, saying he was just trying to do his best to prevent the end of the world, and that they could become comrades pursuing a common goal if Shin helped him. Shin frowned, looked at his hand, turned around, and asked why Lester had killed the man. Lester said he had interfered, and unfortunately his goal was larger than a single death. And since he had little time, he stretched out both hands and asked if Shin would help him. Shin thought about the word comrades, and the priestess turned around, looking back thoughtfully before screaming for them to be careful. Hanjia aimed her machine gun and screamed for Lester to put his hands up, otherwise she would shoot. Shin thought, no. Horror. Wondering why Hanjia had come there, and created a blade, thinking he hadn't intended to become enemies with Lester but now needed to protect Hanjia. A large energy flow swept through the room, and Hanjia told him to stop, but Shin rushed forward, thinking he had to thrust the blade forward before the contaminated mana reached her to distract Lester. Hanjia dropped the machine gun and screamed in fear. Lester turned around, clenched his fist, said, "Too slow," and struck Shin, who fell screaming. At the same time, Lester clenched his fists and said Shin used skills but was completely physically undeveloped. When Shin asked what he was talking about, Lester replied that he must have known skills were needed to increase strength, but that wasn't enough. Until now he had no problem dealing with opponents with skills alone, but he lacked physical ability and would soon reach his limit. Shin looked at him in surprise and froze as Lester stood over him and told him to develop physically first, noting there were many ways to do so while the system was activated. When Shin asked why he was telling him this, Lester answered that it was because he had confirmed Shin had memories, and since he didn't know yet whether Shin was an enemy or an ally, he was curious. Hanjia looked up in fear, clutching the machine gun, and Lester turned around, saying his offer still stood and that Shin would answer later. Then thought, puzzled, about where the contaminated mana was heading. A huge rift appeared above them. Lester stretched out his hand, thinking this was a mistake, and that he hadn't thought she would go all the way. Then took off his hood and told Shin his name was Lester, to remember his words as it wasn't a bad offer. Hanjia rushed forward, screaming Shin's name, crouched down, and asked if he was okay and what was going on. Shin lowered his head and said he was well, and a system window appeared in front of Hanjia. She read it aloud. The main task was to protect the islands of the Endless Sky, the last wave, with the main goal to defeat the waves of monsters. 9 out of 10, and the rewards were to unlock new skills, even from the islands of the Endless Sky. She asked if this was not the end, and Shin answered that apparently there was still a boss left, but Hanjia said she could no longer fight. Shin rushed forward, thinking he had no mana left, and had barely created a dagger during the last attack, then looked at the large rift and wondered what would happen since there were no more ways to defend himself. Suddenly, a huge bird and a hat flew out from the rift, and the guys looked at it with puzzled eyes, opening their mouths in surprise. It landed on the floor, and Shin thought he had never met such a monster before, wondering where it had come from. For the boss, Hanjia looked at it and said, "Somehow, it does not inspire," before walking forward and announcing she would try to deal with it. Shin told her to wait, but suddenly he fell to his knees as blood began to flow from his mouth. He grabbed his face and thought that this was bad, questioning why the side effect had to appear now. Judging by the weak reaction, he concluded there was a high probability that this monster used contaminated mana, and if it had a similar ability, Hanjia was in danger. As she swung her machine gun, the monster suddenly turned around and said, "Found it," prompting Hanjia to only scream in fear in response. The bird then ordered, "Give it back," and Hanjia looked at it questioningly, while the monster looked towards Shin and said, "This is his." Shin thought about what the monster had said, that he took it, said he would return it but did not, and that the hour had come for him to give it back. Hanjia turned around and looked at it, puzzled, while Shin held out his hand in front of him and realized he now understood. He didn't know what it was, but it reacted to contaminated mana, and as long as Hanjia didn't do anything special, it would focus on him. Though the problem was that this was the target of his knowledge and he didn't know how to deal with it. The monster turned its head to the side and asked if he was listening to it. And Shin thought honestly that it didn't look like it had much contaminated mana, but he still couldn't attack yet. The monster ordered him to compensate, and Shin looked at it in surprise as it came closer and said it didn't listen when he asked for it to be compensated, and now it tells him to compensate. Shin said, "No, it," and wondered if Lester had contaminated mana like this. The monster leaned towards Shin and said, "Mine. This one had a lot, almost all of it, but he has almost none of it. Where did it go?" Shin said there seemed to have been a misunderstanding, and that he thought it was the person making the mistake. But the monster replied there was no misunderstanding, leaving Shin looking at him in surprise as it insisted it was definitely used there. The stockpiles of this. Shin hit it with his hands and screamed that it wasn't his, and the bird started to fly up, demanding, "Immediately, let it give it back. Immediately, let it give it back." At that moment, Heron clenched her fist and hit the monster on the head. She looked around and asked what kind of nonsense it was, stating she didn't need to defeat this. But Shin replied, "No, good job." Suddenly, system windows appeared in front of them, stating the main task was to deal with the last wave of the islands of the endless sky, that the task was completed and they would be given the rewards for completing it. Shin looked at this in surprise and thought they should wait, questioning what about these two and the corpses if they were going to give out rewards now. He turned around and saw the guys all moved into one single space, everyone crying out in pain as the people around talked in confusion, asking what was going on and if anyone understood what was happening. With one man confirming it wasn't only he who saw it, right? They reported to the association, questioning if it was only the awakened who saw this, and Shin put his hand on his knee and stated that instead of a reward, they were released. A policeman pointed to the side and said the people outside reported that a strange window also appeared in front of them, and a man looked around and said the association was also confused, with no one understanding what was happening. Another policeman asked what that was, and a man in a robe said to let them wait, as his skills were written there. Hanjia asked what was going on, and Shin replied he didn't know, thinking. But he knew because of the window that suddenly appeared there was a commotion. Hanjia passed by him and apologized, again asking what was happening, and Shin turned around and wondered if those who were unconscious were also transferred. Apparently everyone received a reward. He looked at Donju and Sail and noted that they also came back. Everyone came back, but not the dead ones, and he hoped that the association would find a way to return the bodies. Guards ran up to him and asked, "Shin, thanks to those who returned from the isolated gate alive," and the feeling of confusion in the hall was replaced by a sense of security and responsibility. During the investigation, Shin found out that the rift had a weak reaction a few seconds before their return, and in addition, the awakened ones had visions, and the rift lost its light for a short time. Shin looked at the association member and thought that a few seconds before returning the task was completed, and the activation system was late because the gate was closed. However, unlike the previous life, now all the awakened ones had become players. Shin looked at the talking men and thought this was a big change, and they needed to change the plan drastically. He looked at the ring on his hand and thought this way no one would be able to meet the leader who stands behind the priestess, and he remembered Lester's words that he first needed to increase his physical abilities, and as long as the system was activated, there would be many ways. He put his hands in his pockets and lowered his head, thinking there was still a lot to settle and it couldn't go on like this any longer. Although the appearance of the window caused confusion, many were able to react even in a state of anxiety, because for people who were once normal, this was another event related to the rift. According to the news, only those who were awakened saw visions, presumably related to the rift, and some said that the rift would one day lead to the end of the world. But these were a minority. The Skeleton Guild was naturally disbanded due to the death of its leader, the A-rank sorcerer Lint, and during the investigation some illegal activities were discovered, including illegal dungeon raids, unregistered goods, and theft. The guild members testified that most of the profits were sent to Li Xin's wife and daughter in America. The C and D rank guild members had nowhere to go, so they ended their careers as hunters. The Hunters Association, after confirming that Quan Xian was alive, took him from the home of the Guardian of the Endless Sky Islands, Yujun. Quan Xian and the others had talked about an awakened woman using dark energy, and the association was currently investigating her whereabouts. When they learned that Guardian Yujuan had no blood relatives, the association began to discuss who should receive compensation, as her husband and family had died several years ago as part of the rescue party. Dongju sat on a chair in front of So's bed and said that was all they know for now, and Soil smiled and thanked him. Dongju looked at her and asked why share this data, and Soil replied he was saying that even if she didn't remember everything, she should remember at least something. Dongju nodded and said yes, but asked if she would continue working. Soil looked at him puzzled and asked what, and Dongju replied that in the association it's dangerous, and there is no guarantee that something like this will not happen again. Soil asked if that was what he was talking about, stating she has to continue, and who will do it if not her. Dongju clicked his tongue and said it is not unbelievable. Soil smiled and said they manage the list of hunters, classify ranks, provide monetary rewards, receive reports, write reports on abnormal dungeons, and many other things that they do so many things they are the department of everything. Dongju turned away and said yes, and Soil added that what is being overlooked is that they originally pretended to be an association to clean up the islands of the Endless Sky. Dongju looked at her carefully, and Soil said she will look, and doesn't he think that there is someone behind the villains? Like gangsters, a large corporation, or national intelligence? Dongju hit her on the head with a notebook and said if she wants to play detective, then only after she is fully recovered. Soil smiled and screamed. Danju went out into the corridor and tore up the papers, throwing them in the trash, then went forward and said she will drive him crazy. At this time, a portal appeared in the alley from which monsters began to crawl out and roar loudly. One crawled out and looked around, then looked forward where a boy was walking and laughed loudly. Not far away, a large portal appeared from which a guy came out and looked at the system window where it was written that the task was activated. He said in fear that this was terrible, and why did they call him so early? The guy heard a loud scream and turned around to see how the monster was attacking the frightened boy. It roared and walked forward, pushing off the ground and heading towards the boy, but an arrow pierced its head and nailed it to the wall. The guy said, "Hey guy," then smiled and asked, "Is he alone?" Meanwhile, back at Shin's apartment, Elizabeth asked the guy if he had brought himself to such a state by drinking 3 jars of mana. Jumping onto his bed, she was surprised he had come back alive at all, explaining that in fact, Lester had allowed them to survive. If he had wanted them dead, no one would have come back. "So, your powers are now revealed?" the cat asked. Shin explained that it was part of the plan. He had revealed his abilities by getting them to focus on him, and then he was to bring out those behind it all. Elizabeth teased that since Shin had seen his face, it could be considered a successful plan, and looking at her smile, the supporter asked her not to mock him so openly. Let's say the guy saw someone who calls himself Lester, but what about the others? What about those who came in with him? The cat pressed, noting that several people had seen his abilities as well. "You don't have to worry about that, Shin. After all, he used the skill fee," the guy said, explaining he had a contract prepared in advance for his group. The guy had promised to deal with those two and save the hostage, but in return, he asked them not to tell anyone about the abilities they had seen. Initially, fee is a basic skill that provides payment through weapon rentals, and as the skill level increases, the contract skill becomes possible. When the system is activated, all players gain benefits based on their class and the skills they use. In normal cases, ranged classes get improved aiming, melee classes get strengthened, mages can summon familiars, and supports have a variety of benefits depending on their skills, with Shin's advantage as a support being the link skill. When using fee directly, you can make a certain request when renting a weapon, but there is an option where a person rents a weapon and, in return, has to fulfill Shin's request. However, at A level and above, they can ignore it. Now, with the increase in skill, the fee can be contracted, which cannot be resisted as long as the system is in place, and unconventional uses of the board such as memory wiping had become available due to Shin's high level of skill, meaning for high-ranking hunters, the chances of being ignored were now slim to none. It was practically a foolproof deal with no cheating, guaranteed by the system. Judging from the fact that the guy was barely mentioned during the investigation, it could be assumed that the skill worked properly, and thanks to Yun Tai-hun, Shin was able to determine what was acceptable, which was also helped by the system being activated early, meaning the other players would now have to adapt to the changes. Elizabeth looked at the boy when she heard about the system, and placing a paw on the system window, the cat wondered if that was what he was talking about. The guy huffed, surprised that the cat had gotten a system window too, and she reminded him that she was a player back in the dungeon, though now, thanks to someone, she was acting as a maid. It was very strange. All of the awakened became players, although Shin has completely different memories. They are very different. The cat wondered aloud, asking, "What memories is the guy kept talking about?" "I don't know what the previous cycle is, but memories are what you experienced, right?" Elizabeth inquired. "However, they are all jumbled up and don't add up. All he has are techniques he calls skills, even though he's never practiced using them," the guy said, not understanding what Elizabeth was getting at. "I'm asking if these are really your memories," the cat clarified. Shin was confused, thinking, "Come to think of it, it looks like her world was destroyed too. There's no one who remembers it, so why does he have these memories? How is that possible?" "I've already told you. When the guild members and I first entered the dungeon, I fell into a strange lake," the guy said, but the cat was referring to the previous cycle, suggesting that if memories were passed down through cycles, there had to be some way, and maybe it was just an illusion, as Elizabeth summarized. Shin disagreed with her assertion, insisting that they were his memories, that he was sure of it, and that he could prove it. While the cat wondered how he would prove it, Shin began to rise from the bed, recalling how the unknown man had mentioned the concept of memories in his conversation. Lester obviously said so too. "That means there must be other people with memories, right?" Shin asked, getting ready to go. But before he went to look for them, there was something he needed to do as he went to his library and took out a book. And glancing at her, he remembered that he had some business to take care of right now. Kang Yurim was definitely an ally of Shin in the last cycle, but is now acting with Lester, and he wondered what happened, thinking that if those words about preventing the end of the world are true, Kang Yurim must know something about it too, meaning there was a good chance that she has memories too. But since it's not a problem they can solve right now, he needed to focus on issues that they could deal with immediately, which is why Shin called Tahin, contrary to what they had agreed, to inform the guild leader that there was a change of plans and they needed to meet and talk. Meanwhile, there were two people sitting in the park, the same ones who had met the goblin, and the blonde asked if the guy was playing games like Brawl Stars and Roblox. "Yeah, I'm good at it," replied the boy. The cheerful boy thanked the blonde for his help and said it was time for him to run home. "Yeah, okay. Go back home and be careful on the streets from now on," the man replied with a smile. The boy understood everything and headed home, and as suddenly a minivan approached him on the road, the boy looked up the road and saw a vehicle approaching. A black car stopped right in the crosswalk where the boy was walking, and in the next instance he was out of sight with the boy. "I need some money for a battle pass. I hope you don't mind, kid," said the blonde man as he continued to flip through his phone. Back to Shin, who was already waiting to meet the guild head. Tahin came to the meeting, trying to hide his appearance from strangers, with clothes a couple sizes too big, a cap, and a medical mask. Tahin had heard about the incident from an acquaintance at the association, but nothing was said about Shin there. "How are you?" the guild leader asked. "I'm fine, but our earlier plans have lost their meaning," answered Shin, placing the ring on the table. Seeing him, Tahin was alarmed that Shin meant he had met the one behind the priestess. "Yes, and I have become convinced that the gulf between us is unbridgeable," replied the supporter. The guild leader was outraged that he hadn't been summoned, but the guy explained that if he had, they wouldn't be alive anymore, and that Tahin must believe that Lester is not an opponent they can defeat right now. Although Shin saw his face, it is highly doubtful that the enemy is registered as a hunter. He may not even be from the Awakened, and Lester is a strange name. But his abilities are unusual, as he didn't use mana at all, and used polluted mana instead in such a destructive manner. And there was also Kang Yurim and the priestess beside him. The priestess was not in Shin's memories. However, the skills of this priestess seemed familiar to him, and he wondered who she is. Suddenly, Tahin called out to Shin, interrupting his musings, as the head of the Overkill Guild noticed how the supporter hesitated and asked if everything was all right. But also because Tahin remembered his recent conversation with Wu Hein, where it seemed to her that Shin was hiding something, and she tried to impose those thoughts on the guild leader. She talked about how the first time she met him, she felt some kind of energy from him, and since Tahin is a warrior, perhaps he didn't notice it, explaining that energy wasn't like magic power at all. But after activating this system, not only she but most people were able to see this energy with their own eyes, and it was exactly like the one that came from the skill used by the Supreme's ally. It's not like Shin was with them. After all, he did confront them until I intervened, said Wu Hein. So she asked Tahan to find out something if he gets a chance, noting that the support probably trusts Tahan more than Wu Hein. It seems like you have a lot to think about, said the clan leader, looking at Shin, as the original plan failed completely, and now that the system has been activated, hiding Shin's abilities is pointless. So Shin wondered if he should tell the memories of the previous cycle. Looks like Hein didn't trust you much, but I'm different, Tahan suddenly said, embarrassing Shin a little. And the head of the Overkill Guild started talking about how the rank and skills of a supporter suspiciously don't clash, saying, even if he always contacts first, reports only his business and disappears. Even if he yanks Tahan, the head of one of the top guilds in the country. Am I really acting like this? Thought the weapon maker. If you can fulfill my full potential, I don't care, shouted the berserker loudly, standing up from the table, and Tahan asked Shin to trust him, saying that if Shin has any doubts, he can honestly say so, that there's no need to worry and do everything alone, and that no matter what others say, Tahan is on Shin's side. Yeah, maybe the guy was overly cautious. And if we're talking about preparing for the end of the world with the heroes, he didn't trust them at all. Is it really possible for me to open up to you, Tahan? The support asked. Of course! Tell me everything! Exclaimed the guild leader. But in a moment, Tahan's face changed from inspired to deep surprise or even disappointment when he heard about God coming down to earth and the end of the world, as those were clearly not the words he wanted to hear, leading to an awkward pause. Next is system information about Tahan: awakened rank S, class berserker, style nuking type, close combat. Berserker specialties: ignores pain, mentality that doesn't waver, flames that split mana. Titles: Dungeon Breaker, Weapon Breaker. Maintenance cost: Black Hole. Overkill Guide Master. Attack power, 5 points. Strength, 5 points. Defense power, 5 points. Intelligence, 3 points. Mana, 3 points. Agility, 3 points. The end came suddenly, just like the moment of the first awakening. A system message suddenly appeared in front of the hunter. Final quest. Final chapter. The end of the world. Main goal: defeat God. Reward: saving the world and something else. The guild members began to question what it said. Would the guild leader really become even stronger? Meanwhile, Shin noticed something strange. He pointed his finger at the rift and motioned for everyone to pay attention. His comrades watched with great surprise as someone approached. A huge six-winged angel appeared out of the crack. The group was confused and didn't know what they should do at this point. Apparently it was the same god from the final quest. A system message changed the player's status to Heroic Candidate and issued an additional quest. Final chapter, Heroes, main objective, find a way to kill a god. Time remaining, 7 days. Screams of terror were heard all around, no one fully understanding what was happening. Feathers showered the vast area. A tank from the squad tried to catch one feather with his hand. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and the body of the tank was simply torn into small pieces. The guild members looked on without comprehension of what is happening. Looking back on this quest, Shin remembers it dragging on for an entire week. The players and heroes were desperate to find a way to kill the god. But exactly 7 days later, the world had met its end. After listening to Shin's story, Tahan drew his own conclusions. Shin didn't expect Tahan to believe it so easily. The guild head abruptly stood up from his seat and grabbed Shin's shoulder. The man in the cap started pulling the supporter with him. The guy urgently needs to visit the hospital, apparently. The shock from the islands of Endless Sky still hadn't passed. Shin asked him to stop and listen to him. A week after descending, Shin seems to have realized the way to kill the final boss was just a gimmick. If only he could have realized it a little sooner, he could have saved everyone. Suddenly, the roof over Shin collapsed. The very system in human likeness came down to him. I realized it too late, said the boy, looking at the silhouette of the system. The system looked at the supporter and smiled. She thought it was very funny. If I had one more chance, Shin wheezed. The heroes you eliminated in the beginning were the key. The boy continued to reason, looking at the way the system was pointing its hand at him with a clenched fist. The system terminated another player, so all of Shin's memories end with his own death. Therefore, there is a suggestion that God is also behind the doer who pursues the awakened one. Then what is this trick that can kill a god? Tahan asked. But the guy didn't remember it. The guild leader was disappointed by this answer. Maybe Shin remembers the names and number of characters? Then Shin only remembered the people he crossed paths with. Of the dozen or so who made it to the end, he remembered a couple of faces, and in the beginning there were several hundred of them. It was as if someone had deliberately erased some of the memories. Watching Tyne's reaction, the guy noticed that he was still hesitant. Well, I guess that's a normal reaction. Tahin really helped Shin. It was worth approaching the matter more delicately. But to his surprise, when the guild leader stood up from the table, the man returned the ring to him and said that in that case, it would be better to leave the ring to the supporter. They would have to work closely together in the future. You believe me? The boy asked in surprise. I'm not looking at this from a faith standpoint, but from the standpoint of whether or not I can give you the proper assistance, the guild leader said with a smile, handing the ring to the boy. Judging from the fact that Shin told such a story, he doesn't need a man who will believe his words, but a man he will trust. I'll trust you, Shin, but in return, I want you to trust me as well, Tahin summarized. After saying those words, the guild leader placed an emergency ring in the supporter's hand. Although Tahin didn't know if the supporter was telling the truth or not, if they could get him into the guild, he could become a strong ally for them. And just as the guild leader wanted to strike up a conversation about joining Overkill, Shin held out the very book he had brought with him from home. This is the book the guy got on the islands of the Endless Sky. Good thing he brought it with him. Your system activated too, didn't it? Shin asked. Tahin was a little surprised and nodded in response. In such a case, a man should realize the significance of acquiring the first skill book, and Shin gives it to the guild leader as a sign of trust. This skill book, the difficulty of obtaining it is S rank, so its price on the market will be astronomical. It allows you to learn a new skill. Skills can vary depending on the class and style of the target. To activate the book, it must be opened, but it disappears after one use. Tahin was surprised by such a gift. Why exactly is he worthy of this book? To make you stronger, replied the supporter. Much stronger than this, he continued. Well, it would be even better if Tahin could get something useful at the same time. So there's a reason after all, thought the guild leader. The man agreed because he promised the guy all-round support. He inquired as to what the support guy needed. A magic stone solvent for starters. Can you get it in 2 days? Shin asked thoughtfully. Initially, this request was completely insignificant. But when it came to the number of 10,000 liters, are you going to fill a swimming pool? This isn't tap water, Tahin said indignantly. But the list didn't stop there. There were still other ingredients needed, such as wool of the Monkey King, whiskers of the Heavenly Fish, slime of the Wasteland Witch, blood of the Night Goblin, helmet of the Ant King, and something else. Wait a minute. These are top-quality materials. You can't get them in a couple days. Tahin couldn't contain his emotions and started shouting at the entire cafe. The people sitting near them began to whisper. The head of the guild toned down his tone and asked what the supporter was up to, as the man had never heard of some of the items. Tahin wondered if it was the kind of thing Shin had dealt with in the past. Passing. Then, what are the most valuable mana-related materials in the guild storage? Shin inquired. A few moments later, there was a box with a huge sphere inside it on the table. This is a purified spirit core. Difficulty in obtaining this material. A rank. This is a core that holds the power of a once-fallen spirit. After an elaborate purification process, there was only pure essence left inside. This orb was brought by Secretary Min. She is a rank B, class, space opener. She is able to create subspaces in closed places. This orb was obtained from the S-rank dungeon and cleared with the help of Wu Hein. While the guy was stretching his hands for the orb and saying that it should be enough, the rare specimen was abruptly snatched away. Looking at Min, Shin couldn't understand what was going on. She was furious, like a little chihuahua that barks and growls indiscriminately. She considered this sphere to be a priceless treasure of the guild. The head of the guild noticed the awkward situation, and held out a much more valuable item to his secretary. And in order to alleviate this little misunderstanding, he offered to deliver the orb to the place where Shin would need it. After all, one has to be especially careful with this orb. You have to use it together with the solvent, Tahin summarized. After agreeing with the man, the guy said the address where all the material should be delivered. Just as the guild leader and secretary were about to leave, Shin asked Tahin to stay and talk one-on-one. The guy wants to talk about everything that happened on the islands of the vast sky. After a while, the city bus arrives at the stop. Shin approaches someone's house with gifts and guests. "Mom, I'm back," the boy said loudly. An older woman sitting in a wheelchair turned around sharply. She was happy to see her son again, and he, in turn, inquired how she was feeling. One day, unexpectedly, a crack appeared in the earth and mana poured out of it. But it was not a blessing for all the people. Those who resonated with it became awakened and gained new abilities. but for those with a particularly low sensitivity to mana, it turned into poison. This disease was later called multiple mana perception disorder. In severe cases, it was fatal, and survivors suffered from various complications. "How have you been feeling lately?" Shin asked, to which the mother replied that she felt much better after being treated in such a place with clean air. Wondering if she had gotten some of the items, the woman pointed her finger at the pantry. They were left right outside the storeroom, as the boy had requested. Shin's mother doesn't remember very well who exactly came, but it seems it was an awakened one from the guild. Looking at the huge canister, the guy thought, "I should call Walter White. I mean, did Min really come by herself? Probably grumbling the whole way?" In any case, thanks to Tahin, there was an opportunity to take a chance. Opening the door and stepping inside, the guy thought, "Walter White? Has he already finished the job?" More specifically, Shin now has a chance to use the magic stones he's been collecting all year. Meanwhile, at the Shinhwa Guild office, Haran stood in front of Kim Huk with a broken arm. The guild leader had heard that she had traveled to the boundless Sky Island. "About that, I've already submitted a full report to Secretary Choi," Kim said before the girl could reply. He had familiarized himself with it, and began to reread the report of what had happened again. Unusual awakened and portal-creating monsters attacked. A passageway suddenly opened from where the monsters poured in. A quest began. But here's the best part. At the office of the Hunter Association, Han Chol was questioning Mr. Lee Dongju. Did he notice some unidentified dark force? Dongju answered positively to this question, but because of the monsters, he couldn't really see anything. But it seemed to have been used by another awakened person. "So, someone has seen this man?" the head of the association asked. "The 3 hunters who accompanied me spotted him," replied Dongju. Of these were the deceased hunter and head of the Skeleton Guild, Li Shintai, the hunter Hanjia, and Shin. Kim was very surprised to hear his name. How could this guy be there? The guild leader just couldn't believe his ears. He decided to ask his huntress in person what had happened there. "I didn't see," the girl said in a timid voice. Kim was angry. How could she not see? There were monsters all around us. I didn't manage to get a proper look while I was fighting them. Instead of the other hunters, Mr. Dongju continued his report. Then she and the huntress Miho Haran tended to those who had fainted. They couldn't leave them behind, and that man went into hiding. After listening to Mr. Dongju's report, the head of the Hunter Association office thought for a moment. "Then you questioned the 2 eyewitness hunters?" Han Chol asked. "Yes, but both of them stated that they saw the man for the first time," replied Lee Dongju. "It seems that if you don't mention the content of the contract, there is no problem." Dongju recalled their conversation with Shin. He found it quite troublesome. After all, according to the contract between the players, some information about the counterparty cannot be disclosed. Lee Dongju didn't really like being restricted like this. He wanted to break the rules by any means necessary. And to be honest, if you think about it, you can find a loophole to pass on the information. Because the conditions are not specified, the punishment is not specified. You can only find out who blabbed. But Shin had already mentioned that he had his own reasons for keeping his silence so carefully. "Well, that's about what I figured. There are too many suspicious things," Lee Dongju said, also looking at Shin's profile. Mr. Lee Dongju recalled their long-ago meeting. They had already met about a year ago. Even then, the man suspected that Shin was no ordinary person. But how did he know he could use the system to conceal information? The guy offered to tell the truth. Miss Lee Dongju wouldn't believe those words. "Anyway, come on. Is the apocalypse coming?" the man asked with a smile. The guy called up the system window again and offered to make another agreement. "In that case, but if you violate it in any way, you will fulfill one request of mine," Shin offered. Lee Dongju hesitated for a moment. Haran seemed to have gotten the same offer. The end of the world. A second life. No matter how hard you try to explain it, no one will believe it anyway, thought the girl. It seemed to her that the price for such a tale was very high, for it was very hard to believe. "I hope you're not going to make me do something weird," the girl asked indignantly. "Who do you think I am?" Shin became irritated. Though it doesn't quite amount to the same thing, Shin decides to offer valuable gear instead. Haran was surprised at this offer. Why would she need the gear? Weapon Maker knows something about the girl, and he seems to understand what she needs to enhance a special skill. Most likely, this data is taken from past memories. But then again, there's the condition. The girl felt uncomfortable with these conditions again. Shin called up a system window and reassured the girl, telling her it would just be a small quest. Even if she fails, there are no penalties and no deadlines to meet either. Just a reward, that's all. Eventually the girl agreed. There was a description of a custom quest in the system window. It was to enhance her abilities, but to do so, she would need to defeat the Despair Banshee. And plus the enhancement, she would receive a reward. A player-created item. But where would she look for the quest character's location? Hey, are you going to answer that? Haran asked angrily. The girl came to her senses again. The guild leader pointed his finger at the report and asked if everything in the report was true. The girl nodded carefully. Was all the information really correct? The association's help didn't arrive. The equipment was lost. The criminal's face couldn't be seen. The boss monster trophies couldn't be retrieved. Haran simply smiled, but it was obvious how nervous she was. Is it really all true? Kim shouted furiously. Yes, it's like that, Haran whispered, barely holding back tears. Reading the entire report through to the end, Kim noticed another strange detail. If Haran didn't lose consciousness, then she had gotten all the reward for the quest. And at that moment, the girl thought that Kim would take it for himself. The skill book. You should have told me right away, Kim said angrily as he approached the girl. Miho Haran was getting very nervous. She wondered if she should give the reward to Kim. The guild leader stopped abruptly, a mute question in his eyes. What was she talking about? You earned it through your own efforts. Why would I take it away, eh? Kim said in an irritated voice. Haran couldn't believe her ears. And the guild leader asked Choi to prepare the car. Turning around, Kim said, Good work. Rest until your arm recovers. Miho Haran's happiness was unparalleled. It didn't last long, though. The guild leader told her to be prepared to take orders with nasty critters for a while. I hope you didn't reprimand the guild members or pressure them, the guild secretary asked. I did no such thing. What do you take me for, a Yakuza leader? Kim replied indignantly. Well, good then, said the girl sitting in the wheelchair. So this is Kim Sohee, rank B, mage class, druid, secretary to the head of the Shinua Guild. The car was ready, and the secretary asked where they were going. Home, said Kim, but not to himself, to a former hunter of the Skeleton Guild. After speaking, an association member, Dongju, left the head's office. Han Chol was not very pleased with this report from the scene. As soon as Dongju left the office, the head of the association pressed the panic button. Did you hear that, Chief Park? The leader asked. Yes, replied the man on the other end of the wire. The head of the association suspects Mr. Lee Dongju of withholding information. The man agrees with the suspicion and plans to put Mr. Lee Dongju under surveillance. Also, the two hunters who allegedly saw the culprit should be questioned. Park Jung-in, Grade A, Mage Class, Blast Conjurer, head of the response team for the Awakened Hunter Association. And these two, Hanjia and Shin. All right, proceed, the man said. Let's go to another location. Elizabeth the cat is yawning with boredom. She's not feeling very happy. Last time she took her anger out on a few guys, and the mood lifted, wondering if something like this would happen again. And no sooner had her paw shot out than a system message appeared in front of her. Sudden quest. Search mission Nightwalk. Main objective. Find the hideout of the suspicious people you met earlier. Check the hideout. Reward. Right to autonomous actions. 5 minutes. The right of autonomous action meaning the subject is for familiars, summoned creatures, and the like with self-awareness. When used for a specified amount of time, one may act freely, not subject to the master's will. If the ability is suppressed, lost, or stolen during autonomous actions, you can use all of your original abilities at peak strength. Once the time expires, the ability cannot be used for a specified period of time. This is the first time Elizabeth has gotten a quest in this world. But why did it show up? And the reward is very strange. If we're talking about people she's met before, is it really those two in the alley? Before she could think of a way to track them down, a sign appeared above Elizabeth's head. This quest is highly suspicious, and the cat decides to scout it out. At this point, the blonde guy tosses his phone to the side and says he's tried it out, and there's a lot of games on there. His partner barely catches it in time. Apparently, the boy gave this phone to the blonde boy as a token of gratitude for his rescue. Sitting back in his chair, the blonde man wonders, what's wrong with the baby? The kidnapped child I brought back to my house, replied the partner. And it turned out to be even more interesting. They had kidnapped the kid to demand a ransom for him. But after a little study of the data about the boy, it turned out that he's a child from a poor family and a simple boy from the street. Even with a ransom demand, there's not much money to be made. The blonde knew that, so he just grabbed the first kid he could find. Blondie talked about how it didn't matter if he was from a rich family or not. The police have tools that can be traced. Usually in these cases, negotiations are done under the pressure of money. His partner didn't have much confidence in this theory. And another question. Why do you need money that can be traced? To this question, the blonde didn't want to answer. He just needed that kind of money for his personal business. Who cares? The blonde said with a smile. After all, this is a fake world made for predation. Laughing, the guy said, "Who cares what money they get?" Hearing this made my partner shiver. Sensing someone's presence, the boy turned around. He saw a stream of infected mana. Elizabeth arrived at the designated location. But the quest did not end at the moment of finding the shelter, and the reward was not given. The guy felt some strange energy and decided to look. The cat didn't expect to meet anyone here. She saw a man emerge from an abandoned building. Seeing the cat, the guy wondered who it was. Character info, name Mayo Harang. Class A, rank a fighter. Combat style, fighter with vibration accumulation. Special skills, acceleration, vibration accumulation. Titles, finisher, wave warrior, our ace, Shinua guild member. Characteristics, attack 4, strength 3, defense 2, dexterity 4, intelligence 3, mana 2,